Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, and for the gentleman from Pennsylvania. A bit of reference. In the old days, when we were put in the chair, particularly when we were freshmen, it's because we had been annoying to the speaker. So if anyone remembers that. And to the clerk staff, I love you, I appreciate you, and I'm sorry, we're about to do a whole bunch of math and a lot of numbers really fast. But it's where we're at. So, Mr. Speaker, one of the things I'm going to try to do today is basically sell two ideas. One is, and I want to be honest and careful in this because my goal is not to be sarcastic, not to be a jerk, but walk through the scale, just the scale of the borrowing, the debt problem, of our demographics, what's really going on. So I'm going to actually walk through just a couple examples of solutions we get from our wonderful, brilliant constituents and sort of explain they're probably things we should do, but they're tiny rounding errors. People don't understand. I think annually we expect to borrow about $7 billion a day. I think so far this fiscal year we're borrowing about $10 billion a day. The second thing, it's incredibly important, and if there's a staffer out there or a freshman member of Congress, burn what we're going to talk about into your consciousness. The United States, what's the greatest, at least economic threat I think we have for this government, for many ways the country? Interest. We are what's called interest fragile. I'm going to show you some charts where tiny movements on U.S. sovereign debt become trillions and trillions of dollars. Our model basically says we're going to refinance almost $10 trillion this year and add another, two and a third trillion of virgin or new borrowing. And so small bits of interest. So when you hear someone talk about things like the debt ceiling, you got to understand you're weaving a needle while jogging, because you got to deal with it in a way where how do you communicate and do actual policy? It communicates to the world debt markets. The United States is taking its debt seriously and understands the scale of the problem. And then also, while extending that debt ceiling in a way that also doesn't blow you up. And I've had some of my brothers and sisters who go, just don't raise it. Okay, great. Do you think you're ever getting a mortgage again? Do you ever think you're getting a car loan again? Do you understand what would happen to the world economy going boom and interest rates exploding when all of a sudden the United States is no longer creditworthy? Because that's what it means. And remember, one of my predictions for this year is there's three big rating agencies, S&P, Fitch, and Moody's. Moody's is the only one that has not downgraded U.S. debt yet. I predict to you before this year's over, Moody's, so all three will have downgraded U.S. sovereign debt. My other prediction is before this spring is over, the United States will cross over to 5% interest, and if it holds there, I'm going to show you how devastating that math absolutely is. The clown show has to come to an end. People need to understand, if you're a member of Congress, you are the board of the biggest economy in the world. You got to start learning your math, because at the end of the day, the math will always win. So let's do some basic things. Now, first off, part of what I'm doing, the reason I'm doing this is I'm also trying to make the moral argument of doing the really hard thing in reconciliation. The really hard thing is also the best economics. If you give a darn about your retirement, my 2.5-year-old boy's economic future, the country, and forgive me, I'm still working through my lung issues. You got to do the hard thing. So CBO and then my joint economic economists actually worked through some math and saying, what would happen, because we have all these expiring provisions of TCJA, the 2017 tax reform. And if you extend them all, So the individuals, the pass-throughs, the small business, the subchapter S's, the partnerships, if you extend those tax provisions over 10 years, it's about 4.6 trillion of revenue that would have come in because of the increased taxes, because of the expired provisions. What is this body able to do to find policies to offset that spending? Well, it turns out CBO, and as I know this chart's a little hard to read, but the punchline on it is if you functionally extend the tax policy, but you pay for it through the decade, you actually get more economic growth, that the economy actually grows. And people go, what, but you reached in and pulled money out to pay for the offsets. The idea is by doing that, you didn't deficit finance it, where you're paying interest, where you're making the debt markets more fragile, and you're also pulling 4.6 trillion additional capital out of the debt markets that could have gone into you buying a new car or the business buying new plant and equipment. This is hard because around here talking about we're going to modernize how we deliver healthcare. We're going to modernize public agencies. We're going to reduce spending by doing it better, faster, and cheaper. There's an army of lobbyists outside the hallway here who are paid to protect their current business models. How many folks do we meet from the agencies and the public employee unions that get all upset, particularly at me when I'm doing these presentations of, here we could use technology, we can use AI, these other things to reduce the size and cost and make government much more responsive. And then they send nasty letters and those things into your district and complain about you. But we don't have a choice. So let's walk through. So the facts are on our side. Those folks that run around here and say, we need to extend tax policy, we need to protect the border, we need to actually do all these things. But you can't create an additional fiscal rat hole and expect you're going to throw this back onto the world debt markets. My reason I want you to think about this, I'm going to show you a couple charts in a little while that where interest rates were on U.S. sovereigns way back when. Let's go back to like December. So a few weeks ago. Yesterday, the 20-year U.S. bond actually crossed over 5% for a while. If 5%, and understand, if anyone with gray hair, you understand 5% is actually lower than the historical average of the previous few decades. If we were just to go to 5%, you're going to see that's almost just shy of an additional $9 trillion in debt, double of everything we're talking about doing in reconciliation. So just doing this and communicating to the debt markets that we're serious about what's going on, because the uncomfortable truth, and I'm going to show it again, and it seems to hurt people's feelings, almost 100% of the debt for the next 10 years is interest and Medicare. We got older. Baby boomers are moving into their earned benefits. We didn't have enough children to backfill. Starting in 1990, fertility rates started to roll over. Healthcare got much more expensive. And we're almost terrified to basically say almost every dime of debt from today through the next 30 years is interest and demographics. And the political class, the press, the dopamine hits on cable television, this and that, telling true math doesn't make you popular. But it does make you honest. So let's actually walk through a couple examples. And once again, I got to be careful because these are not meant to be snarky. They're basically a thought experiment of what you hear members walk behind these microphones saying things that, great, they're wonderful, maybe we should do them. But they have tiny effects on the survival of this republic. So let's actually walk through, just explain what I'm talking about. Okay, let's walk through the impact of borrowing. We're using this fiscal year, what we've been borrowing per day, per hour, per minute, per second. But we're going to walk through, and I'm using the clock face, and these are 12-hour clocks. So you got to picture 2 clock faces. I'm trying to make some way where you make things with lots of zeros understandable. So let's actually, and this is one of my favorite ones. So back in December, we sent out some things, and we got members of our community to throw back ideas. And one of the favorite ones was get rid of congressional salaries. Okay. In my heart of heart, I actually think we're overpaid for the quality of our work product. So maybe that's what we should do. But you get rid of every congressional salary. That's Senate here, just get rid of all of it. It's actually about, over a fiscal year, it's about $1.9 billion. It's a lot of money. Okay? For an entire year's borrowing, for the entire year, it would cover 6.4 hours. Yay! We made a big impact. We covered 6.4 hours of an entire year's worth of borrowing. Okay, so that's sort of silly, but that's one of the key responses we got. I think, actually, may say more about what they think about me. All right, so let's actually do another one that came back to us from our constituent surveys. Emergency services for undocumented migrants. This is basically Obamacare subsidies, healthcare spending for those who are here undocumented. They're illegal. Now, most of this turns out, we believe, to be Obamacare subsidies. You will hear member after member after member, and people on television, the talking hosts, you'll hear it on conservative talk radio. If we just didn't spend money, okay. So we actually did this thing called research, where we actually looked up the actual facts and the math. And it's about $2.7 billion for the entire year. So we get rid of it, and we probably should, but it's 9 hours of borrowing for an entire year. Yet how many times will you hear people say this in front of microphones? Stopping healthcare subsidies for those who are here undocumented, here illegally, is 9 hours of borrowing for an entire year. And there's our problem. We have people doing theater over honest math. So let's do another one. One of my particular favorites. Let's get rid of the Department of Education. And actually, I'm a big fan because there's, you know, if you believe in the 10th Amendment of the Constitution, why is this here at the federal government? Yes, but a big portion of their 4,500 employees is actually debt management, but that can be actually done by, you know, other agencies we have that actually have high-skill folks to manage receivables, those things, bank. But if you got rid of all those 4,500 employees at the Department of Education, great! Turns out to be about $2.75 billion over an entire year. You just covered, functionally, 9 hours of borrowing. Now, how many people have you heard come behind these microphones or on conservative talk radio or other things that are saying, if we get rid of we're going to get rid of the Department of Education? Great! And then the conversation moves on to something else because they act like they've covered the debt. There's this lack of understanding. We're borrowing about $70,000 a second. So let's go on to another one we get of. Let's get rid of the UN. Now, I've done this a couple times, and when I did it before, the total spend on the United Nations was $18.1 billion, but that was actually in the 2023 fiscal year. But that had a bunch of the new construction for the 2024 fiscal year, which has ended already. We spent $12.9 billion on the UN, or maybe it's in this fiscal year. That's what we have appropriated. Okay, $12.9 billion is a lot of money. Let's just get rid of it. We won't, and I'm not going to even give you the other chart that shows you that how much all these foreign diplomats and stuff pay into taxes in their things they buy, the rent, and those things in New York City. Who cares? Okay, but that 12.9 gets me 43 hours. So basically a day and 3/4 of borrowing. And my point is I'm trying to walk through that we're going to probably have to do lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of these things. Start demanding from the people who are standing up in front of you saying, here's what I care about, we're going to take on the debt and deficits, have them understand their math. So how about Ukraine aid? Okay, I think this is on for this fiscal year. So the appropriation lineup is $21.8 billion. Okay, that gets us 3 days of borrowing. And you hear these crazy numbers being thrown out. Turns out now this is both humanitarian and I think actually the other term I often listen, but it's things that provides equipment. Often it's equipment we were depreciated out, we're going to get rid of, we send on to them. So this is both categories in that number of the 21.8. But it's 3 days. So let's actually even add a little bit. Let's go grander. Let's go much more bigly. Is that, I think, a pop culture term these days? Let's just get rid of all foreign aid. I cannot tell you how many times I run into folks back home and say, David, I'm so concerned about the debt and deficit. You know, we can balance everything if we just get rid of foreign aid. Okay. Interesting math. So we did the math. Here's the 57.25 that's going to foreign aid. It's a week of borrowing. Does anyone see the point I'm trying to make? You start to add up all these. And I think in all of those, we got ourselves to what, a week and a half? We added up all the ideas that came into our office. And I think we got up to like 3 weeks of borrowing. There seems to be this lack of understanding. Every dime a member of Congress votes on is borrowed money. Every dime of defense is borrowed. Every dime of non-defense discretionary. And this year, I'm doing this off the top of my head, which is always dangerous. I think it's about $400-some billion of what we call earned benefits, mandatory spending, is borrowed money. And trying to just demonstrate, so there's this term we do, on-budget receipts. Okay, you got your paycheck. You look at your paycheck. Here's what went to FICA. Well, that's your Social Security contribution, a little bit of your Medicare Part A contribution, maybe a little bit of unemployment disability. Okay. That's sort of considered off-budget tax contributions. That's coming from your FICA tax. The other part is your income tax, capital gains tax, all the other things. That's this blue here. To give you an idea, net interest this fiscal year, the interest we pay back to the people who've been kind enough to buy our bonds. And remember, China is not the #1 owner of bonds. I think now it's Japan, and China's been actually rolling off its bonds for like 3 or 4 years. I think they're somewhere now in the $900 billion range. Of the $36 trillion in debt we have, remember about 28, 29 trillion of that is what we sell out to the market. The others we borrow internally. So we borrow the Social Security Trust Fund, we borrow other monies internally, but we still have to pay interest. Which is, you remember, we're one of the only countries in the world that engages in this scam of saying, well, it's only the publicly borrowed money. No, because you owe interest, you're not going to pay your interest back to Social Security? Of course you are. But the point of this chart is trying to say accounting accounts for 24% of all those tax receipts we take in that aren't Social Security, aren't part of those payroll tax. 24% is just going to pay interest, and that's this year. And the crazy thing is these numbers were scored when we thought the mean interest on U.S. sovereign debt was going to be somewhere around the 3 and 3 1/4. Have you seen what's happened the last 3 weeks? Did I mention a moment ago that the 20-year bond yesterday went over 5%? This number is about to explode on us. It's called interest fragility. And yet, how many idiots like me have come behind the microphone and said, do you understand how dangerous it is if we make the debt markets nervous because we're incompetent? So let's do one more of these. Just to make the point, So this is the tax receipts, fiscal year 24. Okay, so it's a fixed number. That's the last fiscal year. The red here, that's the Social Security taxes, Medicare Part A, da-da-da-da. This was everything else. So even in that case, it's still basically 24% of it's still 24 here. I just did this chart so you could see when you hear someone talk about total tax receipts, this is obligated to earned benefits. And oddly enough, this number isn't big enough to cover the earned benefits. That's why every month Social Security has to present its special T-bills to Treasury, cash in. So remember, Social Security does not add to the debt. Cashing in their special T-bills and the Treasury having to finance it and give the money back to Social Security does add to the debt. Just you remember there's 2 steps in there. So back to the oldie but goodie. You see everything in red? That's on autopilot. Your member of Congress doesn't even vote on it. What's in blue? Non-defense, defense, all borrowed. And a whole wedge of this over here. So understand the scale. And look, it's hard to see 12 zeros in your head, but that's just $1 trillion. We're probably going to borrow $2.33 trillion this year. And we have these debates and discussions. Oh, we're going to have to do reconciliation. Yes, of course we are. We still don't have 60 votes in the Senate. If we're going to move policy, of course we are. But understand the fiscal implications if we don't do it right. Does the debt markets and those demand a premium because you see what's going on around the world? What happened in Great Britain this summer? What they do to the gild? What happened in France a couple of weeks ago? What's happening in Germany right now? What's happening in Canada? What happened in South Korea? All over the world you see governments falling, and one of the primary reasons they're falling is they actually tried to engage in some fiscal constraint. Are we going to be elegant enough to do it in a way where we can explain to the American people, if we do something smart today, we do not get crushed tomorrow? But small movements in interest rates start to consume everything in this government. And so here's an example. And this is, so I told you the 20-year yesterday went over 5%. Futures market, if anyone's a real geek, if you take a look at futures market on the 10-year sovereign, some of the futures market between now and through spring actually expect a 5% interest rate. If that 5, and remember, that's still, what, a point and a quarter lower than the historic average when you get rid of the previous decade, which was just sort of fake interest rates. If we were to go to 5% on U.S. debt, that's actually fairly normal. And that gets built in. Remember, we bring about $10 trillion to refinance, and the new so 5%. We go from a $13 trillion, almost $14 trillion debt expectation at current interest rates over the next 10 years to 22.7. It's almost $9 trillion additional from where interest rates were in December to where it looks like interest rates are going to be this spring. You just added $9 trillion in additional interest. That's called interest rate fragility. That is double just the interest rate exposure going back to even something that's below historic norm is double everything we're talking about doing in tax reform of extending the TCJA 2017 tax policy. It's double. This should be scaring the crap out of people around here. Why am I the only idiot running around with charts saying, are you paying attention to this? Are you watching what's happening in world debt markets right now? Does this make anyone nervous? Some of the articles are basically saying bond markets around the world are getting nervous loaning to sovereigns because they keep borrowing like crazy. Well, what's going on in China where they're borrowing like crazy? We're borrowing like crazy. There's only so much borrowable money in the world, and we're chewing it up. And the point of this one was, if we were to pretend, ignore the law, and just extend our spending policies we have today in functionally 9 budget years. 9.2% of the entire economy is just interest. We expect almost 7% of this year to be borrowing. But the concept of just your... Let me rephrase it because I just screwed that up. 9.2% of the entire economy will be debt, not interest. Debt. A couple of our economists basically say we're going to borrow about 7% of the entire economy this year. If we don't start to stabilize that and roll it down, you hit this interest spiral into the ground, because I'm going to show you a couple charts here should scare the crap out of you of how much of the taxes we take in from hardworking people, from things, is just paying interest. So let's make that a little more understandable. Mr. Speaker, some of us with gray hair sort of remember, Mr. Green laughs at me, there's this thing called the 70s, 80s, 90s, even 2000s before the Great Recession, and mean interest rates on U.S. debt was about 6. Okay. So just an example what it means when you're carrying 36 trillion in debt. And understand, we're adding another trillion of debt about every 125 days. Let's say that again. Every 125 days, we basically tacking on another $1 trillion of borrowing. But if we went back to a historic average of 6, it'd be 11% of GDP in a decade. Oh, what if we went up to 9, which we had back in the 70s and 80s? You're at 18%. We're playing really dangerous games here. We've almost made the decision to make the world debt markets the ones in charge of America. Every second, we're borrowing about $70,000. Do you not think the retired couple, the foreign government, the big business, the rich person who are buying U.S. savings bonds, are you pretending they don't actually sort of care about what we do here and that we're going to make sure they get their money back? Or is it just all magic money? But understand what that 6%, and this is sort of the punchline of what I'm trying to communicate here. By 2034, that's 9 budget years from now, debt servicing at 6%, so back even below the historic average, rates would consume 45% of all tax receipts. Let's do that again. Imagine a world where 45% of all tax receipts that come into the government just are paying interest. Take this seriously. Look, I have a 9-year-old and my wife, who's exactly my age. We also adopted another little boy, same birth mom. He's 2.5, cutest kid you've ever met. The little girl is brilliant and very loud. The math basically says my kids, your kids, will be part of the first generation in America to actually be poor. And to give you an idea how that math works, when little Matthew, who's 2.5 right now, basically is 23, 24. If you wanted to maintain baseline services in America as they are today, U.S. tax rates, every U.S. tax rate, tariffs, corporate, individual, everything has to double. 100% increase. And it's not pretend, it's called math. There's these little things you punch in, you can put batteries in them. Hell, you probably have one on your phone. It's math. But we're terrified to tell our voters the truth. Because people raise their eyebrows and get upset when you say, look, we got old as a society, we didn't have as many children, we made lots of promises and we never set aside enough money for them. But we can disrupt the cost if we're willing to adopt modernization. You can cut stunning amounts of money from the delivery of health care, not by cutting services, but by adopting technology. Except once again, the lobbyists are in the hallway to stop you from doing that because it would make them change their bureaucracies and their business models. But a number like this should make us all pucker. That if we just went back to normal interest rates, in 9 years, 45% of all of our tax receipts go into just interest. That's called interest fragility. It's the single thing that scares me the most in the society is we're no longer in charge. We've basically made the decision the debt markets are. So let's actually get a little more dystopian. And part of this is to make an impact. What if we went to 9% interest? It's happened. What would happen? Can you read this number? 83% of all tax receipts would go just to interest. And here's the reality of today. For every dollar we take in tax receipts, we spend $1.39. Yet, what we call discretionary, military has been substantially flat. All other non-defense discretionary is basically flat. Almost all the growth is two things, been healthcare and interest. Well, we can't do anything about interest. You know, the deal is the deal is the deal when we sell a bond. And healthcare, well, there's an army of lobbyists, once again, outside these walls, who will beat the absolute living blank out of us when we ask them to modernize, actually use technology. Even our brothers and sisters here are often defending not last decade's, but the decade before that's business models within healthcare. We don't have a choice. Open up your brains, hire a computer brain, hire some kid who's a data analyst, scientist, and start walking through the facts of what's going on, and then we have to do hard things. We're going to have to do a revolution on. Have you seen the numbers coming out of Medicare Advantage? Have anyone taken a look at those Wall Street Journal articles from the last year of the billions and billions and billions that they're documenting are functionally fraud and abuse? Are we going to be honest about it? And there's ways elegantly to fix it without beating the crap out of everyone. We just need to recognize our own problems. But once again, for every dollar the United States takes in tax receipts, we spend $1.39. And right now I need to go back to an oldie but a goodie, and I've done entire floor presentations repeatedly on this. You take all the tax hike proposals of our brothers and sisters on the left and score them for their economic effects, it produced about 1.5 points of GDP of new tax receipts. You take, for our side, all the cuts we've talked about, almost all of them being in non-defense discretionary. It's about 1 point of GDP. Add those two together, that's what? 2.5. Congratulations. So everything the talking heads here do behind these microphones is 2.5%. We're borrowing 7% this year of the entire economy. And here's your crisis. The solutions sound really good in a television commercial, maybe an interview on cable television, and they're crap math. They don't get you anywhere close with what's necessary because it turns out the actual scale of the math, it's so far beyond just raise people's taxes, just slash and burn this. You need a revolution on how we deliver on our commitments. And why is that harder? I still can't get my head around here why that's harder. And once again, the single chart that makes people most angry. And it's already a year out of date. The numbers right now are much worse. CBO predicts that deficits of $115 trillion over 2024 to 2054. Social Security, Medicare, $124 trillion deficit. The rest of the budget has a $9 trillion surplus. See this? The spending and the interest cover. Spending and interest cover. Remember, Social Security has about 9 more years and the trust fund's empty. Are we going to fix it? Are we allowed to talk about it? But if you talk about it, the Democrats are going to run nasty ads about you. So somehow they're comfortable with the immorality of in 9 years we're going to double senior poverty in America. Because that's what's happening. But you're not allowed to talk about it because they'll attack you. Well, they spent, what, a couple million beating the crap out of me because I care about saving Social Security. I care about not doubling senior poverty. Somehow lying about it is the political tactic of this place. They care so much more about power than saving our brothers and sisters. You already have a crisis right now of baby boomers. Inflation pushing them out of their housing. We see it, I think it was last year I saw the statistic on baby boomers, doubling of homelessness because they're being priced out of their homes because of inflation. That's the morality of this place, because we do crap economics, because we make public policy by our feelings instead of math. But the reality of it, if you look at the CBO projection, now this is a year and a half ago, so inflation, it's trimmed off a bit from their numbers. Interest rates substantially higher. These numbers are going to pop when they redo them because of the higher interest rates. I was trying to do it, it's dangerous when I try to do these things off the top of my head, but I was coming in about 133, 136 trillion of borrowing over the 30 years because of the higher interest rates, and could be substantially higher if we were actually truly at 5 or 6. The point is debate after debate after debate after debate. We stand here and we argue about the non-defense discretionary, which is like 13% of the spending. And even in this projection, it actually grows slower than tax receipts. So we're going to head towards doing reconciliation. We're going to try to do policy. We have a new president coming in that has a vision of growth for the country. Are we, as the board of directors, as the founding fathers designed it, going to step up and do our job and actually save the future? Are we going to avoid the hardest thing we do, and that's telling the truth to our voters, and maybe even telling the truth to each other? There's still hope. But one of our economists actually has this chart he's been working and saying, you may only have 3 or 4 more years if interest rates keep moving up, where it's almost too late. You can't work yourself out of the higher interest rate cycle, because the additional debt, the interest rate, the additional debt, the interest rate. And I think it was a year ago, we actually had a couple months, 3 or 4 months, where we had to borrow money to cover our borrowing. Mr. Speaker, there's hope. There's a way to make the math work. There's a way to do it in a moral fashion. It's just when you have a complex problem, turns out the solutions are complex. Is the modern Congress capable of doing complexity? With that, I yield back. Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I think we're going to try to do a bit of a continuation of what we were doing last week. So if you don't like math or economics, please turn off C-SPAN. A couple things we got to walk through. Last Thursday, I think it was 38 minutes here. And the concept I was trying to walk through were 2 things. One, the demographics of the United States being the primary driver of U.S. debt. Okay, it's not that complicated, but it seems to really bother people. But the second thing was this concept called interest fragility. Big word. What it basically means is when you have 36 trillion of debt, 28, 29 trillion publicly financed, when over a year you're going to refinance almost 10 trillion, bring maybe 2.3 trillion new issuances to market, that little movements in interest rates can be a boatload of cash. What happened last Friday? We got a knockout jobs report. And here's the irony that people need to understand. The United States and a few other governments, China and others, are binging on so much debt that they're just ravenous appetite to grab people's savings and borrow it around the world. When the bond market saw, hey, the U.S. economy is actually doing okay, that means more individuals, more businesses, more will be in the market to consume debt. We're going to raise interest rates. The United States gets its head kicked in when our interest rates go up. I think I was trying to show a chart the other day. And look, it doesn't completely work this way because you've got to refinance into it. But if we went to a 5% handle on U.S. sovereigns, that means from the short term to the 30 years, you had a 5% interest rate, was our mean interest rate on U.S. debt. It's almost $9 trillion additional borrowing, spending, interest over that next 10 years. So functionally, going to 5% is double everything we're pretty much talking about in and the extension of the tax reform. There's this lack of understanding. We are on the cusp of the bond market, the debt markets actually being the number one influencer on U.S. policy, not Congress. When you borrow $70,000 a second, and I have charts, I didn't bring it this time, but I've done it in the past, that where we are in 9 years, it's no longer $70,000 a second. It's almost doubled. How many of you understand we borrow $70,000 a second? And the math will tell you almost 100% of that borrowing from today through the next decade is interest in healthcare. But we don't want to tell people that. Of the $2.3 trillion, my math says we're going to borrow this year, and CBO is going to publish something the next day or so. We'll see how close my math got to what their prediction is. Half of it's interest. So even when we do all sorts of things to reduce spending, to modernize on how we deliver services, to change the cost, we have this interest monster because we have 36 trillion and every 125 days, Madam Speaker, every basically 125 days, we click off another $1 trillion. And yeah, to the poor clerk staff, I'm so sorry. You have to be so tired of hearing idiots like me, well, idiot me, getting up and saying some of these things over and over. But it doesn't seem to sink in around here. Look, one of the reasons I'm here today is I'm trying to sell a concept. So this is a chart, and it's almost unreadable. I accept that. But what it was saying is we are up against a series of tax expirations at the end of this year. 3.7 trillion of it is individuals. Your individual taxes are going up at the end of this year. But then we have, estate taxes and pass-throughs and LLCs and partnerships, all those other things. And I think the Treasury Department a couple days ago scored it not at 4.6, they scored it at 5.5, which is a timing effect. It's because it's a different year and higher interest rates. But there's an economic study done by CBO and a couple outside groups saying if Congress can find a way to offset it, and that's hard. You're talking like $400 billion a year we'd have to find in modernizations and changing spending. But if Congress could step up and pay for it, you not only maintain current tax policy so our brothers and sisters, all of our taxes don't go up, but you get additional growth in the economy because you didn't just pull that much more money out of the economy and then have interest pile up on it. I think it was a year or so ago or 2 years ago, we had, I think, 3 months where we had to borrow money to pay for our borrowing. When we go home and talk to our voters, how many of them will look back at us and understand the scale? And you get these responses like, well, if you just cut this or that, and I'm going to show a couple of those charts again, and they're rounding errors. I mean, sometimes they're just a few hours of borrowing from an entire year, but that's what we speechify because it's easy to understand. It's a great soundbite on talk radio, and it's crap math. So once again, the basic premise of this chart, and it was done by, I believe, both Joint Economic, no, it was reconfirmed by Joint Economic, and the baseline math was also done by CBO. It said if you want to maximize economic prosperity in the United States, extend current tax policy, fix depreciation, we call expensing, research and development expensing, because that's actually where you get the productivity curve, because God knows, you will hear the Democrats come behind the mic and talk about, look how good the job market is. How many Americans are actually poorer today than they were 4 years ago? They may be employed, but they're poor, and that's because inflation went up faster than their wages. I represent a district in the Phoenix-Scottsdale area that had, I believe, 27% inflation over the last 4 years. So unless your wages are up 27%, you are poorer today. How do you raise wages? How do you raise purchasing power? Well, two things. Wages go up with inflation. Well, that just means you're treading water. Productivity. There are things we could do in the tax policy that's coming to fix the things that create the productivity boost, the things we can do in regulatory reform, in modernization, the adoption of technology as a regulator. You get people around here go around saying, well, we're going to deregulate. Fine. But how about doing smart regulation? We're all walking around with these supercomputers in our pockets. The idea of you could crowdsource certain data, crash the size of the bureaucracy, make them less intrusive, and yet air quality, water quality, all these other things can be much safer. And it costs a fraction of what we do today, but you just have to be willing to think like a scientist, a data person, and deal with the army of lobbyists that are outside in the hallway who are upset that you're making them change their business model, or the bureaucracies, the unionized bureaucracies that show up here angry at you saying, what do you mean you want to use technology at the IRS? Remember, Madam Speaker, the IRS is the second largest unionized workforce in America, in the federal government. I believe the VA is the first one. And every time we try to add modernization to do it better, faster, cheaper, and fairer, couldn't you believe they get cranky? So, look, the math is the math. If you want to maximize economic vitality for this country, do your very best to offset as much of the tax policy extension. The other thing I have to give you that's going to make me sound a little cranky is when you hear a member of Congress, particularly a couple of our senators, run around here and saying, we're just extending baseline. Huh? It's a whole made-up term now. The law is the law. The law says the tax cuts for individuals, pass-throughs, estate, alternative minimum tax, those things built in, expire at the end of 2025. We've made up a term around here saying, oh, we're just going to extend current policy. I had someone this morning say, we're extending current law. Current law is it expires. Take a look at all your CBO and your debt projections. It has the expirations in there. You take it away, fine. Be honest what it means. It's another few $1 trillion of debt over the next 10 years that we have to pay interest on. And here's the fragility. We're going to do this on a chart or two here. When you do that, you're going to go home and tell your voters, I extended your tax cuts. Great. I'm all for. I don't want to raise taxes on anyone. But if you do it without paying for it, when the interest rates go up, and that family's credit card, car debt, when their mortgage, when everything else gets more expensive, when the economy slows down because interest rates are up because you've made the bond market nervous. Oh, but David, that would require thinking like an economist. I'm going to get reelected by telling people I just extended their taxes. Okay, their tax benefits from the 2017 TCJA, great. How do we explain to people that there are no free options anymore? We have the moral obligation to not make the world debt markets nervous. And where that makes sense is, let's see if I can. You got to understand, and I need to double check my math, because Great Britain, you saw what they did. They were doing all sorts of tax policy this summer, and the pound crashed, their interest rates exploded. But most of the world, industrial world, actually has lower interest on their 10-year bond than the United States. Greece today can sell a 10-year bond almost a full percentage point cheaper than the United States. Greece today can sell a 10-year bond almost a full percentage point cheaper than the United States. Does anyone understand there is a risk premium? And look, if you screw around with this stuff, there's this thing called a term premium. It's a fancy way of saying we want actually a little higher interest for risk. So one of my predictions for 2025 is Moody's is the last of the three big rating services. I think we're going to get downgraded if we do this stuff without even an attempt to pay for some of it, offset some of it, modernize our costs and how we deliver services. If we do that, we're going to get downgraded by all three rating services. The other two have already downgraded us. Anyone here care? Or we just want to do happy talk and sugar highs? You know, a good dopamine hit by a good hit on, social media, but don't give the damn math. The fact of the matter is, most of the industrialized world today has a better credit rating, and you see it not by the credit rating services, but what they can sell their debt for cheaper than the United States. And when you hear people talk about the extraordinary privilege the United States has, there's actually two of them. The fact the world uses the US dollar as the ultimate arbiter of exchange. Great! Let's not screw that up. The other one we often never talk about, I'm going to do in a future presentation, it's actually from an economist standpoint maybe bigger than the fact that we get to buy and sell in our own currency, is actually the extraordinary privilege that smart people from around the world, entrepreneurs from around the world, investors from around the world want to do it here. They want to live here, go to school here, produce their products here, invest here. From an economist standpoint, the United States has two remarkable, extraordinary privileges, our currency, and people want to be with us. In a couple of moments, I'm going to show you why that's so important. But back to a baseline. And please, if you're one of our new members, you got to memorize this. You see the blue on the chart that's upside down, so I look like an idiot? All right, let's get this right. That's discretionary. All defense we consider discretionary. Everything most people think is government, the FBI, the Park Service, the Foreign Service, those things, that's blue. We call that non-defense discretionary. Everything a member of Congress votes on is borrowed money. And if I do the math off the top of my head, maybe $400 billion of what's in the red, which is mostly earned benefits. That's your Social Security, that's your Medicare, that's your veterans benefits, that's your federal pensions, those things. Think about this. So functionally, I think this year it's like 75-25. 75% of all spending is on autopilot. We don't vote on it. Sorry, I shouldn't be yelling. I've had a lot of caffeine. What we do vote on, what we give speeches on, which we screw around with all the time, is discretionary. And in the scale of what we can reduce, it's almost a lot of what we debate here is rounding errors. We've actually had debates on the floor here where the amount of money that we're trying to save, we borrowed more money during the time of the debate than it would save that year. Because we don't understand. If you're clicking off $70,000 of borrowing every second, I wonder what this speech is costing. If I go a full hour, you start to see the idea. So you're clicking off. So far this fiscal year, we're borrowing about $10 billion a day. I think it will come in at $6–7 billion a day once we get tax receipts in April. But I'm trying to explain the fragility. So let's actually walk through. Here's the point I was just trying to make a couple moments ago. If we went back to a 5% interest rate, it's just shy of $9 trillion over 10 years. So just the interest rate move is double everything we're talking about. How many times do you hear elected officials like me get behind these microphones and talk through, it's not only having good fiscal policy, but we're also going to be disciplined because how we're going to communicate to the bond markets that we're worthy of the future investments. And where this gets really dangerous is, remember how I was just criticizing people walking around here saying, oh, let's just ignore everything, let's just keep doing what we're doing, don't have any offsets. If we do that, in 9 years, 9.2% of the entire economy is borrowed. This year, my math is we're going to kiss up around 7% of the entire economy is going to be borrowed money. What happens if we have some large disasters? Can you imagine that happening? What happens if we have another pandemic? What happens if we have a war? Do you understand how fragile you're making the greatest country on earth because we're not willing to tell the truth about the fiscal situation? And for my friends on the left to go, well, they just raised taxes. Look, I can bring my charts over and over, and as I have in the past, when we've had high marginal tax rates, we get about 17% of GDP. When we've had low marginal tax rates, we get about 17% of GDP. And that's, I think we got 75, 80 years of history of that, showing it always falls back down to that margin. So the secret is grow. But the other side is stop lying about growing. 1% of GDP, and I'm going to do this, double check myself in my head, 1% of GDP is $300 billion. If you get 17% of that, that's about $48 billion. If you're borrowing $7 billion a day, and you did all these things to get another point of GDP, you covered yourself for a week. You got to understand. So you get these folks who want to say happy talk. We're going to grow our way out. To cover this year's debt, you'd need almost a 50% GDP growth. Come on, join reality world with us. Put batteries in your calculator. We can do it. We can do this together. But the one point I wanted to go is to our brothers and sisters on the left. I've done multiple presentations here showing that if you do all their tax hikes to $400,000 and up, you get about 1.5 points of GDP. If we do all of our spending cuts in the non-defense discretionary, which is what most of us have talked about for the last couple of years, you get about 1% of GDP. So you got a big 2.5%. We're borrowing 7% of the entire economy this year. So all the left solutions and the things we as conservatives often talk about don't get you actually anything close to what's necessary. Terrifying. Madam Speaker, I'm having a sort of a personal crisis of confidence because I do this every week. My math is good. We do our best. We make mistakes on occasion, but we try to double, triple check it. And no one seems to care. Is it really that terrifying to tell the truth to our voters? Because the press around here has no interest in telling the truth on the math. I have a couple Bloomberg reporters, a Wall Street Journal reporter, and on occasion, believe it or not, a public television reporter seem to be the only ones that ever want to look at these charts. Everyone else, it's basically they want to write a gossip story. Yet these things decide if my 2.5-year-old has a future. It also decides if your retirement becomes a miserable disaster. So I hear a little person up in the balcony. If that little person's 2 years old today, when that little person is 22, his or her taxes have to be double what they are today. 100% increase. So my 2-year-old, when he's hopefully finishing up his university and going into grad school before he does his doctorate, I have high ambitions for him. And we actually are trying to put into the family rules he's not allowed to run for office. Same thing with my 9-year-old daughter. That's both funny and actually true. But think of this. A child born today, when they're about 22, 23, United States has to double every single U.S. tax. Tariffs, income, corporate, everything. Just to maintain baseline services. The math says a child born today will be part of the first generation in U.S. history who will be poorer than their parents and grandparents. Great morality around here. Let alone our inability, we're not allowed to talk about Social Security, even though the Social Security actuaries, the CBO, the outside groups, the left groups, the right groups all say, hey, now 8.5 because we just gave away a couple $100 billion out of it. 9 years or so, we double senior poverty in America. Because when the trust fund's empty and you all get a 20% cut in Social Security, we double senior poverty. How many people do you see coming behind these microphones saying, we need to fix it. It's immoral where it's going. But if you do that, the left now has a political consultant writing attack ads on you because they care so much more about winning the next election than saving the society and not doubling senior poverty. We already have the trouble after the inflation cycle. How many baby boomers are now living on the street because they can't afford their rent? The math is the math, and the math will win. If we continue current policy and not follow the law, in 9 years, 9.2% of all U.S. debt, of the economy will be borrowed in U.S. debt. And this chart doesn't even factor in the new higher interest rates because we're up a full point from early December. Great job, guys. And look, I've done this chart the last couple of weeks because it seems to have an impact. For every dollar we take in tax collections, we spend $1.39. Huh? Take in $1, spend $1.39. By 2034, if we went back to a 6% interest rate, now I know that's a couple points higher than we're at right now, but 6%, I think that's sort of what we were paying in the 80s, 90s, to early 2000s, up till what? The Great Recession. But if we go to 6%, think of this. In 9 budget years, 45% of all tax collections go just to interest. Anyone care? No, because we'd have to tell people the truth. This is a new chart, and I'm trying to actually sort of explain. So our brothers and sisters on the left who want basically a socialized, a planned economy, industrial policy, they did the CHIPS Act and then their version of, I guess they call it the Inflation Reduction Act. There's some good economic data now says if you wanted to do something that was much less expensive, created much broader economic growth, and created much more productivity, you should not do what the Democrats did, which is let's find some of our favorite industrial entities. Their executives, their investors will write us political checks. But if you had done something like research and development expensing, and expensing when a company buys a piece of equipment to be better, faster, cheaper, it's dramatically less expensive. And it actually has more more economic value, more economic growth, and it's spread throughout the economy. Because the problem with the Democrats' industrial policy, we're going to give all this money to certain green technologies, we're going to do CHIPS Act, is you often are writing checks. So you get rent-seeking, writing checks for last-generation technology. Yeah, there's a little part of that I would have voted for primary research and development to do it better, faster, cheaper. It's like the old joke, what's the fastest way to make every computer in America worthless? Have someone invent a quantum computer. And suddenly that leap, it's like when all of a sudden you have a new photovoltaic panel, if it goes up 20%, as there are experiments in the lab right now, all the other ones now are out of the money and don't make economic sense anymore. But that's the concept. Creative destruction is one of the hallmarks of a society that becomes more productive. And the way you get that is not the arrogance. When I first got here, I think I stole this joke from my wife. She looked at me and said, "What are the two times in life, Mr. Speaker, you think you know everything? When you're 13 years old and the day after you get elected to Congress." Oh, come on, guys, that's funny stuff. But the fact of the matter is, when you see these sorts of policies coming from Democrats where they're so smart, they get to choose the industries that get the corporate handouts, the cash handouts. And you can't imagine that there were strings attached. And yet, if we had just done an egalitarian tax policy, say, we want to maximize productivity across the society because we aren't smart enough to know what the breakthrough is tomorrow. And that breakthrough tomorrow is the thing that raises all boats, I guess that's the saying, and makes us productive. And what do you get in a society that's more productive? Wages go up. All right. I just want to make a point, and I did a little bit of this last week. We held a little bit of a contest, I think, back in December, where give us your ideas of how you would, modernize or improve or reduce spending, these things. So far this budget year, if you got rid of foreign aid, so this is for the 2025 fiscal year, all foreign aid, you get rid of it, it's 1 week of borrowing. Get rid of all the salaries at the Department of Education. Okay, I'm fine with that. But you got to understand, it basically comes out to 9 hours of borrowing for an entire year. And that's not spending, that's borrowing. So you have these people like me get behind these microphones and we speechify, if we get rid of the Department of Education, we're going to balance the budget. No, all the salaries just covered 9 hours of borrowing. There's a scale problem. I know seeing 12 zeros when you start talking a trillion is hard. It's also our job. It's our job to understand the complexities here. And one of the complexities that we're terrified to talk about is if anyone's interested in what we're really up against, go online, grab Congressional Budget Office's report from yesterday. Every year they do an estimate on population, fertility, growth in this society. We were using the Census Bureau's data, and I've come here behind the microphone and said, hey, our quick look at the Census Bureau data was in 11 years, the United States was going to start to have more deaths than births. CBO yesterday came back and said, nah, the way they're calculating where fertility rates are in the United States in 8 years, in 8 years, the United States will have more deaths than births. Demographics is destiny. You want people like me to figure out the financing of Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, which were all designed systems for population growth. Remember, today's worker pays for today's beneficiary. And in 8 years, and even when we do the adjustments for net immigration, you pick up a couple more decades. But think about that, living in a society with more deaths than births in 8 years. Matter of fact, I believe there were 17 states that last year had more deaths than births. But this goes back to my productivity argument. If you want a society and a country that still economically grows, that can still defend itself, that still is the envy of the world, that has the extraordinary privileges, are we going to adopt regulatory tax policies that maximize economic growth? Well, it turns out you're going to have to do things that maximize productivity, maximize labor substitution, use that technology, use the supercomputer in your pocket. And it's shocking how many people freak out every time I start to talk about using AI and these things. You don't have a choice. If we're going to keep growing, we got to thread a needle here while jogging. We got to manage the debt. We got to convince the debt markets we're serious, so don't raise our interest rates, because if interest rates go up a bunch, it's almost too late because we're carrying so much. Our demographics are against us. So we have to have this productivity spike. And it's going to come through functionally two things, AI and synthetic biology, but we won't, I'll say that for another speech. But there's a way it can work. There's hope. But there's only hope if this place sharpens its intellect. You can't keep saying the same things you were saying in the 1990s or a decade ago. The world is different. I hope the staff, the voters, others start to really think this through and start demanding, saying, I need intellectual robustness. If that's a word. Learn your math, but learn the opportunity, but also learn to think like an economist. So, let's put up the one chart that gets me the most hate. And it's more than a year and a half out of date. The numbers are worse today. But it's the truth. And for anyone crazy enough to watch, how many members of Congress are willing to show this to you? This is directly from CBO's, numbers from about a year and a half ago, and they update it every year. CBO projects a $115 trillion debt over 2024 to 2054. Social Security, Medicare account for $124 trillion of deficit. The rest of the budget has a $9 trillion surplus. Let me walk that through. Basically means everything when we talk about of non-defense discretionary, defense discretionary, all those are projected to grow slower than tax receipts. But Medicare and Social Security, and then with their interest that goes on the top of their deficit financing, produce about $124 trillion of borrowing. How many of you think the world is going to lend us $124 trillion over the next 30 years? And this is based on current interest rates. Actually, it's sort of based on last year's interest rates. My math, because I was playing with the calculator a couple days ago, I have this going to like 135 trillion, not 124. It's not Republican, it's not Democrat, it's demographics. But the fact of the matter is, you could substantially change much of Medicare's costs and make services better, faster, cheaper. Just join this century of technology and taking care of people. You know, the ring like I'm wearing that does my vitals, or the technologies to incentivize saying, do we pay a Medicare provider to help people be healthier instead of making more money when someone is sicker? We did a whole presentation multiple times last year showing obesity in America is an additional $9.1 trillion of spending over the next 10 years. Maybe as a society we should consider changing the Farm Bill, nutrition support, helping our brothers and sisters because it's both moral and it's great economics. And suddenly people can come back into the labor force. They can form families. They can do all these other things because we have states where more than half the population is technically obese, and we're paying for it with it's government policy in many ways. It's doing it to these people. It's immoral. And I'm going to get hate texts saying, you can't talk about that. Screw you. Let's do what's right for our brothers and sisters in this country. We're Americans. Don't hide from the math. Embrace it and fix it. And the reason I brought this one's the last, if you saw my staff, they were slipping me this because we were doing the math. We were sort of speed doing the math. Foreign aid over, because, all right, let me explain. Last week's speech, one of the questions, and we're trying to do this more often, we will get these questions that come in on the comments. And someone asked this, and they actually did it as a legitimate question. Foreign aid over 4 years is $198 billion. So think of that. Every dime of foreign aid, if you said, for the last 4 years, and took 4 years of borrowing, it would cover 8 days, 8.2 days of debt. So those of you who get up in front of these mics and say, you know, if we got rid of 4 and 8, we'll balance the budget. Even when I do the average of the last 4 years, it's just a little over 8 days of borrowing. It's hard. It's hard when you get up in front of an audience at home and you tell them the truth, and it's not the same thing they heard 10 minutes earlier on a talk radio show or on a cable television show. But this isn't about ratings. This isn't about today's dopamine hit of you being angry because you saw something on the Drudge Report. This is about saving this republic. If you're like I am, you believe this republic was divinely inspired. If you believe like I do you not have a moral obligation to save this country? How about being a dad? My wife's my age. We were blessed. We got to adopt a couple kids. Should they be part of the first generation that's poor? They don't have to be. There's a way the math works. It just turns out, Mr. Speaker, it's hard. We have to do complex things. We're going to have to tell lobbyists and people from home that you got to modernize, you got to join this century, you're going to have to change your business models. And they're going to be mean to us. They might not even contribute to us. But there's a way to make the math save our future. And I'm going to argue to you in the next 6 weeks around here, we're going to make some decisions. Are we going to modernize the delivery of government? Are we going to find a way to offset? Are we going to convince the bond markets we're serious about the future? For everyone out there, watch us. Because we all give these beautiful speeches of the morality of what an amazing country we have and our place in the world and our place in history. Mr. Speaker, this is the weeks we're going to make that history or have to live with the sins of what we do. And with that, I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, tonight's going to be a little thick, so I apologize to everyone. But we're going to actually try something a little bit broader. We're going to actually play economist. I'm going to try actually to walk through 3 or 4 themes here of why what we must do is so difficult, why it absolutely has to happen, and the truth about the math. So let's have some fun here. Because I know everyone around here is a genius and we spend lots of time reading difficult things, I'm sure every member of Congress got their hand on the latest McKinsey report that came out a few days ago that actually walked through in beautiful detail what's happening in the industrialized world with the lack of young people. Okay, so let's walk through this. Idiots like me have been coming behind this microphone for almost a decade talking about the morality of prosperity. Well, I don't care if you're on the left, right, but having a society that grows and becomes prosperous and it becomes more and more productive and can provide better things is moral. But also, why is it so hard? Look, this was done by our own CBO, taking updates from the data from the Census Bureau. In 8 years, the United States has more deaths than births. Last year, we had 17 states that had more deaths than births. Okay. So, and if you read through, the term now has become absence of young people. And there's lots of crazy discussions. There's entire books. I have all these things on my shelves about natalist policies and how many countries have tried to encourage higher fertility rates and all failed. There really is no success in the entire world. They've been able to move forward some of the fertility rates spiking up, and then they go back and fall back to the mean. It is the nature of wealth is the nature of modern societies. But then you come to me and say, David, you're on Ways and Means. You chair the Joint Economic Committee, so you have all these economists that work for you. Show me how we're going to have 3% GDP growth every year. I can show you how to do it. I just need you to understand. The United States is better off than so many countries. But the fact of the matter is, you know, we're having fewer children than countries like France. 8 years, we have more deaths than births. And you all remember your first year of economics class where they walked through your formula and said, well, population growth, then capital expenditures for plant and equipment that are more productive, then spikes in technology. That's how you build the wealth of a nation. We are losing one of the things. So when you see people like me walk behind these microphones, you need to hear coming out of their mouths, I'm willing to actually deal with the reality of how do we make capital investments in equipment that makes us more productive? How do we encourage the synthetic biology that makes us not only live longer, but able to survive and do well and enjoy life? How do you actually deal with not being fearful of AI and artificial intelligence, but use that to make this another American century? Because I can't make the math work without the adoption of labor substitutes. And I'm going to actually show something here that seems to make people mad when I get to it. But the reality of it is, let's wait, but I'm going to actually make a pitch that what are the two extraordinary privileges of this country? Okay, you're going to hear monetarists come behind the microphone all the time and say, hey, people want to use the U.S. dollar. People must use the U.S. dollar to borrow in, to trade in, to hold assets. Do you want to know as an economist what actually is even more valuable than having the world reserve currency? Smart people, entrepreneurs, people with wealth want to invest in their lives, their time, their talents in the United States. We hold the two greatest extraordinary privileges from a worldwide economist. We have to start understanding the math and what we're up against, because it's not us. The entire world. Now, you start to take a look at what's going on, and I know some of these charts are almost impossible to read, but the basic points of many of these is we've all talked about, well, baby boomers, they're, a couple more years and all of them are 65 up and we have this huge population bubble. And the fact of the matter is over the next 10 years, we hate to say this because we get booed at our town halls when we say this, the next 10 years, almost 100% of U.S. debt is interest and the growth of the cost of Medicare. And we've known for how many years baby boomers were going to turn 65? 65 years. But we didn't plan for it. We didn't set it aside. And one thing we weren't ready for as a society, in 1990, fertility rates started to roll over. So it's the absence, as the McKinsey report goes up and down, it's the absence of young people. Now make an economy grow. So look, some of the points I'm going to try to make here is this one. I need people to think. You saw the kerfuffle last week when Elon Musk and some of the others got into the, H-1B visas, bringing talent into the country. I'm actually not even sure I like the H-1 process. I'd like to move maybe to a talent-based system. But the entire world, the entire industrialized world is going through things very similar to us. China's numbers look, it's the craziest chart you're ever going to see. It's like a boom. So in the 70s and 80s, the world competed for hydrocarbons, oil. You remember the oil. Last decade, we sort of battled for where we could have supplies of rare earths. Some of the smartest economists that actually do demographics are now saying the industrialized world is going to knife each other for smart people. Now, maybe a smart person is the great carpenter or the synthetic biologist, but we need to start being honest with each other that you want us, particularly my economic team, to say, build us ideas, build us a plan as we get ready to do reconciliation, do the things that provide us the growth so we can still be Americans. You know, that sort of beacon of prosperity. You got to understand, 8 years, more deaths than births. Are we going to be willing to do very difficult things and move to a talent-based immigration system that doesn't care about your race, your gender, who you cuddle with, anything else, cares about the talent? And I've actually done entire presentations here where I've shown what happened at the border over the last 4 years will make the working poor poorer in this country. It's math. It's not my opinion. I'm not demagoguing. It's math. You have a part of your society, we call the quartiles, which I sort of despise that term. You didn't graduate high school, so what you do economically is you sell your willingness to work. You go out and hang drywall. You bust your backside. And then tomorrow you're competing against millions of other people with the same skill set. And you actually look at how our economy works and the fact that, let's be brutal, populations under a certain income, they will receive services from our society because we're a compassionate society. But when you start to see a talent-based immigration system, you have people here, because the productivity they bring to society, turns out when you look at their career, they pay a boatload of taxes and actually help us grow. Need to deal with the math. And the fact of the matter is, we look over and over at these things, and you see countries like the United States. Now, I'm just using Japan because it's easy. Japan has, almost 300% debt to GDP, but it's a unique society because their corporations, their individuals, actually finance almost their entire debt, where the United States, we're chewing up much of our capital stock now because we're borrowing somewhere between maybe 70 to, if you actually just take this fiscal year, as high as $80,000 every second. Every second of every day we're borrowing. We borrow $6-7 billion every single day. So, and I've done the chart before, but think about this. We click off an additional $1 trillion of borrowing about every 125 days. You think it's going to go on forever? I'm going to show you in part of the second part of this the number of the biggest bond traders in the world. You know, when Larry Fink, when Ray Dalio are basically saying, you guys got a problem and it's coming fast. When they're actually taking billions of dollars and starting to hedge even the U.S. bonds, saying, we think you're going to 5-6%. And understand, if the United States ever went back to what was normal before the Great Recession of 2008, we went back to a 6% handle on U.S. debt. In 9 years, 45% of all tax collections are interest. Why doesn't that scare the crap out of people? And then we're going to engage in policies where we're doing our best to scare to death the very people we're turning to and saying, please buy our bonds. How do we do what's necessary, particularly in reconciliation, to not hurt working people by having their taxes go up because of the expiring provisions of TCJA, but also at the same time deal with the math that if we finance everything, because we're already scheduled to borrow about $22 trillion additional between now and I think 2034. Is the intent to stack another $5 trillion on top of that? You don't think the bond markets aren't going to punish us? Because little bits of interest just crush not only the U.S. government, but they crush working people. How many people can afford a mortgage right now when it's over 7%? How many can afford the car loan? Understand, we just went through functionally 3-4 years of inflation where in my community, if you don't make 27% more, you're poor today. So we talk, isn't the employment rate great? It is, but it's wage growth, and wage growth goes up by two things. Inflation, which means you are not getting ahead, you're just treading water, or productivity. But when you're lacking population growth, okay, how do you get productivity? Regulatory policy, good trade policy, great tax policy that makes it so you're investing in plant and equipment and research and development to do it better, faster, cheaper. That's how you make people less poor. And this one's a little tricky, but it's a fascinating if you actually dig into the article. If you're out of your mind, or you're geeky, or you just don't have a life, or you don't have a Netflix subscription, but you actually sort of dig into what level of productivity growth do you actually need just to sustain sort of your lifestyle. And it's all sorts of different countries. And for the United States, you need almost about a 2%, where we're looking at the different years. But you see the pink line? We calculate if you're not having at least a 1.8% productivity gain, which is a lot, you're functionally poor. You become poor. And for all the people who complain about, well, don't do tax cuts for business, okay? Don't do regulatory change for business, okay? Now, go read the literature. We know that in 2017, what we did in changing the corporate tax rates, getting companies to move their monies back here, getting them to invest in productivity, those things, we calculate from 60 to 70% of every dime they got went into wages. Because once again, the primary way people make more money is productivity. And this is the chart I'm sure will show up in an election ad beating the crap out of me. But you see this spike? That was the years of the open border. We go back to normality, where the immigration system, except we're the last country really on earth that uses a familial system. Familial system, you sponsor someone because your grandma was here, and your grandma sponsors her sister, and they sponsored theirs. That's a familial immigration system. My argument is, as part of when we're starting to deal with productivity for the society, we actually have to start thinking about it from top to bottom. It's not just great AI policy. It's not just great synthetic biology policy. It's not great regulatory policy. It's just a great tax policy. It's also going to have to be immigration. All right, now on to sort of the reality where we're at. We actually got, I'm going to call it better news. CBO actually did some calculations and said, hey, we expect tax receipts to be up in this fiscal year. So I've come here repeatedly and shown my chart that says for every dollar the United States takes in all sorts of tax receipts. And remember, most of those tax receipts are going to Social Security, Medicare, those sorts of things. But for every dollar we take in, 39 cents, $1.39 is spent. Guess what? The good news is now it's no longer $1.39 of spending for every dollar we take in. Now it's $1.36. Got better. Still terrifyingly bad. And this is the improvement that so many people were running around being giddy about. So, let's actually sort of walk through some of these numbers as quickly as we can. Federal spending as a share of total tax revenues. The reason I'm showing you this is to give you an idea the scale we're up against. If you actually take all of our tax receipts, every dime, and say, here's what we call mandatory spending. Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, veterans benefits, and interest, because you got to pay your interest. We're the ones who basically binge on debt. It consumes every dollar of tax receipts plus some. We actually don't collect enough taxes to pay for our mandatory spending and our interest. And that's our basic problem, is if you do net interest and mandatory spending, it consumes everything. So The point from this chart is very simple. Everything, Mr. Speaker, you and I vote on, everything a member of Congress votes on is on borrowed money. Every dime of defense, every dime of non-defense discretionary. But we're going to do theatrical things, go on our local talk radio show, go on cable television, sometimes stand behind these mics and say things that may be great policy, but we act like it actually will make a difference to these sorts of numbers, and it doesn't. I've heard my brothers and sisters here say things like, okay, health care or Obamacare subsidies for those who are here illegally. Okay, I'm fine. Go ahead and get rid of them. It's 9.5 hours for an entire year's worth of borrowing. So an entire year, you just covered 9.5 hours. Don't act like it's a solution. It's one of 1,000 things you have to do. And here's the classic problem of the way this place thinks. Turns out fixing things are complex. And we live in a society with these things where we have attention spans. We want something that's simple, flashy, short. Well, it turns out complexity often requires a complex solution. It's hard. You're going to have people, the armies of the lobbyists in the hallways, mad at us. They don't like it when we tell the truth. Heaven forbid, have you ever gone home and talked to your voters and they think it's, if you just got rid of foreign aid, and then you show them the chart, it's about a week of borrowing. And they just stare at you with daggers like, how can that be? It's not their fault. I believe the political class, the commentary class, let's be honest, a lot of the partisan media class have just made crap up for years. I challenge my brothers and sisters on the left or the right, know your math and start telling the truth. Because you look at charts like this, where this right here is break even. This is where the dollars. And even this year, every dime of discretionary and a little sliver of mandatory are on borrowed money once again. And the only reason I threw this chart in the way it is, where we did 24, 25, you see this? That was with the CBO's calculations that, hey, the law says next year they get to take in $400 billion some additional taxes because Americans' taxes go up. Well, we don't want that to happen. We want to protect hardworking people. The very last board I'm going to show here is the way you protect American people is you offset as much of that as you can, because you give it to hardworking folks and then you take it away from them in higher interest costs, in higher financing costs. You smile at them, you hand them $1 in their face, and you're grabbing their wallet from behind and stealing it from them. That moment of telling the truth about math is really important. Look, I brought a lot of the boards just trying to explain that, last couple of years, 39 cents out of every dollar, for every dollar we took in tax receipts, we spent $1.39. This year we're going to spend $1.36, which means all that differential. Reason I have this, it's a little complex, but to make it super, super simple as best I can. You're going to hear lots of, particularly Democrats and others, say, well, the tax reform, it caused this, it caused that. Well, the charts now, you got to work through the credible craziness of the pandemic. But if you actually take a look at the matching of TCJA and what we expected to be inflation-adjusted tax receipts. So I'm not playing the scam of, look at how much more money we're getting, even though we've had like 25% inflation. An honest number, when you actually calculate it and normalize it, guess what? Tax receipts are pretty much right on track. And we have a couple of these, to give you sort of a sense. When you take a look at annual revenues match pre-TCJA projections, this one's important, and we often don't actually talk about it. Go back to the baseline numbers of CBO and joint tax before we did tax reform in 2017, and then step up to where we are today and take a look where we are, where baseline is. Adjust for inflation, it's normal. The math is normal. So when someone says, well, it's because you did this tax reform and you helped the economy, I'm not standing in front of you saying tax cuts pay for themselves. What I am saying is the scale of the economy actually today is right on track to what the projections were before tax reform. Some of that say it's a complex calculation of everything from technology adoptions to new ways we do things to productivity gains. But the baseline number is the baseline number. And back to trying to make the point. Do we have is the issue with the United States binging on debt? Is it we don't collect enough taxes, or is it we spend too much money? I've done entire presentations here where I've shown high marginal tax rates, low marginal tax rates, and we seem to hold about 17% of the size of the economy in taxes. 17% of GDP you'll often hear. And it's historic. It just somehow when you raise up the marginal tax rates, you're getting 17% of the economy. But and part of that is a offset because the economy slows down. When you've done low marginal tax rates, economy grows. So you're getting 17% of the economy because the economy is expanded. Trying to make the point that growth is moral, it's also great economics. How do you grow, grow, grow? But I just showed you in the beginning portion of this, we got an issue. In 8 years, we have more deaths than births. We have a demographic issues. Remember, debt demographics. Demographics are your destiny. So, look, I'm just trying to point out on this. Over the last 4 years, we functionally have borrowed $7.8 trillion in deficits. That borrowing functionally is a current stimulus effect, but you're going to pay for it. It's coming out of your retirement, whether you know it or not. It's coming out of your kids. The insanity is, I'm 62, my wife's 62. I have a 9-year-old daughter and a 2.5-year-old, and they're the same birth mom we've adopted. My little boy, when he's 24, to keep baseline services, so just to keep things, what's that fancy word? Ceteris paribus, keep things even. United States in about 22 years would have to double every single tax. The math basically says my kids will be part of the first generation in America that will be poorer. That's the morality of this place. But David, adopting modernization and cutting spending's really, really hard, and we're going to get someone who's going to say mean things about us. So you're willing to screw over your kids. That's the morality of this place? How is that Republican or Democrat? And then once again, to my friends on the left over here, you know, I've done the whole presentation on it. Go to the Manhattan Institute right now. Look up Riedel's analysis. Every tax hike, and there's a dozen of them, on those $400,000 and up, when you do all the economic effects, produces about 1.5% of GDP. For those on the right, here's all the things we're willing to cut. It was about 1% of GDP. If my math is right, that's what, 2.5%. Mr. Speaker, we're going to borrow about 7% of the entire economy this year. Does anyone get the fraud? Well, here's the tax hikes. It's rich people. We're going to do these cuts because we're not willing to do the hard things of modernizing how we deliver services to our brothers and sisters in this country, because we're going to make some bureaucracy, some union, some company out there that lives off delivering the services the way they were doing it 30 years ago, and they don't want to modernize. So once again, over the last 4 years, we've gone from, 4 years ago, the debt was $1,500,000,000 $2 billion. Last year, $1.9 trillion. Now you got to understand, that number also is a bit of a fraud. What we often don't, the United States is one of the only countries that doesn't actually put in its internal borrowing. So we borrow money from the Social Security Trust Fund, from the Veterans Trust Fund, from all these things. Are we not going to pay it back? You know we pay interest to those. So that's why the real number, like for this year, is going to be closer to $2.3 trillion. Because there's about another $300 billion out there that we borrow internally that we got to also pay back and also have to pay interest. So let's make a point here. Budget deficits are heading to, now I got to make the point, and if there's any staffer who actually writes memos for your boss, this is the one I want you to memorize. If we do the tax hikes that are coming and we don't offset them, we don't pay for them, in 9 years, we're no longer at 7% of the economy in borrowed money. We're at, I think it is 9.2% of the economy is in borrowed money. When the smart people are starting to tell us that small changes in interest rates, are we really dead set on trying to freak out our bankers? The people we turn to and say, please buy U.S. bonds. Help us finance the fact that we can't stop spending. If we went to a 6 handle, let's say this again, a 6 handle on U.S. debt, so 6%, which wasn't, I think before 2008 we were what, 5.5, 6, somewhere in there? In 9 years, 45% of all tax receipts would be just interest. We're playing with live ammunition here, and we seem terrified to own a calculator. So you're going to tell our brothers and sisters, the hardworking people of this country, we're not going to let your taxes be raised. Absolutely. But we don't want to do things that are hard and get yelled at by a lobbyist or some group back home. So we're just going to borrow the money. So we're going to give it to you. And then a few years from now, you're going to find out that productivity in the country has slowed down because the capital stack, another $4 trillion we've sucked out of the economy, doesn't get lent to your business, to you buying a house, to the new to the new piece of equipment. And the economists have already done the calculations, basically saying, I'm sorry it got crumpled as I was marching over here. You want to maximize the economic growth and the wealth of this country. This is a CBO report. It's been vetted by my economists in Joint Economic. You want to maximize prosperity in the curve. You offset the spending because you're screwing up the available capital, because the reason these people are writing really smart bond houses are now writing articles is the binging on debt that's going on in this country, but China and so many other places. Why do you think Great Britain this summer took down their government? Their bonds exploded, they lost their government. What the hell do you think is going on in France? What do you think is going on in Germany? What do you think happened in South Korea? What do you think was happening in Canada? All these countries, even Germany, who are just trying to deal with the financing costs of their pensions, the deliveries. And the United States is much better off than many of these countries, but it's coming fast for us. Do hard things today, maximize prosperity tomorrow for every working person, but also for my kids, maybe for your pension, your retirement. Because, Mr. Speaker, getting older isn't Republican or Democrat, it's math. Go to CBO's data and tell the truth. 100% of the debt for the next 30 years is Social Security and Medicare. The rest of the government actually grows slower than tax receipts. And it's like $124 trillion of borrowing, but everything is basically we call discretionary, military, discretionary, is actually squeezed to grow slower than the tax receipts. It actually has what they calculate as a positive balance. This isn't mean, because the fact of the matter is we've demonstrated here over and over, you could modernize how we deliver so many of these things to our brothers and sisters who've earned their benefits. You just have to be willing to tell the bureaucracy and the deliverers of those services saying, we expect you to modernize. Because those of us sit fixation on watching the bond futures, the debt markets, today's interest rates are almost a full point higher than they were December 1st. If that 1% works its way into U.S. bonds, over the next 10 years, it's almost $3 trillion of additional spending. It's almost everything we're talking about trying to cut. Grow up, figure out how to actually act like we are the board of directors of the biggest economy in the world, understand math, and start being fiscally disciplined. It doesn't mean cruel, it's not cutting and slashing, because if you don't communicate to the world's who we ask for money, they raise our interest rates. And those interest rates are much more cruel than anything we could possibly do. Mr. Speaker, with that I yield back.
To the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Forgive us as we're getting ourselves organized. The gentleman from Texas ended a couple minutes sooner than we expected. For anyone listening, whether it be staff, another member, anyone that actually gives a darn, give me your first 4 minutes. Because the first 4 minutes is I need to explain why we've been joking about it in a dark way. We're in the budget wars. It's about reconciliation. Why is there such angst by some of us? You know, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I chair the Joint Economic Committee, so I'm the idiot with all the economists. I'm number 4 in Ways and Means. I'm not good at many things in life. I'm okay at math. What's going on that is stressing us? Last night I could barely sleep because I had read report after report after report, and the math was devastating. And this is what we need to understand. Here's our reality. And forgive us, we've been going as fast as we can in our office to find some way to explain what the hell's going on. At the end of this budget year, so September 30th, end of this budget year, United States debt by Congressional Budget Office is projected to be $37.2 trillion. Okay. They're projecting over the next 10 years, we add another $20 trillion. But if you then, on top of that, so the debate that's been going on is we have these provisions of the 2017 tax reform. Thank you. The 2017 tax reform that are expiring at the end of this year. If you go take it to 2035, because that's sort of the 10-year window, 9 budget years, it's another $5.5 trillion. Then you add onto that the interest, because it turns out if you were to finance it, not pay for any of it, that's another $1.3 trillion on top of that. Then if you were to come in here and then take the president's requests. So let's just, because we have a couple members here, just say, just do everything, make everyone happy. Screw my retirement, the next generation. America will be fine. If you add it all up, by 2035, you have over $74 trillion in debt. You're somewhere in the 155 or so % of the entire economy is borrowed. Today, we're a little less than 100. So the point I'm trying to make here, even if you do the calculation of publicly sold debt, because as I've tried to explain, you have like the Social Security Trust Fund, which is gone in 8 years. But we borrow the money out of that, and we do pay interest on it. But if you take everything where we sell bonds to the world, to each other, to our retirement accounts, to pensions, when the day we got elected, Mr. Speaker, so long time ago, what was that? November. U.S. sovereign debt that was held by the public was around $28 trillion. These numbers right now say that number that took, what, 240 years of publicly held debt, we intend to double in 9 years. In 9 years, we're going to functionally add another 28 trillion of publicly held debt. Actually, a little more if we do these things on finance. Finance them and don't try to pay for them. This is my 4-minute spiel. When you see some of us stressing out, when you see some of us, he's being disharmonious. Maybe it's because I own a damn calculator. If these numbers don't make you pucker up and scare the crap out of you, you don't understand. Yet the hallways around here are full of people that demanding we give them more money, or they want more barriers to entry, or they don't want to change their business models. They want to do it in archaic fashions because it might make them have to compete. This is no longer the next generation. This is your own retirement. Look, I accept, I'm traditionally, I tease behind this microphone, I'm pathologically optimistic. My wife and I were both 62 years old, and we have a 2.5-year-old. We've adopted, but we also have a 9-year-old. When my little boy is functionally 24 years old, the math says every single tax in America needs to be doubled just to maintain baseline services. The wheels are coming off. Do you really think the bond market? Oh, we want to keep buying U.S. sovereign debt, even though you've gone and doubled it in 9 years. You don't think we're going to start to pay? We did a math problem a couple weeks ago on this floor, and we showed that if we stressed the bond markets, if we got up to a 6% handle, and it wasn't that many decades ago, U.S. sovereign debt was up, kissing up around 6%. In 9 years, 45% of all U.S. tax receipts went to interest. You think this is a game? The bond market is on the edge of running this country, not us. If you're a member of Congress and you claim that you care about debt and deficits and the next generation and working people and people's retirement, and you don't have this poster up somewhere in your office, how do you understand the math? The wheels are coming off. And I'm going to show in a bunch of these slides, there's a path. We can produce some level of stabilization. It means doing really hard things, which you know how good we are at doing hard things, because once again, there'll be an army of people outside the door all upset with us because we're trying to do hard things. You've known this has been coming for decades. When I was an idiot kid, in the 80s, I remember my statistics professor. She basically did a chart, this is like 1983, saying, okay, here's baby boomers. This is going to happen. There's this huge bubble. The thing we weren't prepared for is U.S. fertility rates started to collapse in 1990. We don't have enough young people. I'm going to show some charts of how hard it is to keep up productivity and growth. And it's not just the United States, it's all across the world. There's a shortage of young people. But we're going to pretend that we can just grow our way out of things. That's complete, not untruth. If we do what a handful of our members are asking and just look the other way and just give everything to everyone without paying for it. And look, I think it's outrageous there's a discussion. It would be immoral, I believe, to allow the tax rates to go up on working people. But it's also immoral not to find a way to pay for it. Are you ready to condemn this country in 9 budget years, 10 calendar years, to functionally our financial Armageddon Because this is actually in the 10-year window now. This is not some theoretical number years and years and years and decades from now. It's here. And if interest rates were to move against us, it's functionally almost Armaggedon. I'm gonna skip. I'm gonna bounce around a little bit. So think about this. Why are some of us trying so hard to get as much in the way of modernization, cost changes, those things? So we have $5.5 trillion, if you do the 2035, of expiring provisions that would raise taxes on our brothers and sisters in this country. We need that not to happen. But understand its actual cost. It's not only the $5.5 trillion. If you just did it, if you just pass it, it's another $1.3 trillion of interest over those 10 years. That means in 2035, the interest handle for America is $2 trillion a year. Just interest will be $2 trillion a year in 9 budget years if we don't find ways to do offsets. How can this not terrify people? Are there people in the White House that have calculators? Are brothers and sisters here, do you really think the debt markets, we want to buy that much more U.S. sovereign bond? Look, there's a funny fact, an interesting factoid. It's not necessarily funny. The world today has the highest ratio of debt since the Napoleonic Wars. And if you remember your history, after that, there was years and years and years of misery as governments tried to figure out how to unwind and go to war with each other and those things because of the depressions that it caused. We're not the only country binging on debt. And I'll say this a couple times, and it's the one thing that gets me really hateful emails and text messages. 100%, well, almost 100% of the next 10 years of debt is interest and demographics. Almost all of it is Medicare. Our brothers and sisters, people like me, baby boomers, gray hair, we're moving into our earned benefits. We didn't set aside enough money, and we've been unwilling to modernize how we deliver services because it annoys the lobbyists and the people at home, and people get uncomfortable. Oh, David, you want to use technology. You don't have a choice. You just don't have a choice. It's not my feelings, it's math. But you start to look at this. If you look at the data right now, if we were to do the expiring tax provisions within the budget window, the United States will pay $2 trillion plus a year just in interest. And that's at today's interest rates. That's without even a calculation raising interest rates going up. I've been trying to figure out how to sort of explain. I can say this one easier. We're going to come close to spending the 7% of the entire economy this year in borrowed money. If we do these things without paying for them, in 10 years, we're not going to be borrowing 7% of the economy. We're going to be borrowing around 9.2% of the economy. This is not a game. So let's actually walk through one or two more of these to try to get our heads around what's actually going on. You got to understand, you see the blue here? Okay, dark purple, if that's purple. This is interest. That's our debt we're adding. And here's our problem. What happens this year if we borrow a couple $1 trillion this year? You do realize half that's interest. Half of it is now interest. Interest now is the second biggest expense in the United States government. Defense is actually number 4. I always love it when I'm having a conversation with one of my friends on the left. Well, if we just cut defense, defense is now number 4 on the spend stack. Interest is number 2. And there's a couple models that if we keep borrowing and interest rates move against us, in a decade or so, interest could be the #1 expense in the United States government. And I've done presentation after presentation of this concept called interest fragility. I think I'm probably the only one that listened to it, and sometimes I wonder if I even listen to myself. This isn't a game. There's a reason the British government collapsed this summer. You know, Liz Truss? Yeah, we're a hell of a lot bigger economy. Do we really think, because we have the two great extraordinary privileges of the reserve currency and being a country that people want to do business in, live in, prosper in, do you think we keep those things if we keep this sort of clown show going? So let's actually walk through a couple more of these, and then I'm going to try to have a little fun mocking some of the suggestions that keep coming in. Debt held by the public under alternative conditions. Trying to make increase in primary deficits. This is where, and I need to explain, this is going to be a little tricky. In 2033, because what was done in this body in lame duck, where we functionally took another couple $100 billion out of Social Security and paid it out without replacing the money, now it looks like the number is in mid-2033, Social Security Trust Fund is empty. CBO, now the law for Social Security says you cut seniors' benefits, math is about 20%, so we will double senior poverty the following year. But that's not how CBO is forced, under the law, to do the math. The math, there's an actual law that says you're not allowed to show a zero balance. That's why we're doing this. So that means in 2034, there's $600 billion of borrowing that's shoved in that's actually to make up the balance, the shortfall in Social Security. And next year, it's more. So if you add up 2023, 24, 25, there's like another 1.7 trillion because Social Security is empty. And you don't want to double senior poverty, but we're also far too fearful to actually tell, our voters the truth. And the fact of the matter is, every time one of us idiots, me, gets up and tries to find a way to stabilize the Social Security Trust Fund, that side starts running attack ads on you because they care more about winning the next election than they do doubling senior poverty in America. It's just absolutely immoral. It's almost like, because the math, so you start to look at what's going on here. If we're really heading towards a time where just the primary deficit that's publicly sold without the other request from the president, we're at 55 plus trillion. And that's, we're playing a very dangerous game here. And yet, my sense of frustration is off the charts. And look, this one's, it's very simple. Within the budget window, publicly held debt, not also the borrowing from the trust funds, publicly held debt, if we were to do the expiring tax provisions without paying for them, we're at 149% of debt to GDP. We will functionally have raised U.S. debt by 50% in 9 budget years. So how many members here ran on a promise of, we're going to save America, we're going to save our retirements, we're going to save our kids, we're going to save the future, we're going to pretend math doesn't exist? Because this is what's going on. So let's actually walk through some of the ideas that have been coming into our office. And when I do this, yeah, there's going to be a little tone of sarcasm, but it's more for my own personal amusement. Trying to help people understand how big 12 zeros is. Trying to understand how difficult this math is. Because if I watch one more idiot on cable television saying, all we have to do is this, look how wonderful that is, that's not the math. So let's actually have a little fun here. Okay, great. Wall Street Journal yesterday said, hey, there's 40,000 federal employees which have said they'll take a retirement package. Okay, I'm ignoring, hey, if they took the package today, we pay them through the rest of the year. I'm just ignoring that math. But what is 40,000 federal employees times an average salary? I think we used 106,000, which we got from one of the reports, and you just multiply that. And understand, and this is the conservative number, we're borrowing about $6 billion a day. That 40,000 federal employees leaving is a single day of borrowing. For an entire year, all those folks leaving, single day of borrowing. You got 24 hours of borrowing by 40,000 federal employees leaving. Yet I watched someone on television last night saying, well, look, we're going to make a huge dent in the U.S. deficit with these 40,000 taking early retirement. It's one day of borrowing. That's not spending, borrowing. And remember, by the end of the decade, that borrowing's up per day dramatically. Take this in. This is one of the grand solutions. Now, the point I want to make is you probably have to do it. You got to do all of them. It's going to be dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens of things all stacked up just to provide some stability. Because can we as a country get back to just borrowing about 3% of our economy a year instead of 7, or God forbid, a decade from now over 9? But you got to stop lying to each other. Our staffs have to stop lying to us. The press has to stop making crap up. And we've got to help the public understand the scale of what the hell's going on. 40,000 employees taking early retirement. The salary savings is one day of borrowing. So let's have a little more fun. Okay, so someone yesterday said, okay, let's get rid of the federal subsidy on tax-exempt bonds for stadiums. Okay, great. We calculate that's about 6 or 7 seconds of borrowing for a year. Seven seconds. But this is worthy. Yeah, I'm going to throw it in the stack, but is this really your debate line? We're not going to subsidize tax-exempt interest for billionaire sports team owners? Great. Okay, fine. But it's 7 seconds. So let's do a couple of the really popular ones. Absolutely, we're going to have to do some of these things. Suggest cut their, Department of Education salaries. So if you get rid of the Department of Education salaries, and I think this is all of them, is about $2.75 billion. So we just wiped down, remember, you still got to transfer the loan portfolios and all those things, but you just got rid of the employees. You just covered 9 hours of borrowing. 9 hours of borrowing. Am I starting to make a point on the scale of what we have to actually tell the truth and deal with? So let's have a little more fun here. One of my favorite ones, because I had this the other day, let's get rid of health care for those who are here illegally. Okay, now most of the math we did here is Obamacare subsidies for DACA recipients. We come up with about this is the emergency services for undocumented. So we calculate that to be about $2.1 billion a year. This is the emergency health care on undocumented. Okay, got you another 9 hours. So let's actually go to something a little bigger. Let's get rid of the foreign aid. Okay, foreign aid's gone. You got yourself a week. How many times of those of us on the right, I've been in a debate with another Republican, if we just didn't have foreign aid, we'd be fine. Okay, Now, you got to deal with the reality of what that does to our military, our footprint in the world, protecting the reserve currency. Why are we the reserve currency? Because we have a footprint, we protect the trade routes, but look, you should know that from your history. But you just wiped it out. You just covered a week of borrowing. Am I starting to make a point here? This is why it's hard. Close the carried interest loophole. Okay, it's about, my math is actually not 12, it's about 13 billion over 10 years. Okay, so it's 13 billion over 10, so you got 1.3 billion. So I'm going to talk around the chart. So 1.3 billion in a year. We borrow about 6 billion a day. So you get yourself an hour, a couple hours. But it's a great talking point. We should get rid of that carried interest of those rich people. Fine, but don't act like it actually solves something. Back to interest fragility, Mr. Speaker. One of the discussions, and this is a little geeky, but it's really, really sort of important. About half of our debt is in what we call notes. So look, there's bills, notes, bonds. It's the hierarchy of a bill is very short term, can be under a couple years. The notes are in the middle term. But right now, half of our debt, actually more than half of our debt, actually about 72% of it is really short term. So we did I was doing it in my head, we're going to borrow about 2 trillion virgin this year, and we're going to probably have to refinance 9 or 10 this year because so much, and that's not the roll, because we have a lot of roll where it goes, sometimes 30 days, 90 days, 6 months. If interest rates move against us, it moves into U.S. debt calculations. Within a year or two, it's all in there. And that's why there keeps being this discussion of, could we go out further? If you want to know what others are, those are the inflation adjusted bonds. But that's why you talk about interest fragility. If suddenly the world goes a little haywire on us, our inflation ticks up and interest rates go up, it pounds the United States because the previous administration and the one before that, and heaven forbid back into the Obama administration, they stayed very short on the curve because it was a little bit cheaper. The danger of that is if interest rates move against us, it's a technical economic term, we're absolutely screwed. And back to the point on all the notes, as they're all the way down around 2.8. The actual cost of a 10-year is 4.5. All this is going to move into being dramatically more expensive. And you go, oh, who cares? When you functionally have, by the end of this year, close to $30 trillion that has to be borrowed from capital markets, from people around the world, this is a big deal. I showed a little while ago, if we were to just finance the $5.5 trillion of expiring tax provisions over the 10 years, that's just $1.3 trillion, just financing that. Now imagine the movement on everything else. And you'll be happy to know, because I think a little while ago, UK actually, their 10-year bond actually moved cheaper, less expensive, lower interest rate than the United States. So I think we're back to being the 14th best bet of substantial countries in the world, meaning there's 13 other countries with better credit ratings. Their 10-year bond sells cheaper than the United States. Greece today can sell a 10-year bond almost a full point cheaper than the United States. Doesn't that set off an alarm in anyone's head? Am I the only idiot who, sorry, I mean to be going there. I'm trying to find some way, because I'll get these criticisms. David, you talked about math. I don't like math. You may not like it, but the math will always win. So back to a couple more points. The famous pie chart. Everything a member of Congress votes on is borrowed money. Every dime of defense is borrowed money. Every dime of non-defense discretionary is borrowed money. I think last fiscal year, $400 billion of earned benefits. And look, what we call the mandatory, the red. Some of that, most of it's earned benefits. It's your Social Security, it's your Medicare, it's your VA pensions, those sorts of things. There's a portion that you get because you're part of a certain tribal population, it's part of a treaty obligation, or you fell below a certain income, Medicaid or those things. You're basically now in a world 75-25. So, but the numbers are actually better now. So in 2024 fiscal year, for every dollar the United States took in tax receipts, we borrowed $1.39. Excuse me, we spent $1.39. So $1 in, $1.39 out. But it's better now. Now, for every dollar we get in, because tax receipts are actually up, we spend $1.36. How do we go home and tell our folks the scale that the simple solutions are absolutely wrong? They're not truthful. It turns out we have a brutally complex problem. It's going to require a complex solution, and it's going to require doing hard things. But we have people, but I will only vote for if I get this. And those are the very people who I promise you aren't watching this presentation. This isn't a game. These numbers keep getting uglier and uglier. And back to the thing it gets me screamed at, and this board now is getting old, and the numbers are actually worse. Over the next 30 years, we believe the total debt number over the next 30 years is now substantially higher, but this is the one I have. Your country borrows about we spend about $124 trillion deficit. But the things we vote on actually grow slower than tax receipts. So here's the crazy thing. The defense and discretionary, if we had actually followed the sequestration, which we'll bust those caps. As a matter of fact, that's part of the discussion we're having right now is, it makes some of our folks unhappy, so we're going to bust the caps. But if we followed the actual law, in 30 years, defense and non-defense discretionary actually have what we would call a $9 trillion positive. They grew slower than tax receipts. But Medicare and Social Security actually together produce about $116 trillion in deficit. And it's just those two programs and their interest. It's not Republican or Democrat, it's demographics. But telling the truth about demographics isn't great politics. Our job is to blame the other side and then blame us, and then we'll go back and forth and we'll have these incredibly petty, childish, mathematically void debates. Debt deficit and demographics, it is what we are. The difference is, I believe those of us on the right, those of us who are Republicans, have the absolute moral obligation. We're supposed to be the math people, to fix it. Let the other side lie about it. We campaigned, we won. The American people gave us the House, they gave us the Senate, they gave us the presidency. And suddenly, the obligation, we did all this moralizing, and now we run away from the difficulty. So let's actually now have the other thing where I'm going to start to really make a couple of my brothers and sisters annoyed around here. United States, according to the Census Bureau from last month, will have more deaths than births in 8 years. Not a single country in the world, and this is not just the United States, it's basically all the industrialized countries, and much of the world is way ahead of us in this almost dystopian collapse of there being young people. No other country has actually been able to change natalist fertility rates, whatever pop culture word you want to use. There's countries out there that on your third child, they buy you a house, and all they did is move fertility forward, and boom, a couple years later, they just moved back to the mean. Why is this a big deal? When you start to understand total fertility rates and what it means to being able to grow an economy, I'm begging you, give this a chance. If you're watching this, you're obviously unusual, you're smart. If you have a shortage of young people in your country, how do you grow? How do you reach productivity? And there becomes, we can do it by policy. You're not going to have more children, but are you willing to make it easier to adopt technology? Are you going to be fearful of AI, machine learning? Are you going to allow synthetic biology to cure diseases? Are you going to promote automation everywhere you can because you're going to have a shortage of workers? Are we going to remove the regulatory barriers, the financing barriers, to basically having a much more productive society? Because if you don't, there's absolutely no way you can make the math work. This is the reality. And a couple weeks ago, I did a whole series of charts showing if the United States would take on the rest of the world. Because you understand, besides the tax arbitrage the world uses by refunding their value-added tax, yet when we send them something, they put it on. So there's already this tax arbitrage the rest of the world uses on us. The other stupidity we engage in this country is we educate people in our fine universities, and we send them home to compete with us. Wall Street Journal today actually has an article on drug discovery and drug research and how fast China is basically competing with us now in new biologics and those things. And the basic premise is that we educated the very people that are competing with us because we sent them home because we're idiots. And yet I will get folks who will now, right now, pounding out texts saying, but I don't want foreigners in there. Do you want us to be able to pay your Medicare bills? Because if we don't get the growth. So it turns out, what are the two extraordinary privileges of the United States? It's our currency. The world borrows and trades and denominates in U.S. currency. The other, and the economists will tell you, it's worth even more than being the reserve currency of the world. People want to do their business, their investments, bring their intellect, their passions, their entrepreneurialism to the United States. So in the 70s, 80s, 90s, the world knifed each other for hydrocarbons, oil. Last decade, we competed, whether you know it about, for rare earths. The rest of the world figured this out about 10 years ago when Australia, New Zealand, Great Britain, Canada all moved to talent-based, STEM-based systems of saying they need smart people to be able to continue to grow. I think the United States is the only major country still doing a familial-based immigration system. And this upsets people when I say this. I want to be able to sponsor my grandma. Great. I'm sure she's lovely. But from an economist standpoint, if we are going to survive as an economy, and particularly if we're about to put together a package on how we're going to cover the $5.5 trillion of expiring provisions by saying, here's the cuts, and we're going to build growth in, are we willing to do the things that are required to hit that growth number? Well, it turns out, yes. Modernizing regulation, great. Turns out, as an economist, you can't hit the number without a talent-based, STEM-based immigration system. You just can't. Because here's your problem. We've built the models. So if we're going to extend expensing for research and development, so we're doing things better, faster, cheaper. What happens when the very companies that are doing that, the research labs that are doing it, continue to show up in my office and say, we can't get enough people. We're being squeezed. We're going to have to do part of the research on the other side of the world. Have we lost our minds? Oh, but David, you can't tell that. That will upset someone. Look, the chaos that was created at the border over the last 4 years crushed the working poor, because the working poor sells their talents, their willingness to show up. And now you have millions and millions and millions of other entries. So there's a couple great articles out there basically talking about the working poor's wage growth will probably be flat for the next decade. But there's also part of that same report says you're getting close, I think it was $900 billion, so almost $1 trillion over 10 years of new tax receipts if you move to a STEM-based, talent-based immigration system. And the next decade, it's parabolic. It just explodes, because that way you're integrated in the economy. Are we allowed to have that conversation, Mr. Speaker, saying, okay, we're going to do this, we're going to tell ourselves we're going to start growing at these great rates? Are we going to do the very tools that allow us to grow, that allow us to prosper, to allow us to raise the productivity? Because, and this chart I know is almost impossible to read, its punchline is very simple. Unless we have this productivity spike, we're going to get poorer. We see it around the world. That productivity, the ability to have that productivity growth, is how you keep up standards of living. We've had a great pop the last couple of years. The investments in AI, those things. But are we going to keep it up? Are we basically going to give our competitive advantage to the rest of the world because we're going to educate the very talent that's bringing it to us and send them home? So, Mr. Speaker, I'm hoping I accomplished 3 things here to give you a sense of how just absolutely brutal the math is and why it's absolutely necessary we do the moral thing of reduce the spending, modernize the way we deliver services, make the tax code actually grow, and then deal with the reality of what drives our debt and deficits, and then deal with the reality of how we maximize growth and productivity and wealth. Prosperity is moral. I actually believe it is actually the American ethos. My kids, your kids, deserve to be more prosperous than the generation before them. And every data point we hold says our kids will be poorer than our generation. Is that the morality we've decided to bathe in? And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back. Mr. Speaker, have a handful of things we need to do. First off, we had an oversight hearing. I chair oversight and Ways and Means a little while ago. And some of the things that get said around here, you just shake your head. So think about some of the things we're hearing from the press, from the Democrats, just panic-stricken. I need to actually walk the American people and our own staff through a little bit of facts and a little bit of the truth. We've done multiple presentations here saying, if you want to find waste and fraud, if you want to find programs that are misdesigned, other things that are going on, don't hire a bunch of lawyers, don't actually hire a bunch of investigators, hire data scientists. It turns out the truth is in the math. The math actually can tell you. So what was amusing is listening to some of the Democrats talk about, we don't want people seeing our data. Okay, maybe they should actually pay attention to current law. When you hear certain leftist groups, and most of these are actually fairly left, saying, we did an analysis of U.S. taxpayer data and blank, blank, blank is getting this. Well, actually, understand, and IRS is one of my things I oversee. For decades, apparently they've had data sharing models for researchers. And, not to give you the names, but, Harvard, University of Sydney. So they're not even domestic. Some are even out of the country. And yes, there's some rules. But the fact of the matter is this sort of hyperventilation going on around here. Have you wondered if it's because the ability to mine data is how you find bad acts? Look what the Wall Street Journal did over the last year in looking at Medicare. It wasn't about people's benefits. It was about actually people being defrauded in durable medical equipment. Other groups out there did data sharing, modeling, research agreements with CMS, and they found bad acts. So my simple question is, why has the left actually become terrified of data? Aren't they ones that preached to us in the previous years? What about science? Why don't you believe in science? Okay, guess what? Now science is actually being used to protect the U.S. taxpayers and America's future. Instead of being used to research things, to write papers to support a leftist cause, maybe they're actually now being used to actually find how the American people are being cheated. So when you hear them hyperventilating and reading the talking points from the Public Employees Union, maybe take a step backwards, deal with the fact that much of what is being put out is like clickbait, but understand these research agreements have been going on for years and years and years. And what's going on now, these folks are actually designated, I think, as special federal employees. So even a higher level of standard fiduciary responsibility. So look, this is just part of the thing around here. When you get something you don't like, or when you start to expose decades worth of bad acts, fight like hell, because the Public Employees Union functionally supports one side here. And we're just trying to find out what's actually going on. So one of the things I want to also accomplish in today's floor speech is, and I'm sorry, I know I'm a broken record, but I'm trying to break through. So let's actually deal with a couple things here. And before I go to the boards, I made the mistake of looking at some of the comments from last week's speech. You notice there's almost no people here. That's how it's supposed to be. If this room is full of people listening to an idiot like me give another speech, they're not working. They belong in their committees, in their working groups, in their offices, meeting with either constituents or their staff or other people. This is where you come to actually have your final debate and vote. The vast, vast majority of work done in Congress isn't done in this room. It's done in the dozens of committee rooms and offices all over this campus. So when you see the room, stop falling for the clickbait. Why is the room empty? Because it's supposed to be. But one of the reasons you get behind this microphone is you're probably on 1,000 televisions around this campus and here in DC and around the country. This is your chance to talk to those staffers and help them understand how dire the math is and how intense the battle ahead of us is. How do you communicate with members that are maybe new to Congress and realize, hey, much of what you're being told may not be mathematically honest or true. So let's actually once again set the baseline. This one's about a year or so old. The numbers are actually slightly uglier. But do you see the blue? Non-defense and defense. Do you realize that's all a member of Congress gets to vote on? A member of Congress doesn't actually vote on the interest payments, the Social Security, the Medicare, Medicaid, other mandatory, because those are formulas now. Every dime a member of Congress votes on is borrowed money. And last year, every dime you voted on was borrowed money, and maybe $300–400 billion what you didn't vote on was borrowed money, because we actually spent more or borrowed more than every dime of what we call discretionary. And defense is discretionary. Remember, in today's world, Social Security is the number one spend. It's about 1.415. Medicare is number two. Interest is number two. Interest is number two. Medicare is number three. And defense is actually number four. So the next time you have some brain trust saying, if we just cut defense, sure, I'm sure there's efficiencies that we may find in defense. And I've been pushing for this, my third Congress in a row, trying to get an AI audit because the Pentagon has failed for 8 years an audit. It's unauditable is the report we get back. So use AI at least to go through and stack the asset list because you can't audit it if you don't know where the trucks are and other things. And in the security areas, fine. You do human auditing of those. Help us, because it's finally actually risen to the surface of people saying, hey, maybe technology can help us save our society and our future and our economy. So when you take a look at what really goes on here in Congress, you got to understand your government is functionally an insurance company with an army. And almost 100% of the next 10 years of borrowing is interest and Medicare. And yet we're terrified to tell the public the truth. It's math. The math will win. But we got to stop being fearful. And for those of you who, I'm going to show some of these, stop saying crazy stuff. If your mission in life is to fill out comments or put out things or go on X and this and that and say things because you're basically your life mission is to be clickbait, don't you care enough about this republic to tell the truth of the scale? It's debt, deficit, and demographics. And you have a country, we have a country, that in 8 years, less than 8 years now, will have more deaths than births. We have a shortage of young people. And it really screws up the long-run math and the ability to be productive, the ability to actually raise wages, all those things. And that's why there are ways to make this work. We just have to do hard things, and you see how difficult it is to even have an honest conversation about the math around here. Look, I showed this last week. I'm only going to do it for a second. But for those people that run around this campus saying, let's just use current policy because that way I don't have to deal with the actual telling someone no. Baseline, by the end of this fiscal year, CBO says we'll be at $37.2 trillion in borrowed money. If then CBO tells us over the next 9 budget years, 10 calendar years, we're going to borrow another $22 trillion. 37 trillion, another 22. And then if we were actually going to do the expiring tax provisions without finding a way to pay for them, that's $5.5 trillion. And then there's another 1.3 trillion of interest on top of that. And then many of the president's priorities are another 8 trillion when you add in the interest. You're functionally at $74 trillion of borrowing in the next 9 budget years. You basically have doubled U.S. debt. Is that really what's going on here? It took you 100 or 240 years to get where we're at. And once again, for a lot of people listening, those are the gross numbers because we borrow from the trust funds. But the other problem you actually have to have if you really want to geek out is by the end of this budget window, so in the next 8 years, 9 years, the trust funds are almost empty. One of our models basically says in mid-2033, the Social Security Trust Fund is empty. And it's not because someone stole your money. It was demographics. We haven't had enough young workers. And Social Security was always designed as a pay-as-you-go system. And the money that comes out of the Social Security Trust Fund and is loaned to Treasury, Treasury pays an interest. And actually, in the past, it's actually been a little above even some of the market interest you would have gotten. Problem is, every single month, Treasury gets a little note from Social Security saying, hey, We got our FICA tax collections. It's not enough for all the checks going out the door. Treasury, we want some cash. And so they cash in their what they call special, let's call them special T-bills. And because the brain trust in this place decided in lame duck that we were going to extend some additional Social Security benefits without paying for them, we actually shortened the life of the Social Security Trust Fund. Some of the math in 2033, it looks like the trust fund will be gone. And if we don't fix it, we double senior poverty in America. This is the morality of this place. And the Democrats right now are writing an ad to attack an idiot like me for telling the truth, because they care so much more about winning the next election than doubling senior poverty in America. They're going to try to scare the hell out of you instead of stepping up and saying, here's how you do it. And understand, 2034, 2035, when you have a full year and the trust fund and Social Security is gone, we calculate that's like $600 billion a year. So think about what we're fighting over here is, it may be $400 billion a year to extend the tax policy so people's taxes don't go up. But by the end of this window, you got another $600 billion a year to deal with. And it gets worse every single year. And that's not even dealing with the fact that a couple years outside the budget window, the Medicare Part A trust fund is also empty. Is this place capable of dealing with difficulties? And for everyone out there, when your reaction is, well, just raise taxes. I've done it a half a dozen times on the floor, so the staff was telling me, everyone that watches, the 6 people that watch this are bored with it. Go on the Manhattan Institute's website. I think it's Riedel, has a great article from a year ago, and he took all the tax hiking policies that have been functionally offered by the Democrats and scored them and said, here's the economic effects, here's what you get. This is the tax the rich, okay? Everyone over $400,000. And at the end, the calculation came out to you get about 1.5% of GDP. Okay, yay! We're going to borrow close to 7% of the entire economy this year. Does anyone see a math problem? When your default is, well, we're going to tax rich people more. Okay. It doesn't get you close to where you have to be. And if that chart I just showed you a moment ago, if we were to do these things without offsets, in 9 budget years, we're no longer borrowing about 7% of the entire economy. We're borrowing close to 9.2% of the entire economy. And it's not popular because, the folks out there want their feelings satiated and don't own calculators. I'm sorry, I know I'm being a bit of a jerk, and I'm just tired of dealing with lunacy. The primary driver of debt is demographics. So what happens if we can clean up ourselves? What happens if we're able to squeeze waste and fraud and find more modern ways that are more compassionate, more efficient to actually deliver the benefits to our brothers and sisters? We're actually seeing numbers. It could be, just thought experiment. We've been working on lists after lists after lists after lists of things you could modernize, reduce spending, and never cut someone's benefits, never cut their services. We have one project we're doing in our office. How many in Medicare and Medicaid and Indian Health Services and DOD and VA, how many duplicative scans are there? I mean, how many people go get an MRI, an X-ray, an ultrasound, and do you take that and then immediately attach it to someone's phone so the scan is mobile with them? We're seeing numbers where it's billions and billions and billions and billions of dollars being spent in duplicative scans. Is that cutting someone's service? Of course it isn't. Now, the lobbyists get upset because they make money on how many times, or at least their clients do. But I need you to think about how you modernize to do it better, faster, and cheaper, and more compassionate. We've done entire presentations here on the floor over the years trying to demonstrate that maybe the most moral thing we could do as a government is actually help people to be healthier. If we're seeing data that says 5% of the population with multiple chronic conditions are over half of all healthcare spend, what would happen if we actually focused on helping them be cured? If diabetes is 33% of all US healthcare spending, should we actually think about that? If it's over $600 billion, 16% of US healthcare by people crashing, not having a stroke because they didn't take their calcium inhibitors, or things of that nature, are the things we can do to help our brothers and sisters be healthier. And it turns out, a year ago, the Joint Economic Economists actually did a study that obesity in America may be an additional $9.1 trillion in healthcare over the next 10 years. Turns out that becomes the #1 spend in the US government. How do we make our brothers and sisters healthier so they can participate in the economy? Maybe they can actually have families. Maybe they, and there's suddenly this awakening in America, and it's not Republican or Democrat. I would argue it's just moral. We want our brothers and sisters to not only live longer, but more vibrantly. So are we willing to do very difficult things in farm policy and nutrition policy and how we deliver health services? It's worth thinking about, but as being in this stupid town, instantly the partisan rage is, oh, how's that going to get me elected? How am I going to use it as a wedge to beat the crap out of the other side? Maybe the morality of helping our brothers and sisters and not having this country be crushed in debt when the bond market is the most influential group in America today, not members of Congress. So let's actually take a quick look. If we were I'm trying to find the nicest way to say this. If we were just to do this TCJA extensions, which I believe we need to do, we're not going to raise taxes on working people, but we need to find a way to pay for it. Because it's not only the $5.5 trillion that CBO is now scoring if you did it to 2035, it's the $1.3 trillion financing cost of doing that. That's the interest. How about no tax on overtime pay? Okay, it's the passion of the president. But we need to come up with $3 trillion to cover that cost over 10 years. And if we don't, it adds another $700 billion of interest costs. If we do no tax on Social Security, that functionally comes out to almost $1.8 trillion. And almost all that money goes to Social Security and Medicare. Well, we got to find a way to cover that if we're not going to have tax on Social Security. How about SALT for the folks in California and New York who are basically saying they will not vote to extend the tax policy unless they get something for their areas? Okay, well, that could actually be another $1.2 trillion over the 10 years and another $300 billion in interest if we don't pay for that. No tax on tips. Actually, turns out that one's actually fairly easy. It may be $0.6 trillion, so $600 billion over 10. Our math is a little higher, but that's the number we've been given. You got to understand, everyone has these wish lists. The president, members of Congress, our constituents, everyone wants something. Great. We need to look at the fact of how does it help the society grow economically, because prosperity is moral, and how do we pay for it in a way, because if we keep pushing up the U.S. debt, I showed a couple weeks ago that if we were to make the debt markets nervous, a single point of interest, a single point over the next 10 years costs the average American family $30,000, because you'd have higher car loan, higher home loan, higher credit card, higher student loans, everything else around you. You got to think about it. There's no free option here. You need to do the data to find out where there's bad acts, where there's things we can make more efficient. Then we're going to have to make hard decisions here saying that policy is 20, 30 years out of date. We need to end that program, or we need to modernize it. Because if you don't, if we just do the expiring tax provisions and don't pay for them, understand in 9 budget years, interest alone is over $2 trillion a year, and that's on today's interest rates. So, Mr. Speaker, if you're one of the people like me who believes if we make the debt markets nervous and they start raising our interest rates, you're walking right into that thing they call a debt spiral. This is current policy if we just do it without paying for it. And that's assuming interest rates don't go up on us. I've shown in the past a chart that basically says if U.S. interest rates, and I said this last week and I need to drill it in so maybe someone hears it. If U.S. interest rates went up to a 6 handle, which we've been close before, in 9 budget years, 45% of all U.S. tax collections go just to interest. This isn't a game. This isn't a wish list of, I don't want to do difficult things. Do difficult things today, because if you blow this up, in the near future, it gets almost impossible to deal with. And the dystopian crap you'd have to do to the American people will make today's tough decisions look like a walk in the park. And look, I'm going to breeze through just because I find some of this fun. Okay, did you know a penny actually costs like 3 cents to make? Okay, great, get rid of them. I don't care. A nickel actually costs almost 9 cents. But you'll be happy, we make monies on dimes and quarters and half dollars. But these are tiny. I'm going to make an argument as I walk through these boards. There's dozens and dozens and dozens of little things. They really don't add up to much. And you should absolutely do them. But if you're the politician, if you're the press, if you're the staff, if you're the talking head on cable television, and you're saying, well, if we just got rid of pennies, we're going to balance the U.S. budget, stop saying insanity. Because one of the problems is when people like us, we go home, we talk to our voters, and they've heard these things saying, you know, if you just got rid of the Department of Education, we'd be fine. And you show them the math, and they look at you like, well, I heard it on television. Please, I beg of you, take this seriously. There is a way to make this work. We just have to do really hard things. So let's take a look at this one. This is one of my favorite. So far, this is as of last Friday, I think there were 40,000 folks, according to the Wall Street Journal, who had said they'll take the early retirement. The reality of it, with the technology we have today, you could have a revolution in the federal workforce. You could dramatically change the number of people. How many law firms today actually have a fraction of the people they had 20 years ago, even 10 years ago, because of the use of technology? Why wouldn't you accept the same thing for your federal government? Remember, you're paying for this, but you got to understand the real math. If 40,000 federal workers, and I'm not actually even talking about the buyouts that just their base salary, average salary $106,000, so do that times, and then we added in wages and benefits, times 40,000, it's 1 day of borrowing. On average right now, we're burning about $6 billion a day. 40,000 federal employees are gone. We covered 1 day of borrowing. And guess what? You absolutely are going to need to do things like that. But don't act like you just solved the U.S. debt problem. It's dozens and dozens of these things you have to stack up. So let's actually have a little bit more. I'm trying to tone down the sarcasm because we got to do these things. Let's get rid of foreign aid. You just covered 1 week of borrowing. Can't tell you how many times I'm at home and people say, if we just didn't have foreign aid, we could balance the budget. It's a week of borrowing. U.S. will waste billions of dollars on the United Nations. Okay, get rid of the United Nations. It's 2 days of borrowing. Let's take a look here. The U.S. spends too much on the Smithsonian and national parks. Okay, so if we're borrowing $6 billion a day and the Smithsonian costs $1 billion a year, you basically just cover what, 4 hours? Okay, maybe you don't want the museums. Maybe you want to create entrance fees. Well, you want to do something else. But don't act like you just balance the budget by doing something like that. Let's do another one. Cutting congressional salaries would solve the deficit. Look, we're probably overpaid for the quality of our work. But if you're borrowing $6 billion a day, and you do that, you basically, if you got rid of congressional salaries, I think it's 20 minutes for an entire year. So take an entire year of borrowing, you just covered 20 minutes. Stop saying crazy stuff. You know, these are serious problems. Maybe we need serious people to start actually thinking about these things. So let's take a look at another one. The government spends billions on unused federal office buildings. Absolutely, we need to clean this up. And it would be about, let's see, 6 hours, maybe 7 hours of borrowing. Get rid of all those unused office space, which we should do. Absolutely need to do that. But it's like 6 or 7 hours worth of borrowing because we're burning over $6 billion every single day. Am I making a point? Are you starting to understand the scale of what members of Congress have to take on? And these trite little sound bites don't get you anywhere. Cutting funding to NPR, PBS, and the National Endowment of the Arts would save billions. Cover 4 hours. 4 hours of borrowing. You know, maybe you should. Maybe you should actually turn those into public trust, let the public pay other than taxpayers, have them fundraise, fine. But don't act like you just solved the national debt problem. It's 4 hours of borrowing. Let's do one or two more, get this off my chest. Presidential travel. This was one of the Democrats was going after President Trump. Okay, all the presidential travel was like $350 billion. So you got an hour, 0.4. Yep, about an hour, 0.4. So, less than 2 hours for an entire year's worth of borrowing. Let's have one or two more fun just because I have them done. Department of Education salaries. Let's just get rid of the Department of Education salaries. Yay! You covered 9 hours of borrowing. Okay, how about another one? Emergency services for undocumented. These are people here illegally. They walk into hospitals. They get a federal subsidy. Okay, let's make it so it just becomes uncompensated care of the hospital. Fine. You covered 9 hours of borrowing for an entire year. The reality of it. It's not these crazy little trite things. Yes, they're problems. And there may be hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars out there, which we need to crush and get rid of. We're going to borrow about $2.3 trillion this year. And in 10 years, that number is up dramatically. And it's demographics. If you look at the 30-year data, everything that's in the federal budget except Medicare and Social Security actually is designed to grow slower than tax receipts. We modeled that in 30 years, we'll have about $9 trillion surplus as we had counted. It grows slower than tax receipts. Medicare and Social Security, my math is actually much more dour, but this board is like a year and a half, 2 years old. It's probably about $116 trillion in spend and interest. We can make this work. You can do this without cutting our brothers and sisters' benefits. But you gotta be willing to think disruptively. You gotta be willing to think creatively. You gotta be willing to think morally. You gotta be willing to think of how do we modernize the world around us. What would happen if you could change the cost of delivering services to our brothers and sisters by getting rid of the archaic designs of many of these programs? Look, my 2-year-old is somewhere in the back. And yes, I have a 2-year-old. My wife's exactly my age. We adopted a little girl years ago, and same birth mom, the phone rang. So I have a little person. When my 2-year-old, and I've said this repeatedly, but I'm trying to have it break through. Is there anyone out there that thinks morally? When my 2-year-old is basically 22, 23 years old, every U.S. tax has to be doubled just to maintain baseline services. The math is very clear, and it's left math, right math. Every economist who's honest basically says, my kids, your grandkids, are going to be part of the first generation to actually be poorer than their parents and grandparents. That's not America. This was the country of aspiration. We were the ones that we always knew we were leaving the next generation an opportunity to be more prosperous. And it can be that way. But it can only be that way if this place stops acting like intellectual children. The bedwetting, I'm sorry, I take that back, Mr. Speaker. The fear, just the fear of going home and explaining to our constituents the truth. You see how the Democrats are acting right now just by data scientists digging through and looking for perversities in the data sets. You would think there would have been joy. Because those aren't cutting services. Those are finding people who are exploiting you, taking advantage of your country. But because it's being done by President Trump, it must be opposed. How do you fix things? How do you save Social Security? How do you save Medicare? How do you save the future when it's not a loyal opposition anymore? It's basically anything to burn the place down to take power. And for anyone who's really doesn't have a life and has watched this presentation, I beg of you, get good at the math. Stop making crap up. Because if you get good at the math, it provides us the opportunity to have the building blocks to actually produce a solution. There's hopes. There's ways it works. We also have some economic data that basically says if we don't do it within about the next 4 years, and interest rates, because the debt starts piling and piling. Remember, in the previous year, I think we had 3 months where we had to borrow money to pay for our borrowing. For every dime we will take in tax collections this year, we're going to spend $1, I think it's $1.36, which is an improvement. Last year was $1.39. It doesn't have to be this way. We just have to start telling the truth. Tell the truth about the math, tell the truth to each other, and toughen up. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman has 36 and a half minutes.
All right, thank you. And if we're all blessed, I won't use it all. Mr. Speaker, have you ever had a moment where the first words in your head are, I'm damned if I do and damned if I do, or damned if I do, damned if I don't, but there's a chance. Okay, for a decade, I've been coming behind this very microphone and walking through demographics, debt, and the deficit, and trying to explain that something that the left doesn't like and the right doesn't like is almost 100% of the growth of the deficit for the next functionally 3 decades is demographics. And we don't like saying that because it's harder to play the politics of blaming each other. So look, there's been dozens of things said, and that's just the nature of it, in regards to the reconciliation budget resolution that was just passed. And I manage part of the Joint Economic Time, and my job there as the chair of Joint Economic is to represent the committee. Now I get to represent myself. I worry, but the opportunity of having the basically authorizing committees do what's necessary to save our future. A little while ago, you saw a beautiful little baby here. Last week when we were here, I had my 2.5-year-old that we've adopted with me. Here's some basic pieces of math. For my 2.5-year-old, when he's 24, 25 years old, every U.S. tax rate has to have been doubled, all of them, just to maintain baseline services. So the whole presentation of walking through what happens when you get a moment here to actually disrupt policy and do things that are better, faster, cheaper. Because I will argue the army of lobbyists, basically the rent seekers, if you remember your high school economics, that are around us all, despise the concept of reform. They despise the concepts of modernization. And that's actually, so some of the basic things I want to go over tonight, and I'll try to do it efficiently. First off, I know I used this board a little while ago, and I'm sorry it's handwritten, I broke the printer. It's just simply making a point. For the average American at the end of this year, if we don't fix the expiring provisions, your taxes go up $2,853, and functionally 62% of all taxpayers will be subject to higher taxes. Okay. Now, when you actually have our friends on the left basically saying, you're raising, you're going to give away to the millionaires and billionaires, that's not the distributional effect of 2017. Matter of fact, one of the great trivia points, and I've actually had some fun with this one, because it comes from a progressive analysis from a few years ago, that after 2017 tax reform, the U.S. tax regime actually became more progressive. Now, there were lower rates, but it meant the top tier of taxpayers were paying more of the federal budget. And you walk through saying, okay, can I show you well, you gave money to corporations. Yes, but we can show you that the vast majority of that actually went to wages. And people forget many of the things we did to force the repatriation back of capital, of intellectual property, of expensing, of R&D expensing. Don't, as a Republican, I beg of you, don't actually ever tell anyone this. A bunch of that was in the Obama budgets. Yes, they were in many ways bipartisan ideas from back then because we were bleeding out productive capacity in this country. We were transferring productive capacity and our assets overseas because of our tax regime and the ability to compete. Now, it looks like the reality of sounding like an idiot economist around here doesn't buy you a lot of friends, but the fact of the matter is the budget box that was just offered is an opportunity to not, and Mr. Speaker, forgive, my asthma and my lung infection are going a little nuts right now. It's an opportunity to stop your taxes from going up. But what I'm actually more interested in is what I believe are solemn promises I got from the leadership. That many of the things I've come behind this microphone for a decade talking about of how we can adopt technology, how we can adopt models to lower the cost and yet cover our brothers and sisters and give them more access and more opportunity and be healthier. Because the way we deliver services as a government is archaic. You know right now if you were designing a system, you wouldn't do it this way. But we're all terrified of whether it be the bureaucracy and their lobbyists and their unions, something the left has to deal with. Many of the business people that have learned how to make money off these programs, our problem, comes marching into our offices, all upset because we're going to change their business model and make them compete. Guess what? That might be what we just accomplished in this vote, is less about fixing the expiring tax provisions, which we're going to do, but maybe it will also give us that window where we can change, prove the way we deliver these services. Because I can't figure out why this place is so intellectually calcified that it doesn't, that they're terrified of changing it. So, Mr. Speaker, let's once again walk through some of our basic math. This is just a pie chart. Yes, it's a pie chart. Yay, we love pie charts. For the estimates for this fiscal year. Basically, I want you to take a look at it. It's a little less than 75%, but it's close. Actually, it looks like that may be. What you see in red is mandatory spending. Well, guess what? The blue is all I get to vote on as member of Congress. And every dime of the blue is borrowed. So what happens if I come to you and say, well, net interest, well, we don't get to vote on interest, and my personal math is closer to almost 1.2 trillion in interest coming in this year, but I've been doing a running calculation of the higher interest rate. We don't get to touch Social Security. Social Security has its own trust fund, which is gone in 8 years. And then all of a sudden, we got to figure out, what is it, the first full year of Social Security trust fund being empty is 609 billion, something of that nature. Depends on workforce participation at the time you do that. That makes the dollars we were talking about today tiny. Well, we have Medicare, Medicaid, and some other mandatory programs. So why am I showing you this? What's so difficult here, and I know this is geeky stuff, but this is why there's such a fraud in the debates that happen around this place, is we don't treat the voters like they have an IQ. Stop talking down to America. I will argue many of them are a hell of a lot smarter than people like me. Is we don't get to actually put net interest into a reconciliation budget. Matter of fact, there's nothing we get to do about it. There's some things we could have if we could actually work together on the way we sell debt, maybe the types of interests. Professor Schuler, Yale, 10 years ago wrote an article about trills, which is an equity interest in tax receipts. Other things, there's ways to break up the concentration on debt, making your society less fragile, are subject to possibly bond vigilantes. Social Security, well, it's illegal. It's part of the 1974 Budget Control Act. You can't touch it. Yet I saw half a dozen members on the other side go behind their microphone and say, well, Social Security, that's, what's a good word for an absolute untruth? Oh, okay, I'll work on that. So what we have is less than half of the red portion we can even work on in a reconciliation budget. So this is an incredibly important moment. Will the standing committees, which have gone years and years and years and years and not been able to actually provide improvements, redesigns, modernization, be able to look at things like the Wall Street Journal 5-article series, and you all saw the ones this weekend on Medicare Advantage. Well, one of their headlines said, and I think it was actually more than a single year period, but $50 billion of fraud. Are we allowed to work on that? Is that Republican or Democrat? Or is it just time to find a better way to actually think about these things? That's maybe what we just opened up, assuming that my own leadership, my own committee chairman, are ready to do hard work, really difficult things that, just like that baby, just like my 2.5-year-old, maybe we could save their future. Maybe I could save your retirement without ever cutting a service. The number of members who've come up behind the microphone and said, we're cutting Medicaid, we're cutting this. Really, find me that word in here. Doesn't mean it's easy. For energy and commerce, they have to find 4% of their entire committee's authorization over 10 years. You're telling me you can't find 4% of improvements in this place? Yet the sound of Armaggedon is just, and that's why this place is so incredibly frustrating. You're trying to save the future. And I'm not bouncing around. There's a linear thought here. So believe it or not, Mr. Speaker, promise me you won't ever tell anyone this. So here I am. I was reading an article from the New Yorker that just came out. Don't tell anyone as a conservative, I actually on occasion look at the New Yorker. End of children. You do realize the Census Bureau of the United States says in about 7.5 years, this country has more deaths than births. You tell me, as a junior actuary, well, someone that wishes he was smart enough to be one, how I make the math of the future work in a society that has a shortage of young people. Is that Republican or Democrat? It's just demographics. But we're not allowed to actually do difficult things here because, Mr. Speaker, it would require math. And then the harder part, it would require us to tell truth. And so many people, like this very moment, there'll be someone on cable television on the left and the right doing their talking, getting people's dopamines to hit, but it's not honest math. The math is really hard. It's really complex. There's a way to make it work, but we have only a couple more years, I believe, to provide this stability. Maybe that's what we just did a few minutes ago. So let's, once again, this is the single board that gets me the most hate mail. Also is the truth. This is the 30-year projection. If you look at the 30-year projection from Congressional Budget Office, I didn't produce this, they did. And we believe it's already way out of date because of the change in interest rates. You'll find Social Security and Medicare and their interest carry are responsible for almost functionally every dime of debt from today through the next 30 years. It's $116-some billion or trillion dollars of debt. The rest of the budget actually has about a $9 trillion positive bounce because its growth is slower than the growth of tax receipts, according to the Congressional Budget Office. This is the thing the left, in my particular case, love to run hate television commercials. Hate dared to talk about saving Social Security, saving Medicare, reforming how we deliver services so they're stable, so people have a future. You want to understand why this place is so damn toxic is those of us who are actually trying to fix things also write the attack commercials for the other side. It's a sickness. But the math is the math, and eventually the math will win. Look, the understanding, if we don't modernize how we deliver services, and through that start to stabilize everything. It's not just the benefits, it's the growth of debt, convince the bond markets we're going to be stable so they don't raise our interest rates. Look, we did a couple weeks ago, we showed a chart that if this place does stupid things and we make the bond markets nervous, and we were to get a 1-point increase in U.S. interest rates, we showed in 9 budget years, the additional interest is bigger than everything we talked about today. You've got to start processing how fragile we've made our future. And you start to actually look that if we don't start to actually use this opportunity to say, we're going to use the reconciliation open, we're going to not raise people's taxes, but we get to have a robust debate, discussion, ideas with the left, the right, particularly those on Ways and Means, Energy, Commerce, those things, saying, here's what the mix should look like. Maybe you don't extend everything. Maybe you mix them up. Maybe you find where there's leakage. Maybe you find where there's economic growth opportunities. Bring your proposals, bring your economics, bring your statisticians. The debate is on. And now we get to actually have an honest debate based in statistics and math and maybe a future, because we so rarely do that around here. And we'll publish a couple more versions of this in more detail. But look, I'm blessed to also chair the Joint Economic Committee. So I have people that are much smarter than I am. You'll be happy to know all of our economists now bathe. It's a running joke, particularly if you know economists. We worked through the math that said, what would happen if you did both things? You paid for as much of this reconciliation budget, the spending, the extension of the tax cuts as possible, and you do it. That's how you get your maximization of growth. Turns out, if you don't do it, you actually get probably a small retraction, maybe a small recession, because people's taxes go up rather dramatically. Remember, for the average family, didn't I just show you, $2,853? Now, in a district like mine, it's somewhere in the 3,000 range. I have a higher income district. But you also have the other thing, the most we can do to try to find ways to pay for that. Turns out there's this concept of capital stack. The United States government is not the only one binging on debt. You look at China, other countries, this and that. As the demographics of the industrialized world start to functionally get really ugly, and we're having to provide services, the amount of savings is starting to be chewed up. So one of the benefits we had in the previous decade and the decade before that is there were fairly substantial savings stacks that went into U.S. sovereigns and other things. We expect in the next few years we'll actually start to see that roll over. And then you get the concepts of term premiums and those things. I know it's geeky, but the fact of the matter is, if you don't have a substantial modernization of government, you can't make this math work. Mr. Speaker, can I ask you the time? I want to be respectful to everyone.
Gentleman has 12 and a half minutes remaining.
My best guess is I'll use about 6 or 7 of it. Mr. Speaker, I tried to actually sort of demonstrate. Do you remember the hair on fire comments, people saying things that just mathematically had no basis? They're not actually in the budget documents, those things. But the big one, and folks understand, the size of these committees are vastly different, but the one that people were focusing on, E&C, Energy and Commerce, they still have 96% of their spending authority within their jurisdiction. That's just going to continue. This little wedge here is what they're being asked to work on. I will promise you, if I'm given the chance, my economic team is given the chance, my leadership in Ways and Means and E&C will work with us, I can get every dollar of that by just modernization of delivery of services. And for my brothers and sisters on the left, and remember, I at one time worked on my state's Medicaid budgets. So I have some, it's been a long time ago, I actually chaired for a little while my state's health committee. So I have some experience on Arizona, which has a very unique Medicaid system. We buy basically managed care policies for our indigent population. It's remarkably good, it's remarkably efficient, and may have the highest satisfaction rate in the entire nation. So something worth thinking about. So let's get down to the brass tacks here on a couple of the last bits. You look at the next decade of spending, we don't get to touch interest, okay? We don't get to touch old age survivor fund, that's your Social Security. Matter of fact, what we should be doing is having really interesting conversations, mathematically honest ones, not in front of the microphone, but probably in a back room with actuaries on how we're going to save it, considering the fact that the own Social Security actuary report says, now I think in midway 2033, the trust fund's empty. And for my Democrat friends that keep saying, what we need to do is just do a bunch more taxes and enhance the benefit. Okay. But you do realize you just chewed up every dime of your seed corn, if that's a colloquialism, for everything else. We have a chart we've brought here multiple times showing the proposal saying, hey, take everyone over $400,000 and just raise the cap. So every billionaire pays their full Social Security, both the employer side, the individual side. It only took care, I think our math was like 38% of the shortfall. Helping folks sort of understand the scale and also the rhetorical solutions that are so often thrown out are not mathematically honest. So then you come over here. Well, discretionary, okay, we can take a run at that. You know what discretionary is. It's defense. It's everything you really think of as government. Other mandatory, and then Medicare and Medicaid basically sits in this area. So what would happen if our brothers and sisters on the left would actually, instead of defending the inefficiencies, the distortions, I despise using waste and fraud because I think everyone's against waste and fraud. But even if you read the articles, the ProPublica, the Wall Street Journal, on the extortion of bad acts, if that's a way to phrase it, that are going on in these programs, and the willingness to fix that, should that be Republican or Democrat? Or should it just be our attempt to be good governance? Remember, we're the board of directors for the biggest concern in the world. It's malfeasance the way we run this place. Our rhetoric is often completely intellectually vacuous. There are solutions. For any of you that have staff, do you have a nice highlighted copy of the MedPAC report from top to bottom, where they walk you through lots and lots of solutions? Or do you want, I'll send you over the stack of Wall Street Journal articles. I'll even send you the ProPublica on durable medical equipment fraud and how there's ways the doc and I could simply fix that with about a 3-paragraph bill, and people would have better access, better health, and we would save potentially $100+ billion just on that one line item over the 10 years. I believe, Mr. Speaker, that's the opportunity we may have just unlocked. I also think sometimes I might be delusionally optimistic and hopeful. I am 62 with a 2-year-old. That's actually funny. But I don't think we have a lot more time to play this treadmill game. For brothers and sisters in the majority, we're going to have to carry this. We're going to have to do the hard things because the left has decided they want to burn us down. Fine. And I wish I could be honest and say we didn't try to do the same when they were in the majority. But we're at a moment where the morality of protecting this society, protecting this country, protecting the American dream is growth moral, but is also the next generation not being, as the economists keep telling me, the first generation to live poorer than their parents, because that's what's coming. Let's use this opportunity to do hard things. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. All righty. Have you ever had the time here where you basically are having to take on two things that push against each other, that create a real math problem, and that telling the truth about it, how do you say, oh yeah, it gets the crap kicked out of you, but let's have at it. President Trump stood there just a couple days ago, and within his speech, when you talk about some of the policy to help our brothers and sisters in this country. There was the discussion of no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, these things. And the pushing to get us in Congress, Senate included, to move the extension of the 2017 tax cuts. And I'm going to show you why that's so important. But at the same time, within almost the same breath, the president looked out at us and said he also wants a balanced budget. Okay, now we need to deal with the reality of how hard that math is, but there's a way to do it. I just don't know if intellectually, when you think about the things you heard behind these microphones this last week, how many of our brothers and sisters here, how many of the public, how many of the armies of lobbyists that are in the hallways here lined up saying they want more spending, more money, more regulation on their competition? So let's go through some of the basic math facts, and then let's have a brutally honest conversation of how we stabilize and how far we can actually go. All right, an oldie but a goodie. And the numbers are actually worse, but I didn't want to print another chart, so we've been using the same one for last year. Do you see all the red on the chart? That's what we call mandatory. It's auto, it's earned benefits, it's you served in the military, your pensions, those things. Interest is automatic. You got to pay it. See the blue? That's military and what we call non-defense discretionary. A member of Congress, other than in a reconciliation opportunity, we're going to come back to why it's so important, only votes on this blue. Every dime a member of Congress votes on, other than that moment of reconciliation, is borrowed. It's all borrowed money. Last year, for every dollar we took in tax receipts, we borrowed $1.39. And look, the number of times I've come before here, these mics, and I've done the charts and shown, in times when we've had very high marginal tax rates, we take in about 18% of GDP in taxes. When we've had very low marginal tax rates, we take in about 18% of GDP. And it's the seesaw of lower marginal tax rates, economy grows, higher marginal tax rates, economy shrinks. We're getting basically the same percentage of the economy in tax receipts. There's an article on the Manhattan Institute's website that does an aggregation of lots of studies, many of them from left-wing groups, showing that if you raised every tax that functionally the Dems have offered that's gotten scored, and then you adjusted for its economic effects, you get about a 1.5% of GDP in taxes, or additional taxes. Okay. The cuts we'd been talking about were now actually getting much broader. But let's go back to that 1.5. We're going to borrow 7.25% of the entire U.S. economy this year will be borrowed. So when the president turned to us and says he really wants a balanced budget, that's a tough one. Now, his Treasury Secretary has talked about if we could get down to 3% stability. Ray Dalio, who's talking about a book he's giving away about his incredible fear of the squeeze that's happening around the world because the countries in the world are binging on debt and that there may be a shortage of borrowable capital, which will cause us, as he says, a heart attack. Says if we could get back to 3% of the size of the economy. Okay, maybe that should be our goal. But once again, remember, your government is functionally an insurance company with an army. Because the vast majority of our spending, the vast majority, are things like Social Security, Medicare, other benefits you either get because you hit a certain age, you worked a certain number of quarters, you fell below a certain income, you're part of a certain tribal group. But they're automatic. And the one time we get an honest opportunity to really look at them is when there's this reconciliation, you're able to open up and look at the formula spendings. So let's actually walk through, for someone like myself who basically is intellectually whipsawing them, just beating the crap out of myself. I do not want, and I believe it would be a horrible thing, to allow taxes to go up at the end of this year, particularly on small businesses and the working population. This is the average, and understand, I represent the Phoenix-Scottsdale area. For my folks, our math is it's like $3,300, almost $3,400 a year. A year for my average family in tax hikes. But for the country, it's $2,850 is the tax hike that's already in the law. That's already what's coming at you. That's what the Democrats have been arguing, saying, we shouldn't extend these tax cuts. And then they give these beautiful speeches about defending the working class. This is coming to you. This is part of the battle. And understand, those tax hikes aren't just going on rich people. 62% of the tax-paying population actually sees their taxes go up. And I'm going to show you some distributional charts later. Remember, after 2017, we actually made the tax code in the United States more progressive, meaning the higher income, we're paying a higher percentage of the federal income tax. But what we also did is we functionally took half of our brothers and sisters who make much more moderate wages, and we pulled them off the tax system. They're not paying, now they're still paying payroll tax, which is your Social Security, your Medicare, your unemployment, your disability. But those you pay in as sort of your retirement account. Think of it that way. But they pay almost no income tax. And we're mostly going to focus on these charts about the income tax side. So just once again, remember, this is coming at you at the end of the year. This is what the budget reconciliation ultimately is about. But for some of us, we're stressing about how do I not let the taxes go up, but how do I not play the scam of here, we're going to extend your tax cuts. Here, give me your credit card so I can charge it to you, because that's the scam. Is it really economically honest? Because we have a great set of data that shows if we borrow the money at the end of the decade, it actually costs those working families more because we slow down the economy, we raise interest rates, those things, than saying, I extended your tax cuts, but because I charged it to you, your retirement account, your kid's future, because when we borrow money, understand, borrowing money is a tax. It's just not collected right now. It's collected in the future with interest on it. All righty, let's set those back here. Try not to hit anyone. So let's actually walk through a chart that has upset a number of my fellow Republicans, but the math is honest. So the day we were elected this November, publicly borrowed, and let's do a quick explanation. When you hear someone say our total debt is 37 trillion, okay, or 36 point whatever, a portion of that we borrow internally. We reach into the Social Security Trust Fund and borrow that money. Now we pay interest. The Treasury gives them like special T-bills, and we pay interest on it. And in some years, the interest we were paying to the different trust funds we borrowed money from was actually a pretty good interest rate. That's internal borrowing. Then you have the public borrowing. These are the auctions. This is the note, T-bill, bond that's in your retirement account. It's another country may buy it as part to hold in their version of their Federal Reserve. And remember, China's not our number one buyer of our debt. Matter of fact, China's been rolling off its debt for years, the holdings of U.S. sovereigns. They're actually somewhere in the I think under $900 billion now. Actually, it should make you a little nervous that certain foreign governments are no longer binging on U.S. debt because we would love to get their money. But most of the debt we sell to your retirement, to the business, to the bank, other things. The day we were elected, publicly borrowed debt was about $28 trillion. So let's do a math experiment. Baseline borrowing for the next 10 years, $22 trillion. if we were to do the tax extensions, and this is going to make sense when you hear people running around here saying, let's just use current policy. Let's just pretend our spending it stays the same. Our tax policy all stays the same. We don't have to pay attention to the actual law. That would be $5.5 trillion plus another $1.3 trillion on top of that in interest. Okay? Then let's add in some of the president's priorities. No tax on tips, no tax on overtime. If we did if we could find the mechanics, it's a little harder because you can't actually do it in reconciliation. No tax on Social Security. If you add those all up, it would mean at the end of 2035, the amount of debt that's been borrowed from the public, one of the reasons the public number's higher is in 2033, Social Security Trust Fund's empty. So you don't get to reach over there and keep using that as your piggy bank, even though you got to pay it back every month because the tax receipts from FICA taxes don't match the checks going out the door. Here's the punchline. It took us 240 years to get to that 28 trillion. We're basically talking about doubling it in 10. That the publicly held debt, it's not exact, but it's close, it's math I can do in my head. We're talking about almost doubling the publicly held debt in the next 10 years. So when you hear those coming behind the microphone saying, Doge, it's horrible, it's evil, really? Federal spending this year will be about $7 trillion, but we're only going to take in 5. So we're going to borrow about $2.3 trillion. If I came to you in your business and said, you're bleeding, for every dollar of revenue you're taking in, you're spending $1.36, $1.39, wouldn't you turn around and try to find some ways to reduce spending, to modernize, on how you do your business? Could we, think of this, if we're going to spend 7, could we find 15% savings? Maybe. Be really hard. People will complain. It will screw up some people's business models. Some of the public employee unions will be cranky. But if you could find 15%, that'd be $1 trillion a year. Still doesn't get you to a 3% of the GDP borrowing, because remember again, we're going to borrow 7.25% of the entire economy will be consumed by this government in borrowing this year. So when idiots like me hold up charts like this and I get complaints saying, you're hurting my feelings, the fact of the matter is, this is why we got to thread this needle and do really hard things. How do we extend the tax cuts, the tax reforms, the tax benefits, the baseline economic growth of what we accomplished in 2017, but find ways to offset as much of it as we possibly can. Once again, even CBO and some of the outside studies made it very clear, if you offset the spending so that money stays in the economy instead of being borrowed by government here, by it staying in the economy, you maximize your economic growth because it gets lent to this business, it gets lent to this new construction project. When we take it out of the economy, remember our baseline, we're already borrowing $22 trillion over the next 10 years. How many more trillion should we stack on top of that? And if we don't find offsets, it means we doubled U.S. publicly held debt in 10 years. 240 years, and then we double it again in 10. And this is how insane the chart looks from the people running around this place saying, just use current policy because it's easy and I don't have to say no to the army of people sitting in my office wanting money for whatever their cause is. You do realize when you start looking at this stuff, you're talking about 140, 150+% of debt to GDP. So you go from 100 today to almost a 50% increase in the next 10 years. It's uncomfortable. Primary driver of U.S. sovereign debt, interest, and healthcare costs. Now, are you all ready for if we were to do, the people that run around here just want to pretend the law doesn't exist and that if we're already doing it, we should just pretend, look the other way and just keep doing it. If we do that, that means in 9 budget years, interest, just the interest, just the interest, and this was assuming the interest rates from like last December, we spent over $2 trillion a year in interest. So when you hear members from the different committees around here, how hard this is, how difficult it is, when the Democrats are saying, how dare you talk about these benefits, help us. Where's your creativity? Where's your modernization? Where's the use of technology to disrupt the cost but make it better, faster, cheaper? Help us. But that doesn't give you the dopamine hits and the hope to win back the next election to take the majority, because winning around here is more important than doing what's moral, right, and economically rational. This is important. Are you ready? Are we ready as a country? We're going to probably, my math for this year is we're going to spend about $1.2 trillion in interest. And dear Lord, please don't let interest rates move against us. Also, just an economic concept I need everyone to sort of process. Think of a seesaw. When you see interest rates going down, yay! Except the problem is it typically means the economy is slowing down. There's less demand for debt in the markets. There's less demand for the debt in the markets and the economy is slowing down. What happens, Mr. Speaker? What happens to the U.S. Treasury? It means tax receipts are going down. Now, they may not go down immediately. We often don't see the lag for 3 quarters, sometimes a year. But we can see it in the growth calculations that, interest rates are falling down, economy is slowing down, we're going to take in less tax receipts. Oh, good. Economy is growing. Interest rates go up. Now we're paying it because this year, or in the next 12 months, we have to refinance like $9 trillion of U.S. sovereign debt, plus probably add another couple trillion on top of that of what we call new issuances. And so those higher interest rates, okay, so we're going to take in higher tax receipts because the economy is doing well, but it all gets consumed by the higher interest rates. The center of this seesaw, it's a technical economic term, we're screwed. There is no free option anymore. When you're walking around with $37 trillion of debt, when your baseline is adding another 22, and that's with none of these policy discussions, why aren't more people around here just terrified? Is it that our constituents are so desperate for more money from the federal government that explaining, we're not giving you something free, we're putting it on your credit card. You will pay this back some fashion. We'll deflate the value of the dollar so your savings crashes. We'll raise the cost of goods. Or at some point, we're going to brutalize your kids, your grandkids, and your retirement. And it doesn't have to be their way. There's ways, and God knows over the last couple of years, I've come here and showed how we can crash the price of health care by just using technology. And then you get the lobbyists in your office, well, that would mean we have to change our business model. Look, Eric Cantor, yesterday, CNBC, was in many ways almost mocking us, former majority leader here, now he's on Wall Street, saying, you really think the bond market isn't going to notice if you just do this pretend thing and say, let's just call this thing current policy, so we'll keep the current tax regime. Yeah, it means financing another $5.5 trillion plus another $1.3 trillion of interest on top of it, and the bond market won't even notice that. Greatest fragility right now to this country. We're on the cusp of putting the bond market in charge of this country. Not President Trump, not Congress, because if you're borrowing about $60,000, $70,000 a second every day, what happens when you pull up the next bond auction and not enough people show up for it? It would create chaos around the world. It's a dangerous, dangerous game we're playing around here. But you go home and talk to voters, they want things. We need your help. Please understand this is dangerous, dangerous game we're playing. So let's actually, I was going to show this. I was just trying to make the point if we do all these things without financing, we're basically over 150% of debt to GDP. So let's actually do something difficult. Treasury Secretary, Ray Dalio, these other people who are sort of economic experts, they're lots smarter than I am or anyone else here, keep saying if we could get to 3% of debt every year, it's actually somewhat equivalent to the growth of tax receipts. Okay. To do that, it functionally, to get to 3%, it functionally requires a couple $1 trillion of reduction of spending every year. You realize, think about that. With where we're going growth-wise, how many of you see members of Congress come behind these microphones and say, let's work on this, let's get to $2 trillion a year, but that's actually how screwed up these numbers are. And when you get into the out years, so you get to 2034, thank you. It's not $2 trillion you'd have to move to, it's over 3. Current policy budget deficit in the billions. If you wanted to be at a 3%, you got to cut 2 this year, 2 the next year, and it grows and grows and grows. I don't think there's an understanding. The United States, so this is a sequitur, these tie together. The United States in 7.5 years now will have more deaths than births. We have a shortage of young people. And yet you want to live in a fantasy world of, oh, we're going to grow at 3%. Great. Tell me how. Unless you're willing to do talent-based immigration, adoption of AI, promotion of synthetic biology to do things better, faster, cheaper. There's ways I can get you there. I'm blessed. I'm the chairman of the board of the Joint Economic Committee, so we have a handful of PhD economists, freaky smart. We have a model to do it. What's my chance, Mr. Speaker, of getting this body to say, President talked about doing a talent-based immigration 2 nights ago. Talked about modernizing, using technology. You know, when you call the IRS, their own auditor says only 31% of the phone calls get answered. Why wouldn't you jump up immediately and say, we're going to use the latest version of an AI chat that sounds like a person, that knows everything about the tax code, will stay on the phone with you, will help you fill out your forms, maybe even send you a YouTube video of how to fill out the form, maybe a PDF of the form, and it will stay on the phone with you all night long and we'll always pick up the phone. And you get the union going, oh no, you can't use technology. That's part of the discussion going on here. Do you want to keep living and existing in a model that's decades out of date and isn't working and is burying your future in debt? Actually, your current in debt. Functionally, we're borrowing about $6 billion a day. A little math I was doing, standing in the back off the top of my head. If you had 70,000 federal employees accept early retirement and they make $135,000 with benefits, you're functionally, you're cutting less than 2 days of borrowing. You need to do it. Do not take that comment as saying, oh, you see, it doesn't enough. Just the opposite. It's just the beginning. The lack of understanding of how much trouble we're in is the problem. Stop pretending, saying, oh, these little things aren't big enough. That's why you got to do dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens of them. But it might affect my business model. It might affect my... Look, do you care about the future? I have a 2.5-year-old we've adopted. My wife's my age. When my little boy becomes, I think my math was 24 years old, so 22 years from now, every tax in the United States has to have doubled just to maintain baseline services, because that's our burn rate. This place is absolutely immoral. And then let's actually add to it, in 8 years, So 2033, Social Security Trust Fund is empty. And yet I'll see my Democrat colleagues come behind, we should expand the benefit. Great, tell me how to finance it. If the first year where the Social Security Trust Fund is completely empty, our rough math is it's over $600 billion a year shortfall. I think that's the entire corporate income tax. There's this lack of understanding of the scale. We're in trouble. What's wrong with this place? Is it so much easier to go home and just lie? If cable television tonight, how many of them are going to do a portion, whether it be the left or the right cable, hold up charts and say, here's the reality of our demographics, the math, and how much trouble we're in? For those folks that come up here and say, I care about poor people, I care about this, do you have any idea how much danger you're putting our future in? Look, I personally believe prosperity is moral. Design a tax code, design a regulatory code, to design the adoption of technology to maximize prosperity. And somehow I'm the idiot who keeps getting up behind this microphone trying to get people saying, let's try to do things hard. Maybe think about how we deliver healthcare services. We're doing modeling with our economists on silly things. How many billions and billions and billions do we spend every year in just Medicare and duplicative MRI scans, X-ray scans, ultrasounds? If you take that scan and attach it to someone's phone and it becomes portable. Now, our original number, I'm having trouble believing it because it needs more vetting, was like 20 to 25 billion a year. What if it's a $250 billion over 10? Is that a cut in services, or is that using technology to make it more modern, portable, faster to use, easier to use, more accessible? And there'll be lobbyists who will be in my office tomorrow out because I said this, saying, David, you don't understand. Those duplicative scans are our profit model. Help us. Okay, you're on the left, or even a couple of my Republicans. You don't like the discussions of where we're trying to do reforms? Bring us ideas. There's freaky smart people in this country. You have a supercomputer in your pocket right now. The concept of what this thing could do 15 years ago, did you think you'd have the world's knowledge and AI on it? Save us, save yourself, save your retirement, save your kids, save your grandkids, but you got to do it by thinking. The idiots I get, sorry, Mr. Speaker, I want to retract that. I'll get people say, if we just didn't have foreign aid, and you send them the chart saying it's 5 days of borrowing. This isn't easy, but it's math. And for my friends on the left, it keeps saying, make the tax code more progressive. Okay. But you've already seen your own studies from the progressive groups is you might get another 1.5% if you blow up everything, you maximize every tax policy you've ever promoted. You're borrowing 7.25% this year. And remember, today, half the taxpayers, 97% of the federal income tax is paid by the top half. So functioning meaning the bottom half of those who are out there working their hearts out, but they don't make a great income, pay almost no federal income tax. They may pay FICA tax, Social Security, Medicare, those things. This taxes now has become incredibly progressive. Maybe you need to make it more progressive. But don't pretend it actually makes that much difference in the debt model. It doesn't produce nearly the revenues. And I'm going to bang through some of these real quick. Look, federal tax code remains incredibly progressive. It's more progressive today than it was prior to 2017 tax reform. And today, right now, if you actually take a look at the top earners, they're still paying the vast majority. So what happens when your top 20% is paying like 40+%? Excuse me. The top 20% of income earners are paying, I think it's a little shy of like 70–80% of all federal income taxes. So instead of an idiot standing here giving you percentages of GDP and numbers, I thought we would do it as time. Let's use it as a calendar. Some people, it's easier to think. How Washington financed 366 days of spending in 2024. Remember, it was a leap year. There was an extra day. Top 20% of earners, covered 201 days of federal spending. The next 20% covered 41 days. The middle earners covered 17 days of government spending. The bottom 40% altogether covered 4 days. And if you take the folks below the 40%, we spent 103 days of spending. We sent them money. We didn't tax them. We sent them money on the federal income tax side. Yet, when the intellectually vacuous go, well, just raise taxes. Okay, tell me how to get beyond the 17% GDP conundrum. The only model that really does that, and it's why much of the rest of the world uses a value-added tax, that every step of production you stack a tax on. Fine, maybe that's what we're going to have to do in 10 years, but understand that crushes the poor and crushes the working middle class because it's their consumption is so much higher than those. Taxpayers overwhelmingly finance the federal government. Yay! Yay! The top 20%. You know, look, the punchline here, get to the bottom 20%, we actually pay them. Take the bottom 40%. It's actually less than 5.5% of the total federal income tax. I don't know how much more progressive you can make the tax system. Now, if you want to do a super progressivity, great. So when the people keep lying about the budget resolution, which, please understand, I do not believe there was enough spending offsets in it. I want to make that perfectly clear. I actually felt incredibly let down. We spent months and months and months and months running around here trying to show people how you could modernize the delivery of services and lower the price of government. That scared too many people, so we got a budget resolution with, functioning baseline is 1.2 trillion in cuts, and another $500 billion if shock absorbers, and yet it's a $4.5 trillion authorization, meaning you would end up borrowing 3.3. 1.7 is discretionary, completely unenforceable, and another 2.6 trillion of income is magic thinking that somehow the GDP is going to grow 40% over baseline because we're so good looking. And in that sentence I just gave you, I just made a whole bunch of people angry, but it's math. Find me a credible economist who actually is truth teller and say somehow magically in a time where the United States has a shortage of young people. Remember, 7.5 years we have more deaths than births? And somehow magically we're going to start growing at this freakishly incredible rate while pulling stimulus out of the economy, which we have to do. There's a way to make this work, but unless you're willing to do hard things, and then the army of people will show up saying, well, David, I really want to balance the budget, but I need more spending because, well, that's how I get elected. I bring the bacon home. That bacon is put on your own credit cards. The highest earning 20% of taxpayers pay 90% of all federal income taxes. Let's try it one more time. The highest earning 20% of taxpayers pay 90% of all federal income taxes. It's math. It's not comfortable. It doesn't fit almost any of the speeches you hear from the left on behind the microphone. It's a tax cut for billionaires and rich people, but that's not what the math says. Because when it comes to math, we're able to lie about it all the time because it's big, it's hard. Trillion, 12 zeros. No one can see that, so you can just make crap up around here. It's too complicated. I think I've brutalized this enough. So let's actually go to one more time the chart that gets me the most complaints. It upsets the most people. and yet happens to be absolutely truthful. The next 30 years, this is the CBO using current law, not make-believe of let's just continue to pretend we can extend policy and it has no cost because the bond markets aren't going to pay any attention when we're bringing trillions and trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars to the bond market. The world's happy to just keep giving us all their capital. One more time, 100% of the next 30 years of borrowing is Medicare and its financing costs. Social Security, because remember, 8 years from now, Social Security Trust Fund's empty. We double senior poverty. Yay, good job, guys. We double senior poverty in 8 years. Because the average recipient is getting something like a 20% cut. How many people speechifying around here have been talking about how to stabilize Social Security? But it's hard. They'll run television ads saying mean things about you because you mentioned the word Social Security. The absolute immorality of modern politics and how little the public understands. Well, they stole the money. No, no one stole the money. The average family with their 40 quarters actually gets about a $72,000 spiff out of Social Security. It's a crap rate of return. It's a horrible rate of return. But many of you were the ones that went to war 20 years ago, 25 years ago, when President Bush said, could we take a little tiny piece and put it in the markets? And today you would have dramatically greater wealth. That decision was made. The public spoke. Actually, the leftist unions spoke and scared the crap out of people. But the real battle is we're almost to the point for every dollar you put into Medicare in that payroll tax, you're almost taking out, well, $7. That right there is the primary driver of U.S. debt. So do you cut things? No. My argument is modernize, change it. My little example of the duplicative MRIs and scans and those things. Why are we so terrified to modernize how we deliver health care? How many of you went to Blockbuster Video last night? The fact of the matter is a technology change where you now go home and hit a button, there's all your movies. Oh, well, that made my life more convenient. You're telling me that the thing you can blow into, the thing you can wear on your body, the technology in this, you couldn't also use it to keep yourself healthy. When obesity is the single biggest expenditure in this government. Think about that. We modeled last year that obesity will add another $9 trillion of additional spending. $9.1 trillion on the top end of spending over the next 10 years. Maybe the revolution is the way you stabilize U.S. debt is stop being fearful of technology, be willing to actually modernize and cut spending where it's not working for the American people, and help our brothers and sisters get healthier. And that means taking on farm bills, nutrition policy, how we deliver health care. Maybe things like Medicare Advantage and these things should be rewarded for making their populations healthier instead of running around scoring them as sicker. There are solutions here. We've known this chart for decades, that this is coming. Why the hell can't this place have an honest conversation? Oh, David, that's hard. The president stood there just a couple days ago, gave us a list of things he wanted to help the middle class. He also asked us to find a way to balance the budget. I'm not sure I can make that happen, but I think I can get us to 3%, which is what the Treasury Secretary asked for. Mr. Speaker, my question is, who's willing to join us? I mean, I hand out my binders with research from months and months and months. I footnote everything, and you guys just beat the crap out of me for trying to tell the truth and trying to save us. Screw me. I'm an idiot who runs for this job. But you have kids. How many of you have grandkids? How many of you would like your retirement? How many of you are prepared for a 20% cut in your Social Security in 8 years? Help us. This republic's worth saving. Maybe we should actually buy calculators. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back. I appreciate it. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I'm going to try something this evening. the thesis I'm going to try to sell tonight is that data is substantially a solution for us. And you go, huh? So I'm going to walk through a number of things that just came out in the new MedPAC report because, and look, I've only just started reading it, but there's a couple of interesting things. I'm going to try to walk through the reality of what drives debt and deficits like I do every week. I'm going to try to walk folks through some of the actual math instead of some of the hysteria that is modern politics where we make crap up because we don't tell the total details. And let's see if we can actually make any progress here on sort of the intellectual capital of this place. So just off the top of my head, Mr. Speaker, you've seen the stories of, the butchering of federal employees. Okay, let's walk through just some of the math. You got 3 million federal employees. If 77,000 have decided to take, the early retirement offer, let's see, that's, God, I should have, dear heaven, I should have calculated this before, is 3%, 3% of the federal population. I have a chart we're working on, did not make my stack, to show the growth in the number of federal employees in the last decade. It's a little rich how many folks run around here and they want more spending for their projects, or they don't want this, or they don't want that, but at the same time, they're lined up at our doors and want more spending. If I could come to you and say, guys, we're going to try to find a way to make the way we deliver services much more efficient, much more rational. So let's actually sort of walk through a couple of the boards. This is one we start with a lot. And the number now is a bit more dour. This board's a year out of date, but I didn't want to spend the money to reprint it. Do you see the blue portion? Okay, this year, this fiscal year, it's about 25% of all the spending is in the blue. That's what we get to vote on. That's military. That's what we call non-defense discretionary. We borrow about, let's see, last year for every dollar we took in taxes, we borrowed or we spent $1.39. So functionally 39 cents. This year it will be a little better. We think it will be only 36 cents for every dollar we take in taxes. So what that basically means is everything you and I as a member of Congress vote on is borrowed. But we have this reconciliation budget. It's one of the few times where we actually get to talk a little bit about what's in the red. But we don't get to touch net interest. Interest is interest. And some of the math coming in right now says interest this year, this fiscal year, could be about 1.1 to 1.2. I actually am a bit more dour. $1 trillion, making interest functionally the second highest expense in the federal government. Until this reconciliation budget makes it through, defenses like number 4 on spending. So Social Security, interest, functionally Medicare, defense. But when you take a look at what we're even allowed to talk about in a reconciliation budget, and you know why we do the reconciliation budget, it's so we can get around this 60-vote rule in the Senate. So we're doing all this dancing and stuff because of the Senate rules. But we can't touch net interest, and we're not allowed to go near Social Security. So think about that. That area on that last chart I just showed you that was red, the majority of it we're not even allowed to talk about. We can't touch it. We can't do anything about it. So when you see the authorizations, that's actually why committees like Ways and Means and Energy and Commerce have such a lift. So what happens if I come to you and start to say, you have a country that's binging on debt. We're in extraordinary measures right now, so some of the daily debt calculations are a little screwed up. But before we went into extraordinary measures, we were in the $60,000, $70,000 per second. Every day, every second. If my math is correct and we come in at about 2.2 trillion, maybe 2.3 trillion of borrowing this year, you got to start thinking about that. So we take in about 5 trillion in tax receipts. We're going to spend about 7 trillion, meaning about 7.25% of the entire economy is borrowed this year. And if we don't get our act together, in 9 budget years, it could be 9.2% of the entire economy is borrowed. And I was just wanted to make the point, because I'd come here in the past, interest rates have fallen dramatically in the last couple of weeks, which, remember the seesaw? We've talked about the seesaw. When the economy is really strong, or there's a shortage of capital to borrow, interest rates go up, meaning the United States, we pay a lot more in debt servicing. When interest rates go down, that typically means the expectations, the economy are slowing down, meaning our tax receipts fall. So the middle of the seesaw stays the same. I saw some people getting giddy. Look, interest rates are down. It also means actually some of our modeling in the future quarters of tax receipts also are starting to fall now. So there's no free option anymore. But you've seen some of the discussions. Ray Dalio has been out there talking about the heart attack of debt and what happens to other countries and the history of that. Going back, I think he's in his book, he's going back a couple thousand years. The United States, so here's functionally the world borrowing. China's borrowing about 17% of what we call the available capital for sovereign borrowing. Japan's borrowing about 10%. We're borrowing 40%. So we're about 25% of the world's GDP, but we're borrowing 40% of the money that goes to sovereigns. You got to understand the scale, the binging on debt. And when I get to the very last board, I'm going to show again the chart that just seems to upset people, but it's math. From today through the next 30 years, discretionary spending actually, according to CBO's 30-year model, actually ends up with it grows slower than tax receipts. But it's Social Security and Medicare. It's demographics. It's not Republican, it's not Democrat, it's demographics. Where it becomes partisan is the unwillingness to tell truth about the math, and then actually the creativity of how we disrupt the cost. So how do you actually find some of these things? This chart's a little awkward. I would have designed it a little different, but sometimes you're running around. The point we're trying to make is, here was the effective interest in 2014 to the United States. Now, all of a sudden, we're up here, and the actual market rate we expect in the future to actually continue to consume, meaning interest is our great fragility in this country. I've told the comment many times, at our current rate of borrowing, we've almost put the bond market in charge of this country. Because if you have to bring hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars to market every month, you screw with your banker. And in many ways, that bond market now is our banker. For my brothers and sisters on the left, who often want to attack the tax reform of 2017, attack tax receipts, I've done presentation after presentation behind this microphone using the stuff from the Manhattan Institute that basically shows if we do all the Democrats' tax hikes and then do the economic adjustments, often from Democrat groups, you get about 1.5% of GDP in new tax receipts. Okay, maybe we're going to be pushed against the wall and have to do that, but we're borrowing over 7% of GDP. So it's like on Social Security. It's common that the reframe is, well, just raise the cap. Okay. In 2033, Social Security Trust Fund is empty. Our brothers and sisters on Social Security will take 17 to 20% cut. We double senior poverty in America. And when someone says, well, just raise the cap, our model is in that next year, 2034, raising the cap only covers about 38% of the shortfall, and you've wiped out the cash and the other things you actually need to also save Medicare. which actually that trust fund runs out like 3 years later. So one of the reasons for this chart is trying to demonstrate something very simple, that back when, before TCJA, the 2017 tax reform, the actual projection of what tax receipts would be, so before the tax changes, we're right on track. You see the weird blip there? That was the remarkable amount of spending that happened during the pandemic. We actually just went back to nominal. So what happens here? What happens when there's this intense hunger to play this weird blame game instead of being willing to tell our voters the truth? The vast majority of debt this decade will be interest and healthcare costs, mostly Medicare. So one more contributions to the increase in spending from 2024 to 2035. Interest. So remember, why this chart is important. Let's put it in perspective. Baseline. This is actually with the taxes going up at the end of this year, just baseline. So following current law, not the clowns that actually run around saying, let's just avoid the law and just let's pretend what we spend, we spend. The law says we're going to borrow $22 trillion over the next 10 years. Okay, that's baseline. Here's the mix of that borrowing. 24% of that will be interest of the additional borrowing. Old age survivors, Social Security will be 31%. Discretionary, 13%. Other mandatory, 4%. And Medicare, 28%. Now, the fact of the matter is old age survivor, Medicare have their own trust funds, except for the fact that within that 10-year window, at least this trust fund is now emptied. Are we allowed to talk about it? Are we allowed to do the moral thing here and maybe stop the doubling of senior poverty? But yet, the fact of the matter is maybe I'm an idiot for getting behind the microphone and actually mentioning the word Social Security because there's someone writing an attack ad on me right now for trying to save it. It's just the sickness of this place. So let's actually walk through a little bit. I saw a number of folks who actually have been attacking Doge and the attempts to use data. Understand that some of the communication skills are haphazard. But if I came to you today and said, let's strip any partisanship, we need to find waste, fraud, abuse, modeling issues where we're doing things the wrong way, where we have models that are decades, sometimes decades and decades out of date, would you hire an army of auditors? An army of lawyers? Or would you hire data scientists? Turns out, several years ago, Congress started requiring agencies that send out payments, that cover healthcare costs, that send out checks, these things, start telling us your error reports. Okay, so for 2023, we think the reports come back at $236 billion of improper payments. Okay, that's a stunning amount of money. But that doesn't mean there's $236 billion of improper payments that have been stolen. There's a bunch of it has been, but it's more complex. And an army of auditors, it would take years to grind through this. That's why actually the miracle of technology right now, hire some data scientists. They're really expensive. Most of them actually I've met recently actually are bathing. That's both funny and shockingly true. I met one that is an MIT dropout. Apparently MIT wasn't hard enough for him. But that's actually what he does. And the failure to access data information. Well, it turns out a whole bunch of what we label as improper payments, we lacked data on understanding. So what happens when it's the data scientists that will help us grind through? I just grabbed this one because Treasury itself, not just CMS, all the other agencies, Treasury itself has $21 billion of improper payments. And you walk through what those were and why they were improper. They didn't verify household size. They didn't verify the qualifications. They didn't verify these things. that is basically data. So let's actually have a little more fun here. Types of improper payments. Okay, we actually estimate of that 36 billion in, actually this is for 2024, the other chart was 2023. 135 billion are overpayments. Now understand, for a lot of those, that may come through CMS, a Medicare reimbursement. CMS has the ability, months and months, a year later, to try to recapture those monies. What we're trying to get the data scientists to build us models to understand, okay, if there's 135 billion of overpayments, how much of that comes back to us and how much is, we'll call it leakage, even though leakage is with a B is, and then there's, we have 12 billion unknown payments. We know payments went out, but there wasn't enough data telling us what they were. We had almost 8 billion of underpayments where we underpaid people. So you see what I'm trying to provide here is we know we have a problem. We've known we've had this problem for decades. For the last decade, we've been tracking the problem. And it's only been the last couple months we're beginning to tackle the problem and try to use technology to dive into what are these? What are these categories? And understand, some of this you'll notice the huge spike in improper payment amounts. That's actually mostly from the pandemic when we were pushing money, shoveling money out of this place like crazy. But we've been tracking this since 2014. It's taken to now to find the technology, to find the talent to start diving into this math. And why is this just so important? If you're someone like me who believes there's trillions of dollars over the next 10 years that we can save by just modernizing the way we deliver services, you first have to identify the outliers, identify what's going on. But why is this so incredibly important? You've got to understand what we're up against. Outlays of the largest mandatory programs are projected to massively increase. So let's be a moment of brutal honesty. This is 2025, this is 2034, so functioning 9 budget years. Social Security will have a 61% increase in spending. It's just that this is our demographics. And I'm going to try to explain these numbers a little bit more. Medicare will have almost a 78% increase in spending over those next 9 budget years. Now, there's a little more for this because this has none of the offsets. So I want to try to provide a level of brutal honesty. Remember, on like Medicare, on some things you have a portion of copay, those things. So, but it's still a 75% increase, but it goes from $2 trillion spending. So 9 budget years, Medicare itself will be a couple $1 trillion, just the spending on that. If you do the offset, the payments the senior makes, okay, that's about $400 billion. It's still a 75% increase in spending. What would happen if I could come to you and say, if we would use technology, if we'd modernize? So here's the MedPAC report that came out in the last couple days. Haven't read the whole thing, read part of it. Here's last year's MedPAC report. We read all of it, highlighted it, and we actually make our staff read it. Well, it turns out around here, actually reading the actual math and the concepts. So if I came to you right now and said, like in here, there's a whole paragraph that's saying there's something wrong in Medicare Advantage data. Now, MedPAC report says Medicare Advantage, really important program. We need to keep it, but we're going to have to dive in on how to modernize how it works. Because here, coding intensity, they made the adjustments for coding intensity, but it basically says translates into a projected $84 billion, or 17% of total payments, meaning Medicare Advantage coming at $84 billion this year, more than fee-for-service. And that's with the adjustments for renal failure and other things. Look, and I've already started to have the MedPAC report fall apart, so if any of you talk to the MedPAC folks, ask them for better binding on their reports. So what would happen if I came to you right now and said, we can do things to fix these outliers in cost and never cut a service by changing the incentives? Instead of the incentives that the MedPAC report talks about of scoring people as sicker and sicker and taking that additional spending, how about a system that says, why don't we incentivize the providers in this program to help our brothers and sisters who are seniors be healthier? And that making your population, helping them be healthier, is actually your profit. Is that heresy? I would argue that's just good design. And we don't have a choice, because last week, the Joint Economic Committee, we published a report. And I chair the Joint Economic Committee, and I appreciate we have remarkably hardworking economists, and we're trying very hard, but we're willing to go to places that are politically dangerous but mathematically honest, which is something that rarely happens around here. But we tried to touch on things like how fragile is U.S. debt to higher interest rates. Fact of the matter is, I did a chart a couple weeks ago that showed if the United States went back to a 6% handle on U.S. sovereign debt. Now, you go, well, that's a lot higher than we're at today. Yeah, but go back to the early 2000s, we were right up against 6%. You do realize in 9 budget years, if you are at 6%, it would mean 45% of all U.S. tax collections go just to interest. We do a chapter here on the effects of obesity to our society, to spending, to longevity, to family formation. Last year's report came in over $9 trillion. This year we even define it more to understand what happens when the single biggest spend in our society could actually be mitigated by helping our brothers and sisters in the country be healthier. Are we allowed to talk about that, or is that just heresy? Because once again, got to tell the truth, over the next 30 years, Social Security and Medicare represent all the borrowing. And it's like $116 trillion of borrowing. Discretionary, which we talk about a lot because that's where you find some of the really stupid spending, the shiny objects, is projected to grow slower than tax receipts. My point is, for everyone out there who wants to be enraged by the White House, enraged by those of us who are trying to find solutions, bring us ideas. Bring us actual math. Stop making crap up, but if you're going to give us ideas, actually maybe read your subject area first. You'd be amazed how many things we get, where if we just didn't have foreign aid, and we show the chart that it's a week of borrowing. Understand, you have a country that our baseline is going to be borrowing about $6 billion a day. How long do you think we can do that? So first, if we can find ways to do it better, faster, cheaper, read the actual reports that we've been given for a decade that actually have ideas in this, and be willing now to do the hard work of just using technology and data and modernizing. And Mr. Speaker, one of the insane things around here, when you meet many of the folks who are in our hallways demanding more spending, demanding more regulations, demanding more barriers to entry to protect their business model or their bureaucracy, they actually hate the discussion of modernizing. You're a medical professional. You know what you're doing. The fact of the matter is there's hope. I don't think there's a lot of more years we can wait, but there's ways to do this. How do we get this body, both our brothers and sisters on the Democrat side, that actually, if they'd be willing to work with us on saying, let's modernize. Let's embrace the technology. Let's do the things we know that if we were actually caring, just maybe not great politics, but it's really good economics and really good for the future of this country. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to yield back.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. This one's going to be a little thick. So, all right, put on your economics hats and let's have a ride here. On Friday, the Congressional Budget Office responded to a request I made in my capacity as chairman of the Joint Economic Committee. And what I was trying to get was an answer of were my projections, actually the economists' projections from the Joint Economic Committee, were they correct? Because you got to understand, there's actually a weird little battle going on here between the Senate and those of us in the House and those of us on Ways and Means. A number of our brothers and sisters over in this House of Lords have decided that, hey, we have current tax policy from 2017, TCJA, the tax reform, which I was on the committee. I was one of the people that helped author that. But they expire at the end of this year. And they want to play this game of saying, hey, we're just going to pretend that there's no cost, that the law is not the law, the policy is the law. So this is when you hear people say, current policy baseline, just do it. And we've been trying to do the math of saying, all right, Congressional Budget Office, a couple months ago, you actually did a projection saying that if we want to maximize economic growth over the next 10 years, what you do is you extend those tax cuts, but you pay for them. And the basic idea of that is by paying for them, you don't have government gobbling up the capital stack that's used to finance growth, to finance business, finance when you want to buy a truck or a new home or your business wants to expand. So we got an updated letter from the Congressional Budget Office. And apparently it didn't make me particularly popular with a few people, which that actually provides me a perverse joy. But if you read it, in the 30-year window, it looks like if we do all this without an attempt to pay rates by 1%, in the 30-year window, it looks like you break CBO's budgetary model because you hit 250% of debt to GDP. And if I'm reading one of the paragraphs here correctly, they're basically saying, hey, our computer model doesn't go beyond 250%. But the point is, you have a government that here's our baseline. Let's see if I can make this make sense. At the end of this fiscal year, $37 trillion, $200 billion is going to be the country's debt. Over the next 10 years, we're expected to borrow an additional $22 trillion. On top of that, if you play with these folks that say we don't really need to pay for things, just keep it going, that's about another $5.5 billion, probably another 5.5 trillion, another 1.3 trillion in interest. And then if we were to be able to make the president's wish list without finding offsets or modernizations, and I'm going to walk through a whole series of things where it's not cuts, it's modernization, legalizing the technology that disrupts the cost, that makes our society better, happier, more efficient. But if you were to do all those things without an attempt to pay for them, without an attempt to adopt policy to modernize the way we deliver services, the previous 240 years, we borrowed about $28 trillion. from the public. That's investors around the world, from your pension system, from everything. It would mean over the next 10 years, we pretty much double. So 240 years, we're going to double it, or come close to doubling it in the next 10 years. That is the perversity of what you have going on around here. Yet the people coming behind these microphones keep having a wish list and want more stuff and more stuff and more stuff. The people walking through our hallways here are in our offices demanding more stuff. They either want more carve-outs in the tax code, they want barriers to entry to their competition, or they just want another check. And I'm going to walk you through just how dangerous a game we're playing right now. Because when you look at these charts, and this is online, just go on CBO from last Friday and read it for yourself. It's not a hard read. Why are my brothers and sisters so terrified to tell the truth to the public? You have a country that, and I'm going to show the charts, that in about 7.5 years, we have more deaths than births. You have a country that when we get out of the extraordinary measures, remember right now we're borrowing from our different funds because we're up against the debt ceiling. We may be borrowing almost $70,000 every second of every day. For those of you who turn to me and say, David, I demand you balance the budget. Okay, I can do it tomorrow. Let's see, if I use the 2024 numbers, for every dollar we took in tax collections, we spent $1.39. Tell me the 39 cents of the government you want me to cut. And their problem with that math is when you look at the charts, do you see what's in blue? That's everything a member of Congress gets to vote on, defense and non-defense. Your only problem is it's 26% of the spending. So if you ask a member of Congress right now, balance the budget, we can do it. We can do it. Got to get rid of all defense, all non-defense discretionary. That's basically the Park Service, the EPA, all the agencies. And then tell me what portion, because you got to pay your interest or you blow up the world economy. Tell me what portion of Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, the other things you want to hack away at. The reality of it is, in this fiscal year, our projection is up till the recent, now we're starting to downgrade our growth, is for every dollar we take in tax collections, we're going to spend functionally $1.36. Do you understand how screwed, actually it's a technical economic term, how screwed we are when we don't tell the truth about the math? And it is not fixable, but it is possible to stabilize. We can stabilize this. We just have to think and do things that are hard. And so often around here, the thinking part is complex and it's hard, and we have to go home and tell our constituents the truth about math. But remember, the math will win. So how many of you have heard about, hey, we have people out protesting. They're terrified there's going to be cuts. Okay, let's actually have a moment of truth about math. This was baseline. Over the next 10 years, we were going to spend $86 trillion. Next 10 years, CBO baseline, we're going to spend $86 trillion. The reconciliation budget had what, 1.3 trillion in cuts, and if we got lucky and did everything, you might get to 2. So we're talking about 2 trillion of cuts over 10 years on 86 trillion of spending. That's what the left over here is losing their minds over, because they need something. You know, they've lost the working middle class. They've lost so much of American voters, no longer trust them because they've spent decades, not telling them the truth about the math. Look, and it's not hard. Except the problem is 30% of that's borrowed. 30% of that's borrowed. And people are losing their mind that we're trying to cut $2 trillion on 86 trillion of spending. That's what this place has become. This place has become a clown show of math. Sorry, I hope not to hit you with those. Once again, I need to disclose, I've had a stunning amount of coffee today, so forgive me if I'm a bit cranky. We were trying to do projections of what our interest coverage would be this year. Now remember, let's see if I can make this make sense. How many of you saw just what was that, Thursday, Friday, the Federal Reserve actually lowered economic growth for this year and functionally for the next 3 years? They lowered us down to 1.7, I think. Just that lowering, if you do the math on the back of an envelope, it's not that hard. It's just a little less than $200 billion of loss of tax receipts. If you plug that into our committed spending, it basically means what we're going to have to borrow. You may have interest this year of $1.1 trillion and a borrow this year when the economy is fairly good of $2.2 trillion. One of my folks has a number, it's up to 2.3, but let's stick with the 2.2 trillion of borrowing in a year when the economy is good. So think about this. We're functionally going to spend about $7 trillion this fiscal year. We're going to take in about $5 trillion. And this isn't a time when the economy is good. We're not in a pandemic. We're not in a war. We're not in a recession. And understand, when you take some of these charts of interest exposure into the future, there's one of my charts that shows in 9 budget years, interest, just interest, is over $2 trillion a year. Just interest. Why aren't we running around terrified here? I mean, if you care about your retirement, or someone that's crazy like my wife and I, we're older parents. I have a 2.5-year-old and a 9-year-old. You do realize for my 2.5-year-old, when he turns like 24, or 23, 25, every tax in the United States has to have been doubled just to maintain baseline services. This is the morality of this place. And look, the last slide I'm going to pound on just, it's called interest fragility. We had Ray Dalio in one of our offices, and those of you who don't know him, please look him up. You know, Bridgewater, CEO, founder. I think he's now stepped down from that, but the biggest hedge fund in America, happens to have 50 years of being one of the hyper experts on interest rate markets and debt markets, saying, you guys are screwed. You guys have a real interesting problem. The United States and other countries are binging on debt. The United States borrows about 40% of all the world capital that goes into sovereign loans. His argument is, your problem is there's not enough savings in the world. We are consuming more money, us, China, Europe. Now Germany's going into the debt markets as they're raising their spending caps. What happens in a world when there's a shortage of borrowable money? Remember, every day when we borrow, $6 billion a day, functionally, that debt has to be sold. Most of it's actually financed domestically. You know, it's in this pension, it's in this bank, it's this, and then foreigners, except the foreigners have been lowering their U.S. debt because they're having to finance their own governments. And you start to look at our interest payments, and there's this concept called a term premium. When we make the bond markets nervous, we pay higher interest rates. So the clown show it will go around and say, well, let's just not pay our debts. Hey, we're up against the debt ceiling. Let's just not raise it. Okay. Yeah, fine. I mean, I enjoy your decade of world depression, because when you collapse the U.S. currency, you also collapse the world. Stability is our goal. Stability is how you minimize interest rates. And if you're financing $37 trillion and another $22 trillion, plus whatever else we're going to stack on top of that over the next decade, you really want the debt markets to think we're acting like adults. Because in many ways, when you look at these charts and you see about our interest coverage and how fragile we are, the bond market basically may be the greatest influence on this government. Though, how many people have you seen come behind these microphones ever talk about debt? And yet, the one thing we're not allowed to tell our voters, our public, our staff, each other, is the truth. What drives debt? Over the next 10 years, almost 100% of U.S. sovereign debt issue will be to cover interest and Medicare. In let's call it 8 years, the Social Security Trust Fund is empty. And that first year, we have to make a decision. Are we going to let poverty of seniors double when they get a 21% cut in their checks? Or how much are we going to raise taxes? Are we actually going to do something complex, fix the system and make all the adjustments and those things? Except the moment you actually talk about saving Social Security, they have a consultant on their side, on the Democrat side, writing an attack ad because they care so much more about winning the next election than the morality of not doubling senior poverty. And the brain trust that runs around says, oh, just raise the cap. Okay. Except you just covered 38% of the shortfall. What do you want to do with the rest? 38% of the shortfall is our math, meaning that first year, so if the trust fund of Social Security is empty on 2033, 2034, the full year, 608 billion was our estimate on that first year. Think about that. Think about that scale. And then you hold up a chart like this. This is CBO's number of the next 30 years. Non-defense and defense discretionary actually have a positive balance, meaning they grow slower than tax receipts. Medicare, Social Security create 124 trillion of debt during that 30 years. It's not Democrat, it's not Republican, it's just demographics. We have a saying in our office, debt deficits and demographics. Deal with the facts, deal with the math, tell the truth. Except this place has been so busy spinning stories. As we were listening to Democrats a few minutes ago tell stories. Oh, we got to have there's an enemy out there. No. These things we can fix it. We can stabilize it. But somebody cares so much more about winning the next election. And you look at the next 10 years, is the point I'm trying to make, is, okay, here's the growth. 24% of the growth in spending over the next 10 years is interest. 31% of the growth of spending over the next 10 years is Social Security and disability. 28% of the growth of spending over the next 10 years is Medicare. Other mandatory and discretionary grows about 13%, but a portion of that is actually, you think, defense and other things in that. The fact of the matter is your government is an insurance company with an army. And now, the other part that makes doing the math so incredibly difficult. Every year, there are fewer workers or working age people to support our older population. This really seems to upset people, but understand, look at our fertility, look at our demographic charts, go back to 1990, the year we started to roll over. There's a data set out there, I don't believe it yet, I haven't had the chance to try to prove it, saying even last year we may have had more deaths than births. Okay. You want us to finance pay-as-you-go systems, which is Social Security and Medicare, at a time when we have a shortage of young people. There's a way to make it work. Are you going to allow people like me, to people who are here willing to think, to refine the process, to modernize. Look, we'll try to touch on this if I have time. Here's the MedPAC report from last week. Whole bunch of apparently really smart people examined Medicare and and walked up and down through the growth in spending and what we could do to modernize it and use technology to stabilize the prices. On some things, particularly on Medicare Advantage, they have hundreds of billions of dollars in here that wouldn't require cutting any service, any access to health care. It's just using technology and modernizing. But you got to understand, when we start to look at a chart like this, we're functionally here at, let's call it 2024. We have 2.9 people working, or excuse me, 2.9 in the population. There's another chart that's going to scare you even more. For every one person receiving benefits. And then you see, it gets down to 2 people in society. I'm going to bounce around just a little bit on some of these. When you actually look at the Social Security trustees' data, something's happening out there where some of these numbers may be much worse than we expected. Because it turns out people actually are taking retirement earlier than we expected. Meaning the participation in the labor force is actually starting to get soft on the high-skilled populations, higher-income populations. We actually now, this one, we had a debate how upset this would make people. So here we are. We're going to start the 2026 budget year. We're actually supposed to be working on that budget. Without immigration, working-age people will start to disappear from the labor force. And you go, huh? Huh? Basically, 2026 is the last year where the age population is functionally stable. Then the next year, you start to actually fall in your number of working age people in the population. It's demographics. It's not Republican or Democrat, it's just math. One more chart of this, and then I'm going to give you the one that scares me the most. This is Social Security and disability benefits. Here we functionally are, let's get about where we are. So right now, if you add both those programs together, you have 2.67 workers for every beneficiary. At one point, it gets all the way down to just a little over 2 people working for every beneficiary. But if you actually do the big chart, how many people are actually in the labor force compared to how many people receiving benefits? And remember, I'm not talking about changing people's benefits. I'm talking about dealing with the reality of our demographics and ways we can differ, particularly when we start talking about healthcare. But let's take a look at 2023. We functionally, for every 100 people receiving benefits, we functionally had, for every 100 people we had working in America, we probably had 36, 37 people receiving benefits. Because remember, the whole concept of labor force participation. I've done presentations here about functionally the 7 million was my old number of prime age males that are missing from the labor force. What do we do as a society to make it possible to encourage our brothers and sisters who are not working to actually get into the labor force? And yet my colleagues on the left, oh, you're going to have work requirements. You can't do that. If you don't do it, tell me how I make these numbers actually work. So that's some of the miserable stuff. Let's actually sort of walk through, how do I make it work? Okay, I've come here and done a presentation showing that if this is our demographics, we're going to have to be willing to have a brutally honest conversation. Let me walk through a concept. Back in the 70s and 80s, what was the world conflict? It was for hydrocarbons, oil. Previous decade, much of the world conflicts were rare earths. I will argue we're in the decade right now. The conflict is for smart people, people with skill sets. Yet the United States has barely shown up for the battle. When you hear President Trump talk about the insanity that we educate people, we send them home to compete with us, the president's absolutely right. We have a whole presentation we've done here showing a talent-based, a STEM-based immigration system turns out to be remarkably beneficial for tax receipts, for economic growth, and for prosperity. Turns out you need that as one of an entire unified theory of things to do. But I want to walk through just a handful of quirky things. So when you hear people talk about Doge and how much upset they are, one of the primary things that's being discussed is the United States has a handful of huge databases. The problem is they don't talk to each other. So you saw the story last week of, hey, we just looked at some of the Social Security death files. Oldest person in America is what, 114 years old? So we took people over 114 years old and then wondered how they were getting loans at the Small Business Administration. And forgive my math, I'm doing this from memory from last week. It was like 3,300 people who are over 114 years old got SBA loans. $300 million of loans. Can you believe not a dollar's been paid back? If you actually start to have your data talk to each other, what would happen if it's a way to eliminate waste and fraud without an army of lawyers, without an army of auditors, without an army of bureaucracy? It turns out it's technology. Is that really that scary? Government already has the data. Why can't they bounce against each other saying, hey, this person's on the death file. Maybe they're not actually applying for a Small Business Administration loan. Yet, you see some of our Democrat colleagues, oh, waste and fraud, it doesn't really exist except for the billions of dollars we're identifying. So, let's walk through a couple other frustrating things. $42.5 billion provided for the Broadband Equity Access and Deployment Program. Okay, now stick with me on this one. We have spent over $42.5 billion to get broadband to communities. Not a single community, not a single house has been connected to that broadband. But we spent $42 billion doing it. Between Christmas and New Year's, I took my little girl and we went out and hung out on the Navajo Reservation. If you're not from the Southwest, Navajo Reservation is immense. It's bigger than some states. And we chased around and we met with a number of people and said they were tired. They were tired of waiting, and they were going to wait another decade to get that wire, that fiber, whatever it was, to their chapter house, to their community, so they could have broadband. So they were doing something crazy. They were running down, ordering a satellite dish, and 48 hours later they had broadband. And then they were sharing it with Wi-Fi repeaters. And for a few $100s, they were fixing something that was going to take another decade and how many hundreds of millions of dollars. Think about adopting technology. Is the morality that we want to spend lots of money to actually subsidize these people who should be running wire? Or do we actually want these communities to be able to have telehealth, teleschools, telemonitoring of their lives to help them? Adopt the technology. Make it so you can actually use it, saying, we're never going to get that damn wire out to our rural community. Put up a satellite dish. Why does this scare people? It's because there's no good lobbyists running around here saying, hey, have you ever thought about doing this? It's archaic what we do. Another example, millions of taxpayers call the IRS for help. 2/3 don't get their phone answered. So think of this. The auditors of the IRS last year put out a report that only like 31% of the phone calls were getting answered at the IRS. So you're trying to fill out your tax forms. You're trying to give government money. And you call and call and call and call and call, and you can't get the phone answered. So what would happen? And so there was a little pilot program done, an experiment. Let's actually do a chat, like a chat GPT, that picks up the phone 24 hours a day, will stay on the phone as long as you need, will actually help you fill out your tax forms, will actually email you or text you the PDF of the form, maybe even send you the YouTube video on how to fill out the form. Why does this scare the hell out of I know, it's because the IRS is the second most unionized bureaucracy in the federal government. Turns out the union loses its mind when you talk about using technology to take care of the American people. Wouldn't you like to pick up the phone and call, whether it be the Social Security Administration, the IRS, and get your phone answered? How do I get my brothers and sisters here to help us adopt this technology? Look, and I have a handful of articles here using AI to functionally crash parts of the cost of delivering health care. Here's one about, actually making the environment much cleaner, much faster, much cheaper, and actually identifying bad acts with almost no bureaucracy. The ability to fix our logistics. We live in a time of miracles, and you actually start to look at when we start to say, just our baseline, just a couple of the pieces of legislation we have, we think we can get $100 billion a year just using technology in healthcare. How about another 150 billion? It's going to actually step into supply chains and these others. The adoption of technology, we can crash parts of the price of this government. Is that a cut? Is that a chainsaw? It's just doing things that aren't scary. Mr. Chairman, the last one I'll talk about is in the MedPAC report. The majority of Medicare recipients in America now use Medicare Advantage. For those of us in the Scottsdale, Phoenix area, we actually have a much higher penetration. According to the report, and even when you do the adjustment of the portion of the population, it only takes the Medicare Part A, which is the hospital portion, which the trust fund, which also runs out in like 12, 13 years. It's 20% more expensive than fee-for-service. If you take it back to the fact that when Medicare Advantage was designed, it was supposed to come in at 95% of fee-for-service. Do that delta, that's approaching $100 billion a year. How about if, Mr. Speaker, we got together, and we've been working on this for months and months and months, said, hey, we need to align the incentives with the insurance providers, with the health care providers, with the person receiving the benefits, saying, how about if you make your profit by helping your population be healthier? A capitated model, or something of that nature, which actually I think the capitated model makes most sense, is here's our cost, and we make more money by helping our population be healthier than what's happening today, according to this report, saying we sign you up and then we spend lots of time and resources to score you as sicker and sicker and sicker because we get spiffs the sicker we score you. Is that a cut? I would actually, in today's world, when we know diabetes is 31% of all Medicare spending, let's get the incentives aligned so it cuts the cost, cuts the debt, but you end up with a healthier country. There are solutions here. The problem is it requires doing difficult things and thinking. I beg my brothers and sisters, let's go do the hard stuff. And if you have ideas, bring them to us. We're working our hearts out right now on everything from technology to audit the Pentagon, because we just had, our 8th or 9th year where the Pentagon was unauditable. Trying to design a talent-based immigration system that maximizes economic growth and tax receipts for the country. How about a saving Medicare Advantage for everyone that loves it, but in a way where it also maybe provides hundreds of billions of dollars of savings? We can do this. We can do this. We just have to do hard things. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to yield back to you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. All right, let's have some fun with math and the reality of what's going on in the world. And first off, let me get something off my chest. Last week, I hate it when I make a mistake. Have you ever had that moment where you say something and you're walking down to your next meeting and go, oh, damn it. Last week I was walking through a series of different numbers, and one of them we were showing was, because it was a proposal or a discussion coming out of the White House about taking the top tax rate and just letting it expire. I think I said it was $32.7 billion. That's for a single year. So just multiply it by 10. That's what the actual math would be. All right, Mr. Speaker, one of the reasons I'm sort of stressed out of my mind right now is more than the chaos you see in some of the financial markets trying to understand the tariff issues and our leverage on other countries and their leverage, what's going on there. I don't think we're spending enough time talking about our own work. Last Friday, actually it may have been Saturday morning, the Senate passed their version of reconciliation budget, but completely unserious document. They basically, and I'm going to show over and over and over and over here, they took a pass on doing what was difficult. And if this is a negotiation between the House and the Senate, if you've ever bought a car or been in a negotiation, when one side gives you a completely unserious offer, you often have to walk away until they get serious, because there's real things going on in the world. Here's an article from the other day, and I have a small stack of these talking about bond markets and debt markets and others starting to unload U.S. debt. Today, if you're a geek and we're watching the 10-year bond, at one moment I was watching, and over about an hour or so period of time, I saw the 10-year bond move by about 20 basis points. Now, in geek speak, that's a big deal. Apparently, it's been like 5 years. And think about some of the crazy things that were going on 5 years ago to see that sort of movement. We're stressing the crap out of the markets. And the fact of the matter why that's important, this country borrows about $60,000, $70,000 every second. We borrow, that becomes what? $250 million every hour. Last year, for every dollar we took in tax receipts, we spent $1.39. The reality of it here is when 39 cents out of every dollar you're borrowing, for the $5 trillion we're going to take in tax receipts, we're going to spend like $7.2 trillion. Maybe you don't screw with your bankers. And the reality of it is your savings, this government's bond fund, the family on the other side of the world that has savings, that's the money that buys our debt. And the Ray Dalio, what is it, Bridgewater founder, has been doing these articles saying, you got a problem. And the basis of the problem is there's not enough capital in the world to deal with the binging of debt coming from the United States, coming from China, now starting to come from Europe. Now you saw that Germany looks like they're going to be lifting their debt caps. When we borrow, we're also competing with other countries in the world. United States, I think, is now maybe 13, maybe number 12 on the credit stack. Think of this. I believe Greece can sell a 10-year bond cheaper than the United States. That's worth thinking about. So let's actually walk through what's going on right now with the reconciliation budgets. And let's sort of explain, why do we do the reconciliation budgets? 1974 Budget Control Act created this mechanism that if you were going to cut spending, and it gives you one of the few times in life where you can actually work on mandatory spending, the things that are on autopilot, because for most members of Congress, in their entire career, everything they vote on is borrowed money. When we vote on defense, when we vote on non-defense discretionary, the things we do get to vote on, it's all borrowed, every dime of it. And last year, about $400 billion of mandatory earned benefits, those things, were on borrowed money. So start to understand. So here's what's going on. You've heard that we're doing these reconciliation budgets because that's a whole mechanism to be able to move something through the Senate where you only need 51 votes so it doesn't hit that 60-vote filibuster. That's the real reason we do this whole dance. But you remember how many people are so upset. David, you're going to cut spending. Over the next 10 years, this is the baseline money. Baseline. We're scheduled to spend $86 trillion over the next 10 years. And at best, the House resolution had $2 trillion of spending reductions and modernizations over 10 years. 86 is the baseline spending. We're talking about trying to trim $2 trillion out of the 86. And this causes people losing their minds. Have we lost our sanity in this country? You're telling me you can't find, that's what, 2.3%? Forgive my math, I'm trying to do it quickly. That's Armaggedon. Does that give you a sense of just how addicted the bureaucracies, the society, the business models out there are to U.S. borrowing? And there was another thing that happened last week that really should have taken people's breath away. Now, this is sort of behind the paywall, so we caught other articles writing about it. Moody's Analytics, the people that sort of study what's going on in economics and business, put out a paper that in nine budget years, 30% of U.S. tax collections are going to go to just pay interest. So you pay your $100 in income taxes, 30 cents of it just went to interest. And this is before the Senate, or what we're trying to do in the budget reconciliation. Because remember, I'm going to show you the Senate document is completely unserious. It piles on stunning amounts of debt. But does this scare anyone? In 9 budget years, 30% of your taxes you pay go to just cover interest. I mean, am I just an idiot for coming behind this mic every week and trying to show the math? And I get my brothers and sisters around here, that was interesting, David. I'm still going to vote for piling on more debt because, well, let's be honest, my voters want stuff, and I'll be out of here by the time this blows up. It probably doesn't blow up. What happens is you hit a moment where the money required to finance the debt, like this, it consumes everything. You hit a moment. I showed a chart a month ago, that showed if we went back to a 6 handle, so a 6% interest rate on U.S. sovereign debts, which we were right up against in the early 2000s, 2005, 2006, we went to a 6% interest rate, about 45+% of all U.S. taxes went just to cover interest. If you go to 9%, it's the majority of U.S. taxes go just to cover interest. Part of that's because right now we're sitting on what 29, $30 trillion of publicly sold debt. So the actual debt is about 36.6 or something like that. We're in extraordinary measures, so the actual debt numbers are a little distorted right now because we're borrowing internally and we got to pay that all back. So watch interest rates pop when we finally raise the debt ceiling, and now we have to refund all that money back to the accounts plus the interest that they missed. But you start to think about, we have to refinance And some of this gets refinanced 2 or 3, 4, or 5 times in a year because you're borrowing 30 days, 6 months. So we will refinance about $9 trillion, and we're going to issue about 2.2 trillion new debt. So tiny movements of interest rates are really stressful. Federal Reserve, what was it, a week or so ago, lowered their economic growth projections for the United States for the next 3 years. Just that lowering. I think they lowered us from like 2.1 to 1.7% this year. That's almost $200 billion of tax receipts in a single year. So just that movement of lowering down economic growth projections is more than we're talking about trying to reduce spending if you take it over 10 years. It's like this place is incapable of understanding the scale of the trouble we're in. And I've tried to show this a couple times. I'm not beating up anyone. I'm just asking people. I desperately want to extend the 2017 tax reform. I was on the committee. I'm one of only 4 or 5 people still on Ways and Means that actually helped write the 2017 tax reform. And those portions expire at the end of this year. I believe it's the absolute right thing to extend them. We should just pay for it. Because when we don't pay for it, our base number, now this is, you're going to see 2 differences here. We're using the next 10 years. So that takes us to 2035. The Senate budget, they did a gimmick. They used 2034. We couldn't figure out why we couldn't get the numbers to match up. They played a game of they only used 9 budget years. We're scheduled to borrow $22 trillion over the next 10 years. If we do all the tax reform, but don't do pay-fors, that's about, and then add interest on it, that's another 6.8. If you basically then add a number of the president's additional priorities, but don't pay for them, don't try to find, you end up at $74 trillion of borrowing in functionally 9 budget years, 10 years. I'm going to show you a couple boards here. If you actually add it up, we're functionally talking about almost doubling what took us 240 years in debt to build up. We're talking about doubling it. Well, close to doubling it. In the next 9 years, have we lost our minds? So, this is what you hear a number of us fussing about. We can't figure out what the Senate was thinking. Well, were they just an avoidance of, we don't want to tell anyone we're going to try to do something it's not even shouldn't be that hard. Remember, 86 trillion of spending, the House was just trying to do 2, and I thought 2 is absolutely anemic. We should have covered all 4.5 trillion. One of the hardest votes I made in my decade plus here was standing right there and swallowing, saying, I'm going to vote for this, but I'm really unhappy because we are capable of doing more. And if we don't start to telegraph to the bond markets, we're going to do something serious. At what moment does the bond market say, screw these people? They're just not serious. They're consuming the world's capital. Let's charge them more. Do you really think the United States, with our exorbitant privilege of having the world's reserve currency, being the country that people want to come and do their business in, move to, put their capital in, do you think that's our birthright? Remember, up until World War II, it was Great Britain had the world's reserve currency. We are squandering our place in the world. And people are running around saying, well, we need to push down the value of the dollar. So you have trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars around the world that are held by people, and you're going to push down the value of their holdings because, just understand, every time someone says something like that, you can actually start to see the full faith in United States start to taper away. We are about to squander this extraordinary privilege we have because the world trades in our currency. They need to buy our debt because they need to hold our currency because that's what they denominate in, that's what they trade in, that's their peg. And you look at this chart, new Senate budget resolution, functionally another 8.5 trillion in deficits. So here's extending the tax cuts, in 2017, and then they made a margin there for additional spending. Either it be some of the other priorities, no tax on tips, no tax on overtimes, those things. And then we have another $520 billion in additional spending. But can you see this line here? You can't really see it. It's $3 billion of cuts. That's what they put onto their budget resolution. If we borrow $6 billion a day, and their budget resolution is 3, actually, we're borrowing is actually apparently a little more than $6 billion. It's 10, 12 hours of borrowing for an entire year. And this is for a 10-year budget. That's what they gave us. Oh, but David, when you guys start to negotiate, you'll actually fill it in. Except we're negotiating, we put $1.5 trillion of savings, and with hope getting to 2, and they give us $3 billion. Remember, a trillion's 1,000 billion. And you wonder why some of us are cranky. You know, when our colleagues down the hall give us basically crap to work with. So let's actually start to walk through what this actually means to us as a body. When we finished the last budget year, we were $28 trillion of publicly held debt. That's the debt we have to sell. When you hear someone say 37 trillion of debt, remember there's a portion of that we borrow internally. We reach into trust funds and other things. We borrow the money there. We pay interest on it. Anyone says, oh, you borrowed my Social Security money. Yes, and you got paid actually a pretty good interest rate back. But here's the baseline. Now, remember, why is this not 22 trillion? Because they were using a 2034 number. We caught them playing a game there. Then add another 6.9 trillion on top of that, and what do you get? Well, here's what you get. Functionally, when we all got elected this last November, United States sovereign debt was around $28 trillion. When we finish this 10-year cycle, we're going to add another $28 trillion if we do what the Senate sent us. What took us 240 years to build up, we're going to double in the next 9 budget years, next 10 calendar years. Go team. That's the morality of this place. But it's hard, David, to explain to people that we need to modernize, we need to change the way we deliver services, we need to use technology. And some programs we should just stop because they've been outdated for decades. This is important here. This is without any of the disaster aid. This is without the economic potential slowdown, and so tax receipts coming down. This is without a war. I mean, just using actually what were optimistic numbers of the next 10 years tax receipts. And what we're talking about right now doing is over the next 10 years doubling what took us 240 years to build up in debt. Does anyone care about your retirement? Does anyone have kids? Think of this. It may be insane, and my wife's my age. I have a 9-year-old daughter and a functionally 2.5-year-old little boy we've adopted. And yes, they're brother and sister, so that explains. When my little boy is functionally 24, 25 years old, every tax in the United States, every tax has to double just to maintain baseline services. The morality of we are raising kids that would be part of the first generation to be structurally poorer than their parents, because when you borrow money, it is a tax. It just means you're going to let someone else pay it with interest. It's not free money. It's a tax. Now, sometimes taking on a certain amount of debt is what you have to do, because the thing that actually Republicans, Democrats are terrified to tell our voters. Next 10 years, almost 100% of U.S. sovereign debt is interest and Medicare. It's demographics. We got old. Mr. Speaker, one of the things going on in the entire Western world and particularly also here in the United States, we don't have enough young people. If you actually look at our demographic curves, when you hear people talk about that, as soon as I say demographics, I know people turn the channel. There's a very good chance in the last 12 months we had more deaths than births. It wasn't supposed to happen for 7.5 years, according to the Census Bureau, but there's a couple data sets out there saying we may be up against already having more deaths than births. Then understand the way we deliver and finance the earned entitlements, the earned benefits, is today's worker pays for today's retirees. And last week I showed a number of charts that those numbers, functionally in 10, 20 years, it's you and your partner, you and your spouse, and a little bit more, you have your own retired person you're paying for. That's not Republican or Democrat, it's demographics. In 2033, so what, 7.5 years from now, Social Security Trust Fund is empty. The law says you cut benefits. That would be a 21% cut, meaning in functionally 8 years, we double senior poverty in America. Yet, if you talk about how you want to try to save Social Security and all the steps you have to do and all the inputs, and because it turns out it's complicated. That side over there is going to run attack ads beating the crap out of you because you mentioned the word Social Security, even though you're trying not to double senior poverty. That's how immoral this place is. And remember, our math from last year is the first full year with the Social Security Trust Fund gone, just the shortfall is over $600 billion. The scale of what we're talking about is brutal. And Mr. Speaker, if you intend to be here another decade, you're going to get to deal with it. And every day we wait, that math gets more and more difficult. So let's go back to the Senate's reconciliation budget. Here's what they gave us. They're using a 2024 gross debt number of $21 trillion. It's really 22, but we'll let them because they made us some numbers in their budget. Remember, they played some games on their growth projections. But functionally, 32.7% of the next decade they gave us is borrowing, additional borrowing. They basically decided over the next decade, let's add another third of debt. What are we going to do? For those of us in the House who give these beautiful speeches of it's immoral to do this to our kids and crush people's future retirements, what are we going to do? Are we going to step up and say, look, Republicans, we have priorities. The White House has priorities. We just have to find ways to finance them. Are we that terrified to tell the truth? So, a couple more of these, and hopefully I won't have bored everyone to death. Senate budget provides for $5 trillion plus in new deficits over the next 10 years. And then you have to add in the additional spending. You start to go over, even our budget reconciliation, I thought was unacceptable. One of the hardest votes I made. I can't make up my mind how much I regret. Sometimes I really regret it. Some moments I'm hoping that the leadership team that said they would work with me, because I believe we can find $1 trillion in savings in just modernization. But remember, those inefficiencies are other people's business models. So you already see the hallways full of lobbyists trying to stop them. But you take a look here. Here's the debt we were going to add. Here's the additional debt the Senate adds. They functionally even double what we were talking about. Increasing the deficit results in higher interest costs. This is one of the things we forget to tell people the truth. There's a model out there, CBO actually ran it for me, saying if interest rates went up 1% on this policy baseline, and I'm tired of talking about it, in the 30-year window, you broke the Congressional Budget Office's model. Let me say that again. We broke the Congressional CBO's model. It went over 250%, except the problem is their computer only goes to 250%. It just hit it. We're now pushing levels of debt so high We're breaking our budget models. Yay, go team. But even with what the Senate just gave us, over that 10-year period of time, stack on another $1.1 trillion of interest. Didn't buy anything, just interest. Senate borrowing their instructions. The House proposed trying to get to $2 trillion in spending reductions. Dear heaven, I hope we can be tough enough, disciplined enough to get there. I've produced all sorts of documents. I'm not one of those people giving speeches. I'm showing up with binders of ways you can get there. And much of it isn't cuts. It's just using technology to change the way we deliver services. The Senate, remember, $1 billion and $1 trillion are very, very different things. They functionally gave us $4 billion in spending reductions. That's what they thought we were worth. Mr. Speaker, I know I'm being a bit redundant on these boards, but I'm trying to make the point. We sure give a lot of great speeches around here of the greatest threat to our republic. Turns out to be the scale, the speed we are burying this society in debt. And then we hit moments like this, and we're going to happy talk our way through it. We're going to lie about things about, oh, we're going to make up a pretend growth rate, and that's going to produce $2.6 trillion. Our own reconciliation budget, there's going to be 1.7 of additional cuts in discretionary, but you can't really do that in a reconciliation budget. It's completely unenforceable. I mean, we should be ashamed of ourselves. But you look at something like this, understand the scale of what the Senate, the 2017 tax reform, in its full score of debt, and it turns out to come in at less than half that. You take a look at the CARES Act, the American Rescue Plan, all these things that we as Republicans railed against because of the debt it produced. This is the Senate budget reconciliation, or the Senate reconciliation budget. Do you see why I'm angry? Or disappointed? Or just bewildered? Tax cut extensions without trying to make any attempt to pay for it. Remember how a moment ago I was telling you we start to break the budget models? Look, the driver of our debt ultimately is our demographics. And the left will say, no, you need to tax people more. Okay, but we've shown the studies over and over that every Democrat tax that's actually been proposed and scored produces about 1.5% of GDP. The cuts we've talked about are about 1% of GDP. So you got a big 2.5% there if we both did everything. Mr. Speaker, we're scheduled to borrow about 7.3% of the economy this year. Anyone see a math problem? Why is it so hard around here to tell the truth? We say things that just aren't mathematically true. And look, my family used to have a saying, at some point the math is going to win, and it always does. Mr. Speaker, thank you for tolerating my bit of my rant. But it's my way of just saying how disappointed I am with even my friends. I have a couple of really good friends that are over in the Senate. And they were just desperate to avoid doing what was difficult. And they threw it in our lap. Now we as House members, we get to make a decision. Are we going to do what's right and moral and actually sets up the future for economic growth? Very last point. Congressional Budget Office, almost 2 months ago, did a model that says if you want to maximize growth over the next decade, pay for as much of the tax extensions as you can. So do them, because that will maintain consumption. You don't get a lot of growth from it. Where you really get the growth is the expensing side and continuing some of the business tax, the pass-through tax portions. But if you pay for it, you don't screw up the capital stack, the money that you borrow for your small business, for your home, for your car. Looks like we're going to screw it all up. Let's not let that happen, Mr. Speaker. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Does the gentleman have a motion?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House stand adjourned.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for morning hour debate.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, for 30 minutes.
And forgive me, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, as we get ourselves organized here. Our friends on the other side ended a little faster than we expected. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to do something a little dangerous. Have you ever heard the saying, you should never go to bed mad? I think there should be another rule. You probably shouldn't come behind these microphones cranky. But let's have at it. Mr. Speaker, I've been walking through numbers after numbers after numbers. And for many of us, for a decade now, I come behind this microphone trying to walk through the scale of our borrowing, the scale of what's going on, the fact that most of it is driven by our demographics, giving a little bit of an excuse saying that makes it so it's not Democrat or Republican, it's just math. And then at home, I'm blessed, I represent the Scottsdale, Phoenix area. I'm trying to figure out what's going on in our brothers and sisters on the left's head. So, okay, I get it, they're cranky. And as a former senator that I sat next to from my state was sharing with me, one of the great frustrations of Democrats in my area is, well, for 15 years, they raised money, they ran on marriage equality. Well, that's pretty much settled. They ran on the right to terminate pregnancies. Well, now that's in my state constitution. So what do they run on now? Well, they run on apparently rage. So I want to get this out of my head before I start to walk through some of the math. You have a country that's borrowing about $6 billion a day, about $70,000 a second. In a decade, there's data saying 30% of our tax receipts will go just to pay interest. The wheels are coming off. And instead, the brain trust of some of these folks, okay, I accept that the tonal quality of some of the folks out of the White House isn't warm and cuddly. But do you go around neighborhoods, offices, and stick Nazi signs on their cars? So my wife drives a Tesla. We bought it a couple of years ago. It's funny, at that time, she got teased a bit. Oh, now you're driving an electric car. I thought you guys were like really conservative. Is this where your heads are at? Sticking Nazi things on people's windshields? And there's no way they knew it was my wife's car. You know, she just has a little basis sticker, which is a charter school my kids go to. But this is really the quality of conversation, discourse, of communication that's going on with the left-wing activists in my community. It's not, hey, David, we're concerned about Medicaid. Here's ideas how you can deal with the debt and deficit so we have the resources. No, it's because it's this really highbrow intellectual discussion with our brothers and sisters on the other side. Stick Nazi things on people's cars. This is what you've come down to? This is what's going on? Come on, people. Look, I almost always start with this chart. Do you see what's in blue? It's defense and non-defense discretionary. We expect it to be 25% of spending. Last year, for every dollar this country took in tax collections, we spent $1.39. But everything we vote on is 26% of the budget. Anyone see a math problem? So we're going to get behind the microphones and have honest discussions of how we're going to save the country. If it's about programs the left cares about, help us figure out how to pay for it. Yet, when you actually look at some of the spending and debt, I think I have the chart. We actually did some of the math. So the crazy thing, one of my Democrat neighbors who makes a lot of money, he has a beautiful home. David, is it true that the president's even talking about keeping the old, going back to the 2017 tax rate for high income earners? Well, apparently the president said something like that on Friday. Well, David, do you think that's fair? Now, this is a guy I know is a Democrat because he has Democrat signs even of my opponents in his front yard. We did the basic math. If you actually were saying, let's just go back to the tax rate for the top earners, back to the 2017, it's $32.7 billion over 10 years. Okay, we can all divide that by 10, so let's call it $3.2 billion a year. We borrow $6 billion a day. If that's $3.2 billion, you functionally bought yourself 12 and a half, 13 hours worth of borrowing for the entire year. And there's the mental breakdown, is the left runs around and says, raise taxes. Okay. We're going to borrow 7.3% of GDP is my latest number. Some of the other economists are around 7.2% of GDP. Either way, every tax, you can go to the Manhattan Institute and read the articles, and it's from Democrat literature, that if you take every tax they have that they've scored, raise tax on capital gains, raise tax on income, raise tax on businesses, raise tax here. And I'm sorry for talking so fast. Believe it or not, would you leave? I live on coffee, and I need to apparently deal with that, my issue. 12-step group for coffee. But the point I'm going to, read the article. All those taxes, when you do the economic judgment, is about 1.5% of GDP. But this place lies. Excuse me. We make up math because it's really hard to tell people the truth. Almost every cut we talk about as Republicans is about 1% or so of GDP. And I'm enraged right now because I'm hearing down the hallway, the Senate, they're talking about doing their reconciliation budget and setting a floor saying, we're not going to allow a Senate to pass a budget, cuts of less than $3 billion. Huh? I'm upset that ours is so anemic at like $1.5 trillion, but if they do $3 billion, it's not even it's functioning a half a day of borrowing. This is, yay, go team. Look, at some point the math is the reality. Why is it so hard to tell the truth? And one of the other points I sort of want to make, and I stole this graphic from another group, thank you. Baseline law, not baseline policy, the law, and I'll explain that later. Over the next 10 years, we're going to spend $86 trillion. We're talking about, at best, on the House budget resolution, cutting $2 trillion over those 10 years. That's 2.3%. Oh, God, dear heaven, you're butchering government. 2.3%. You're telling me that if we didn't grind through government, look at our programs, look at all the reports the GAO and others give us of the waste and fraud and just programs that haven't been authorized in decades, you couldn't find 2.3%, but it's easier to go stick this sort of crap on my wife's windshield than it is to do the intellectual work of saying, hey, we think we have more elegant ideas on how to reform spending in government, modernize it, and make it better, faster, cheaper for the American people. No, we'd rather burn things down. Are we all proud of ourselves? The fact of the matter is 86 trillion spending over the next 10 years, and at best, our budget reconciliation is 2.3% of that spending. And this is the one I get complaints from everyone, so please understand, I'm trying to offend everyone with facts and math. If you do all this, because we have a number of senators over there, don't cut any spending. And they're Republicans. When you hear someone say, we should do baseline policy, not the law, what they're basically saying is they don't want to have to deal with telling the truth of the math. So let's take a look here. We finished this fiscal year $37.2 trillion in debt as a country. Baseline, we add $22 trillion of additional borrowing over the next 10 years. If we were to do the tax extensions, which we really need to protect the middle class and others by not raising their taxes, but if we were to do it without any offsets, and then you add in the interest, that's about another $6.8 trillion of borrowing. And then if we were to take care of the president's request, that's another $8 trillion. Functionally saying we will borrow more in this 10-year period than we did in the previous 240 years. 240 years of borrowing on the day we were elected, and we're going to double it. Are we proud of ourselves? This is how we're going to save the republic? Is we're going to continue to just bury it in debt because it's hard to tell people the truth about the math? A caveat on this board. We don't have a subscription to Moody's Analytics. It's expensive. Congressional Research Service doesn't have an... But we found 4 or 5 articles talking about Moody's saying their model says in 2035, so 9 budget years from now, 10 years from now, 30% of all U.S. tax receipts. So you pay $1 in taxes, 30 cents of it just paid interest. Think about that. 30% in 10 years. This year, it's 18%. Dear heaven, there's a model out there that actually shows that if interest rates were to go up 1% in that 9 budget years, it's like 45% of all U.S. tax receipts go just to interest. We're playing a very dangerous game here. But at least we can stick things on Teslas and protest and be angry because, God forbid, we talk about actual math. In 7.5, 8 years from now, Social Security Trust Fund is empty. The law says you cut benefits. That's a 21% cut. We double senior poverty in America. How many people do you see coming behind these microphones willing to have a conversation on how we're going to save it? First year, my math, actually the Joint Economic Economist math, first year, so if the trust fund is gone in 2033, in 2034, it's over $600 billion just to make up that shortfall. That makes what we're talking about here in the budget resolutions tiny. Those are only like $200 billion a year. We're talking $600 billion a year, and it grows just to cover the Social Security Trust Fund being gone. That's 7.5, 8 years from now. But are we going to talk about that? No, because they're going to run television ads beating the crap out of us because we tried to figure out a way to save it. The perversity of this place. They don't give a damn about someone's future, their poverty. It's about winning the next election and raising money on it. And we got to tell the truth also, what's going on in our country. You all saw the updates from the Census Bureau basically saying after next year, if you zero out immigration, our number of prime-age workers starts to fall. Matter of fact, there's a data set. Now, we've been using 8 years from now because that was the official Census Bureau number. There's a couple demographers out there that wrote articles a week ago saying we may have already hit more deaths than births in America. I need you to process what that means. You have a system where Social Security, the financing of Medicare, the financing of so many of our pensions relies on a growth of the working population, particularly those prime-age workers. If we're now entering a time of a shortage of young people, 2027, not that long from now, we actually go negative of prime-age workers. Maybe our committee should maybe invite in a demographer and talk about saying, is this Republican or Democrat? Starting in 1990, we started to roll over in the number of children we had. Now we're paying the price for it. Now make these long-run programs, which are pay-as-you-go math, make them work. This should be scaring the hell out of this place. Oh no, David, we can't tell our voters that. It's harder to raise money when you tell them the truth of how hard the future is. It is fixable. I've done presentation after presentation of adoption of technology, redesigning some of the programs where you don't cut anything, but you do really hard stuff. And the problem is our hallways are crowded with people here. It's all about the money. Understand, Congress is really about one thing, money. And the inefficiencies, the design failures for these bureaucracies, for the business models that make their living off government, that's their profit. They actually like the inefficiencies. We came and showed some charts, I think a week or two ago, just our calculations that there could be $25 billion a year in duplicative MRI, X-rays, ultrasound scans in Medicare. Does a duplicative scan, when it's not necessary, make someone healthier? Or you could actually do something crazy, take the scan, attach it to one of these things, your little supercomputer in your pocket, and carry it around with you, and there it is. Did that cut anyone's service? But $25 billion this year times 10, it's $250 billion with one little reform. But the perversity of this place, when I do that piece of legislation, I'll get attacked saying, you're trying to cut benefits. No, I'm trying to save the programs. But I guess it would cause the difficulty of math and having to design and put something on paper and getting some of the economists to work through it. But that's our job. We are the board of directors of the biggest economy in the world, the biggest entity in the world. We're going to spend over $7 trillion this year. Of course, we're only going to take in $2 trillion in taxes, meaning we may borrow about 2.1, 2.3 trillion this year to keep the wheels on. The scale of this should be scaring the hell out of people. And look, the demographic curve, when we start to think right now in 2024, we got 2.9 people working for every person receiving their benefits. A decade from now, that's starting to fall to 2.7, 2.6, and then it really starts to crash. And when we start to look at the 30-year window, we're down to about 2.4. Now, that may not mean much to you, but trying to make these numbers work, it can be done. It's just hard. And so you're going to hear people come behind these microphones, give these beautiful speeches of how they want to save the republic, how we care about the future, how we care about our kids, how we care about your retirement, and then we'll do nothing that's actually hard. It's just immoral. It's just absolutely immoral. And then I try over and over just to bring, when I'm doing these, I'm trying to do a better job of bringing examples of where we can save. Okay, I'm going to admit Doge and those, I'm fascinated with the data mining and those things. I know the quality of the gentleness or gentility of the communications. Yeah, they have a hard, rough edge. And the fact of the matter is a lot of the craziness actually wasn't coming from them. It was coming from people in the bureaucracy trying to throw out stuff to make it more difficult and just really anger people. And then the government unions, have to try to light things on fire. So, okay, disharmony. We have 5 major databases in the federal government. Is it Republican or Democrat to just build a world where those databases would talk to each other? If there's potential of $100 billion a year in misallocations and fraud and these things, and you could fix it by just having the databases talk to each other and know this is a fraudster. This person isn't with us anymore. They've gone on to their reward, but somehow they're over here asking for an SBA loan. Is that Republican or Democrat? It's just technology. Yet you have protesters out there saying, you can't make the databases allow them to talk to each other. Have we lost our minds? And I want to do this just as an example because this one just burns me. Between Christmas and New Year's, I went up and spent 3 or 4 days up in the Navajo Nation. I took my little 9-year-old daughter. Yes, I have a 9-year-old and a 2.5-year-old. That's the definition of pathologically optimistic when you're 63 and have a 2.5-year-old. It's both funny and true. Guess what? We've spent $42.5 billion for broadband equity. Remember, we always like to add that word equity, except no one has gotten broadband. So the tribal president of the Navajo Nation and a number of the communities called chapter houses basically said, hey, screw this. I'm not willing to wait another 20 years. You know what they did? Something just crazy? Instead of being patient and waiting for us to spend billions of more dollars and run a piece of wire, they went out and stuck a satellite dish, and 48 hours later, for several $100s, they had broadband for the whole neighborhood, for the whole what we call chapter house. Is that Republican or Democrat? It's just the adoption of technology, except the lobbyists who run around here wanting billions of subsidies for something they're never going to connect get really upset every time I do this board. Do we care? Does this place care enough to do the hard things? To actually do the math, the creativity. Last week I came here with the MedPAC report. It's like this. I have no idea how many members have actually bothered to read it, but in there's a whole section, and yes, I understand there's some anomalies, but they're rounding errors compared to this guy, saying $84 billion was spent last year in the differential between Medicare Part D and Medicare Part A. So that's Medicare fee-for-service, Medicare Advantage. And it was supposed to be at 95%, if anyone wants to go back and do their history in 2005, when they started Medicare Advantage. Well, if you do that basic math, that's $104 billion a year. Okay. How about if Republicans and Democrats got together and say, we're going to fix this. We're going to get the capitation program to actually work the way it's supposed to. We're going to have the providers of services actually make money because they help our brothers and sisters who are in their retirement years earning their health care benefits, helping them be healthier. They get rewarded by having their population be healthier, not by running around scoring them sicker. Yay! Everyone wins. What would happen if that's several $100 billion over a decade? That's not a cut. It's actually lining up incentives. Instead, it's just easier to run around and scream stories. They're going to cut things. Let's pay people. So I have hospitals and other groups paying people to fly out here, tell stories, and they have no idea what they're talking about. Because we make crap up, once again, because everything's about the money. And the last board, and the one that always seems to upset people because they don't want to know the truth. Congressional Budget Office, and this one's a year out of date. The numbers are actually apparently worse, but we haven't had the update yet. Congressional Budget Office estimates that over the next 30 years, our country borrows $124 trillion. Now, I got to tell you, this number, when we get our updates, is going to be much worse. But if you look at their data, they actually have discretionary, the part we vote on, growing slower than tax receipts. So that has a $9 trillion positive over the 30 years. But Medicare is $87.2 trillion in the hole. Social Security is $36.8 trillion in the hole over those 30 years. Turns out, even the next decade, almost 100% of the U.S. sovereign debt growth is interest and Medicare. Nothing we can do about interest. I mean, we can do some things to incentivize going out in the curve so we're not as fragile, to communicate to the bond markets, because the bond markets are basically about to run this country, because if you have to sell $6 billion a day, $60,000, $70,000 every second, maybe you need to pay attention to your bankers who you're having to sell your debt to. But to communicate to those debt markets, we're serious. We're looking at ways to use technology, better models. When obesity is the single biggest expense in our society. Yeah, we're not supposed to say that. Shh. Mr. Speaker, please don't tell anyone. Last year, the Joint Economic Economists calculated $9.1 trillion of additional healthcare spending. Is it moral? With what we do in food policy, nutrition support, how we deliver health care, maybe the concept of helping our brothers and sisters live healthier when 31% of Medicare spending is diabetes. 33% of all health care overall is just diabetes. Is that Republican or Democrat? It's just trying to get your policy alignment to the fact we're buried in debt. We're getting older as a society. I think in a decade, 23% of our population is 65 and up. We now know that we're having this remarkable shortage of young people. We're already potentially on the cusp of having more deaths than births in our country. In a couple of weeks, we're trying to roll out a STEM-based, talent-based immigration bill because for the economy to grow and stabilize, we don't have a choice. And people just, oh, David, you're not allowed to talk about immigration. People won't understand it. Will they understand the economic survival of you still getting your benefits when you're a senior? We can make this work. But, Mr. Speaker, we're now starting to run into articles that are talking about we're putting the extraordinary privilege. And what are the two extraordinary privileges America has? Our currency. The world borrows in our currency, meaning the fact of the matter is when we sell debt, there's a demand to hold U.S. dollar denominated. And then the second thing is people want to live here. They want to invest here. They want to be educated here. They want to be an entrepreneur here. And now we're running into multiple articles saying some of the things we're doing, particularly our debt stack, we're putting our extraordinary privilege as a country at risk. Doesn't have to be this way, Mr. Speaker. But a couple of the smart people, couple of our economists say, You got 3 or 4 more years. And at that point, the debt gets so hard to manage. And just what the Federal Reserve said last week, taking us from a 2.1 GDP down to 1.7, just that movement is almost $200 billion a year in tax collections. Just that GDP reduction the Federal Reserve calculated for the next 3 years. Now, take that out to 10, that's more money. That's more money than everything in our budget reconciliation. The lack of understanding of the inner dynamics of our debt, the interest, these dollars, terrifies me, because there is a path. There is a path for this to work, Mr. Speaker, but we're living on a razor's edge because we're not doing the hard work. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back his time. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025.
In the United States. Under the Speaker's announcement policy January 3rd, 2025, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, is now recognized for 60 minutes as a designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, and as always, I apologize to the board staff who I will try not to speak like a machine gun. Mr. Speaker, we're going to do basically 3 things. I'm going to make fun of us. I'm going to actually walk through some debt deficit numbers, interest, those things that are scaring my economists, myself, half to death. And then I'm going to touch on some of the, and it's a technical economics term, the bedwetting in regards to the reconciliation budget and how people are making things up. So let's have at it. Because I sit in an airplane 10 hours a week and I have some weird reading habits, I actually came across a paper written last year, published just recently. It's in Nature Human Behavior. So one of those quirky, those academic. But it actually, what they did is they went back to the late 1800s and they took all of our congressional speeches up till 2022 and they ran a data set on them. They ran AI, and could you believe, Mr. Speaker, can you believe it? They figured out that our congressional speeches have become less and less and less based in facts. I know this is hard for us to believe, but apparently the quality of idiots, people like me getting up in front of these mics and doing presentations and walking through our job has crashed in quality, in facts. Matter of fact, they use the word intuition. I basically say we make public policy now by our feelings. Because God forbid we go to our voters and tell them the truth about the math. So it made me feel better because I have mocked us for years about how much in the way of public policy we now make on feelings, because it's great television. It gets you followers on social media. You get a hit on cable television tonight if you're willing to make crap up, but do it with passion and feelings. But if you actually want to talk about the math of what's going on in this country, turns out it's how we're rewarded now as elected officials. Now, what was interesting is they had the curve actually starting to fall in 1970, and it's just gotten steeper. So part of it, and part of my conclusion is television, then moving to cable news, and then moving to social media. We have crashed the diet of robust facts in our speeches. So now that we're going to make fun of ourselves, let's go on to the next thing. Mr. Speaker, and for anyone that asks, we've been running the current data on how much we're borrowing. What would you guess we borrow per second right now? We're right now, looks like we're burning $72,000 every second. We're borrowing $72,000 every second. My best guess right now is we will borrow 7.37% of the entire economy this year. And try to keep that number in your head, because we're going to come back to that in some charts and explain why that's so devastating. It's like we just don't care about people's retirement, our kids, the next generation, and how the hell they're going to actually cover any of the scale of debt. And then we lie about what drives the debt. And Mr. Speaker, our best guess is we go from that $72,000 a second this year to maybe about $82,000 a second next year. And this is hard for people to want to accept, but it's the math. Over the next 10 years, the baseline borrowing was about $22 trillion. Now we have what we're trying to do in figuring out how to extend the expiring tax provisions. We have the requests from the White House. We have other, disasters, other things we're trying to cover. We're basically right now looking at, and I'm going to show this multiple times, the United States, what it took us from the day we were elected, Mr. Speaker, how much debt? We will double it. We will double 240 years of borrowing in this 10-year period. The majority of that borrowing over the next 10 years is interest and Medicare. But God forbid, we're not allowed to tell people the truth. Most of the debts, deficits, and demographics is the fact we got old. We stopped having children. We have a shortage of young people in the country. And we're terrified to tell our brothers and sisters the truth about the math. So let's have at it. For anyone out there that's paying any attention, and this number actually probably right now is a little bit worse. We now think it's actually about 75% of federal spending is on autopilot. So you become a member of Congress. What you get to vote on, everything is borrowed. When you vote on non-defense discretionary, when you vote on defense, every dime of that's borrowed. And about $400 billion of what is mandatory spending, which means formulaic. You work so many quarters, you get your benefits. You served in the military, you get your benefits. You're part of a certain tribal group, part of our treaty obligation. You have certain things coming to you. But the things we vote on and the things we try to balance the budget over, okay, well, we need more money for defense. We have threats in the world. Okay. You get down to, we're trying to balance the budget on about 13% of our spending because we're terrified to talk about everything else. You can't touch interest. I'm going to show you a slide here in a moment. This one should scare the crap out of people. And I know my language is becoming more and more inflammatory, but I can't seem to break through. This is from something called Moody's Analytics. Okay, it's one of those fancy subscription services. They have a bunch of economists. They collect data. They have us in 9 budget years. 30% of U.S. tax collections go just to interest. So you pay your dollar in taxes, 30 cents of that in 2035 go just for interest. Does that not scare anyone? When the interest growth is bigger than everything we're talking about and trying to say by multiples, we calculate this year, this fiscal year, one we're living in right this second, we can spend $1.1 trillion, $1.2 trillion in just interest. There's a data set that if we do some of the things, if we were to do the Senate's reconciliation budget with almost none of the pay-fors, in 10 years, interest could be a couple $2 trillion a year. The annual deficit will be $3+ trillion a year. We're probably going to be, 2.3 this year. Last year, For every dollar we took in tax collections, take a guess, what did we actually spend? Took $1 in tax collections last year. What did we spend? We spent $1.39. We take in $1, we spent $1.39. This year was supposed to be better. We were only going to spend, I think, $1.36. I mean, it was supposed to get we have a small problem. With some of the GDP growth numbers, just that adjustment, we may have just lost $200 billion in tax receipts in this fiscal year, into September, between now and then. It just shows you how fragile we are when small movements of interest, when you have to refinance $9 trillion. Thank you for hanging out with us. Welcome back. But think about this. A single point of interest on U.S. debt, and it takes years for it to roll in because of how much we have to refinance. So we'll take about $9 trillion to market this year and refinance. We'll issue a couple trillion new this year. A single point of interest over 10 years costs you $3 trillion. Why does this not scare the crap? Why do we not have people coming behind these microphones? But we're better off getting behind these microphones and telling passionate stories, anecdotes, those things, because that's what gets us on social media. That's what gets people's dopamine hitting. But at some point, the math is going to win. And when we have the really smart analytic firms coming and saying they're scared about U.S. sovereign debt, you see things happening around the world that make me very nervous, the appetite for going on the long end of the curve. Look, the United States sells very short-term debt, and then we have 2 years and 5 years and 10 years and 20 years and 30s, but we're having real trouble selling the debt on the long end of the curve. And do not pay attention to some of the debt markets over the last month or two. You want to know why? Because we're in extraordinary measures. We're up against the debt ceiling. We're not issuing new debt. We're only issuing refinance. And what comes due within the cap? What happens a couple months from now when we all raise the debt ceiling? And I love the brain trust that goes, don't raise the debt ceiling. Did I just mention last year for every dollar we took in, we spent $1.39? Just tell me what 39% of the federal spending you want us to stop doing. Because when you don't raise the debt ceiling, we got to end all that. So it's more than a third of all of our spending is functionally borrowed. Just tell me, happy to do it, just tell me which third you want us to stop financing. And those are the very people filling up these hallways demanding we give them more money. What happens when we raise that debt ceiling, Mr. Speaker? And we have to come to market, Treasury has to come to market with $500–600 billion in functionally to catch up, refund all the accounts they've been borrowing from. That's what you do in extraordinary measures. You grab every account, use that cash, now you got to refund it, and you take that much to market. We have one analyst who's saying you will see a pop in U.S. interest rates, maybe on the 10-year hitting 5. Just boom, because suddenly you're grabbing so much of the world's capital to finance what we've been borrowing internally that now we got to pay back. So just be prepared. These aren't surprises. We all know it, but no one reads the damn documents because it's math. And it turns out, telling the truth, remember our story here, that fact-based discussions on this floor no longer get you elected, no longer are listened to, no one cares about, just make things up because feelings is now how we make legislation. And this board is almost a year old, but it was to try to make a point to to our brothers and sisters, particularly on the left, that keep coming to us, just tax rich people more. And you show them, and we're going to show the slide here, but I'm going to probably have to say it 2 or 3 times so it sinks in. We have a report, detailed report, that sort of walks through every tax hike the left has proposed. And look, we're guilty on our side. Every cut we've actually proposed, but you take every tax hike and then you do the economic data on it, and you get about 1.5% of GDP. Okay, our cuts come out to about 1% of GDP. If I can do that math, that's 2.5%. Do you remember in the beginning of this? We're borrowing 7.3. So the next time you get a politician say, well, just raise taxes on rich people, and then you show them that it's a fraction of what we even borrow every single day. Great rhetorical use of language. Horrible math, completely fraudulent math. Remember, it's demographics, but we're not allowed to tell people that because it means we as a society have to do hard things. So look, I have this chart here, and I was just trying to make a point. How Washington finances 366 days of spending in 2024. The top 20% of earners covered 201 days. The next quartile down, the next 20%, covered 41 days. The middle earners, so the middle 20%, they paid for 17 days of government spending. The bottom 40% pay for 4 days of government spending, and then 103 days we financed by just borrowing it. We have, I think we are now tied for the most progressive income tax system in the industrialized world. When we modernized the tax code in 2017, the United States income tax system actually became more progressive. But yet, how many times have you heard members around say, well, they gave money to the rich? The rich after 2017 were paying more of the federal income taxes. At some point, we're going to have this really uncomfortable discussion. Is it on the tax side or the spending side? Because I've done entire presentations here on the floor where I've shown you, go back the last 65, 75 years. Here's a time of very high marginal tax rates. We take in about mid-17% of the economy in tax collections. Very low marginal tax rates. We take in about mid-17% of federal taxes. It's sort of, you go up, the actual economy slows down, this is what you take in. So the secret is, how do you adopt regulation and modernize it? How do you adopt tax policy that incentivizes productivity? How do you do the whole thing and get them to interact so you maximize economic growth, and that growth becomes your tax collection stability and gets you to the top of the total dollar amounts, but you're probably going to still constantly fall back into that mean of the percentage of the economy. So have a bigger economy. It's not that complicated. But you constantly, so upper income taxpayers overwhelmingly finance the federal government. Okay, I know this isn't good politics. People like me are supposed to say, yeah, the rich need to pay their fair share. Okay, top 25%, excuse me, the top 20% of earners pay 25.2%. The next quartile pays 15.8%. The middle covers 11%. The fourth quartile down, so the next one down, covers 5.5. Bottom 20% of income earners, we send them money. Remember, we have sort of this negative income tax system, earned income tax credit, those things. So if you're in the 20%, the bottom quartile, we send you money. Matter of fact, we have a whole day, I didn't bring the chart, that shows functionally in America, if you're in the bottom half of income earners, look, post-inflation, your life is miserable because wages haven't gone up as fast as inflation did. But that inflation was substantially created by stupid policies from the previous White House and the Democrats who spent like crazy, and we financed, we dumped that much cash into society, you set off inflation. It's your high school economics class. And here we are a couple years later, and the poor are still poor because we still haven't gotten wages growing faster yet. And what scares the crap out of me is I'm now seeing some data saying we may have a year where inflation could be hovering around 4% by the end of the year. we got to do policies to get those wages growing. But I have a chart that will show you the bottom 50% pay about 4% of the income tax, but the bottom third actually get money. And in some ways, that's just being compassionate. But we have the data from post-2017 when we did tax reform, when we had the miracle of income inequality starting to really shrink. We had 3 years there where the poor were getting dramatically less poor. Why isn't that moral? Why isn't it good regulatory policy, good tax policy maximizes that velocity? So let's really annoy some of our leftist brothers and sisters. This is there's an article on the Manhattan Institute written by, I believe, Jessica Riedel. It's now about a year and a half old. But what they did is they went through basically all the proposals the left has on raising taxes. And step by step, here's the tax raise, here's the economic effects, here's what you actually take in. Remember our rules about size of the economy, 17.1, or mid 17% of the GDP. Individual income tax, investment tax, raising the corporate taxes, raising the state taxes. When you got to the end, you functionally were getting about 1.5% of new tax receipts for the economy. Okay. All right. I look forward to the Democrats, actually proposing this and actually being willing to vote on it, because they throw these things out, they get them scored, they controlled everything here a year ago, well, a couple years ago. Do you notice they never did them? But pretending this solves the problem, so you get 1.5%, you will have stagnated the economy. You already hear the discussions of how close are you to stagflation, which is partially driven because of the economics. And remember, at the end of the decade, or with 9 years or so, 23% of the population is 65 and up. We have a demographic issue for productivity. The point of showing this chart is the solutions you will hear if, God forbid, you go on left-wing cable television, sometimes even right-wing. They're mathematical lies. We're borrowing 7.3% of the economy this year. Are we willing to engage in a revolution of using technology, modernization? How many businesses still run themselves as if it's still the 1990s? Government does. I had someone bring me just the other day a piece of healthcare paperwork. I think it might have been from the Indian Health Services. It was 3-part NCR paper for a purchase order for a healthcare procedure that you fill out, and I think you faxed it in. Have we lost our minds yet? You get protesters from the left saying, don't use technology. You've seen the article after article of the 5 major databases the United States have. None of them talk to each other. If you're willing to actually read, you saw the stories of Small Business Administration having, 3,300 people that had taken out loans, except the small problem is all of them were 114 years and up, meaning they were onto their rewards. They weren't with us anymore. Turns out those $300 million in loans, no one had paid a dime back, but Small Business Administration didn't have the ability to bounce off the Social Security mortality or death file. We've designed these walls to functionally, it's as if the fraudsters designed our data systems here in the federal government. Let's go fill out things, let's go get money, let's steal the taxpayers' money, but we're going to make sure that there's no way to check the data that's being filled out because we want to protect the privacy. Some of that's not privacy. You're asking for a government-insured loan over here, and you can't check the death file? What idiots allow this to happen? And yet you get protesters in front of your congressional offices saying, don't let Doge and those actually make the system work. I'm sorry you're scared of change. Did I mention to you we borrow $72,000 a second? How do you convince our brothers and sisters across the country, we as members of Congress, the administration, the bureaucracy are taking it seriously, if you're not even willing to make the data talk to each other? And so back to one of the things that has just annoyed the crap out of me. I used this board a handful of times for some of my left-wing protesters the last couple of weeks. And to the credit, some of them were actually shockingly intellectually honest, saying, oh, that's not part of our talking notes. No one told them the truth. Guys, it's on the internet. Trust me, I'm not that bright. I just looked it up. It's there. You can find it. The baseline of the next 10 years, we were going to spend, the federal government baseline was spending $86 trillion over the next 10 years. $86 trillion. All we're talking about in trying to modernize and change spending in this reconciliation budget, if you did the high end, so the House full all-in high end, which please God, let us get there, but the high end is $2 trillion. 86, we're trying to get 2, that's 2.3%, and that's creating the bedwetting. Did they really love their money, the spending? But remember, if you don't want tax hikes, I don't want tax hikes. Borrowing is a tax hike. It's just paid for in the future with interest. Stop thinking borrowing is free. My wife and I, we've adopted a couple kids. I have a 2.5-year-old. We're incredibly blessed. It looks like he's going to be fine. He's going to be normal. He's absolutely a joy. When he's 22 or so, just to maintain baseline spending in the United States, you have to double every single tax. That's the morality of this place. For the lobbyists, for the groups that are walking our halls saying, we want more spending. Don't do this horrible, devastating 2% cut in spending over the next 10 years. Thank you for screwing over my 2-year-old. Your absolute immorality. If you're going to walk into our office and demand more spending, tell us what you think, where we can modernize, where we can change the cost of government. We've come here and done presentations that the single biggest expense we have in government, turns out it's obesity. We did a whole model for the last couple of years, huge amounts. Remember, I chair the Joint Economic Committee, so I have like 5 PhD economists. We did the data, 9.1 trillion additional healthcare costs. Turns out the morality, if you'd help our brothers and sisters be healthier, but you got to do through the Farm Bill, you got to do through nutrition support. You're going to have to decide, are we going to have access to glutides and other things, but are we going to use technology, the wearables, the other things? I have one of those data rings on. What would happen if one of the most powerful things you can do for U.S. sovereign debt stabilization is a healthier society? And somehow that becomes a fringe conversation around here because people make money off of our brothers and sisters being sick. It's absolutely perverse. If you actually go, I think it was a year or so ago, I think it was Goldman Sachs did this huge report on GLP-1s, glutides. And somewhere in one of the footnotes was sent to me, and it had this line, a couple lines, saying if there was wide adoption and the United States actually became much healthier, much less morbid obesity, that there would be healthcare systems that would go bankrupt because they wouldn't have enough multi-chronic sick people to pay their bonds. Think about that. Everything's about the money here, not about the morality of having a society that's growing and prospering. Prosperity, I would argue, Mr. Speaker, is moral. How much of the crap we do here is not just satiating today's, Twitter sphere screaming at us, or something that's completely made up, but actually building a plan saying, here's the prosperity we're going to build for the future. Sorry. I probably have already had too much coffee today. And this is just to make a point, and this is more to mock the Senate. And I was talking to one of the senators last night who also is concerned like I am. Maybe they hear our voices. So, Tax Cut and Jobs Act. And these are just the base numbers when they were first scored. This number actually came in half that. No interest is attached to it, but we stole this from someone else, but it was to make a point. Democrats complained about that. CARES Act, we complained about the excessive spending. The American Rescue Plan, we complained about. Then you add in the Bipartisan Infrastructure Act. It wasn't that bipartisan. I think they had just a handful of Republicans who wanted projects in their district. But you add it all up, all the things we have fretted over the last decade, and they don't even add up to the amount of borrowing that's in the Senate reconciliation budget. Because it's so much easier here just to spend and just borrow it. There's this attitude here, give it to me now. Oh, you guys will figure out something in the future. And for anyone out there who's, look, I've actually, we've worked with some of the Doge folks because I have the economists, but go on their official website right now. They think next year, 2026 fiscal year, we can save $160 billion. That's real money, but it's only, if we borrow $6 billion a day, 24, 23 days of borrowing. That's everything we've gotten. There's this inability for members of Congress, our staff, the public, to understand the scale of what we're up against. This basically just reiterates what I'm going to show a couple times here just because I need it to sink in. If we do the Senate reconciliation budget with our baseline, we double U.S. debt in 10 years. Going to say it a couple times so it sinks in. Debt held by the public, and they're using 2034. We prefer to use 2035 because that's more of an honest budget window. But you start to look at what the Senate resolution, this was baseline debt. They add another 32.7% to the debt. And if we do what the Senate put out in their budget reconciliation, we functionally double publicly held debt in the United States. What took us 240 years to do, bless us, we can do in 10. Because we're good at borrowing money, handing things out, telling people there's no consequences, making crap up, saying it's health care for illegals. Okay, shouldn't do that. But it's only a couple days of borrowing over a year. You got to do lots and lots and lots of difficult things. And we've done entire presentations where we've shown you could revolutionize the cost of health care. We've actually looked at one data set, and we've been studying this now for months. If I came to you, Mr. Speaker, and said, just in Medicare, duplicative MRI scans, PET scans, X-rays, ultrasounds, could be as much as $25 billion a year. Duplicative scans. What if you got your knee scanned and you just attach it to this thing so it's portable with you? That's $250 billion over 10 years. Is that a cut? No. It's just a simple use of almost a free technology that's out there where you can load them on this and it's portable with you. We get lobbyists who don't like that idea because apparently they make money on the duplications. The inefficiencies, the frauds, those things are a business model now. When government controls functionally a quarter of all the spending in the United States, of all the GDP, and a big chunk of that is functionally waste and fraud and misallocations, bad design, give it whatever anachronism you want or title you want. Many of the lobbyists that are walking these hallways are here to stop us from modernizing the system and bringing it into this century and just using the technology. You walk around with a supercomputer in your pocket. This could crash the price of healthcare, make you healthier, give you access, all these things. And there's an army of people trying to stop us. Remember, telehealth here was an absolute war. There were millions being spent to stop it because it screwed up people's business models. And I'm going to do this a couple more times, and then we're going to do one more example. If we do what's being planned right now, you finish the next decade, well, 10 years from now, either 73.7 trillion dollars of debt, or our other chart actually gets it up to $74 trillion of debt. So when you hear a member on the Democrat side, Republican side, running for office, I care about the debt, but I'm more afraid of telling you the truth of what drives the debt. And the fact of the matter is the people walking the hallways here, often our own constituents, are screaming at us for more spending. Don't they have kids? Don't they even care about their own retirements? The absolute vacuousness of immorality. So I grabbed this from the Wall Street Journal. So I can't imagine anyone here has had protesters and people showing up in their office about Medicaid, which is supposed to be our safety net for indigents and the poor. I have some old experience with that. For a short time, I actually chaired the healthcare committee in the Arizona State Legislature when I was a child. For a while, I actually worked on the access budgets, which is the Arizona Medicaid system. We do something unique. We functionally buy managed care HMO policies for our poor people. It's actually shockingly efficient. Matter of fact, if you took the rest of the country and adopted the Arizona model, you could save hundreds of billions of dollars over those 10 years. But the Wall Street Journal did us a favor. They actually took the Arizona system, which actually has a shockingly high satisfaction rate, good outcomes. We can make it much better. But the punchline here is they're showing something called a provider tax. This was a scheme, and I have to openly admit, on part of it, which was the disproportionate share, this is geeky stuff, I was actually part of managing that many years ago. You know, I was county treasurer, I managed money, and we were part of the swap. But part of the scam out there is raise the cost of health care, create a tax, capture that tax, and because you raise the price, you also capture more money from the federal government in their percentage match. What the Wall Street Journal did was brilliant. They just produced this chart that says, do you know the Arizona government, and this is most state governments, actually use this provider tax washing machine. They make money. They actually take in more money. They're not meeting their obligation of, it was supposed to be a partnership. It was supposed to be a match. Is this a cut? It's just saying, look, there was a deal made in the late 60s that we were going to share some of the risk and some of the cost with our poor on providing health care. Then when Obama came in, they did this expansion and 10%, even though it was going to people who were still work eligible and those things. But then states, and this, we all knew this was going on, but it was supposed to be temporary. It was supposed to be when coming out of a major recession, we were going to go back to normality. And instead, it's padding for state budgets. That cash isn't going into health care. It's financing other things and raising the U.S. debt because this is borrowed money.
Would the gentleman yield?
Absolutely.
I'd be happy to share time that I have after the gentleman from Arizona. I want to thank the gentleman from Arizona for his steadfast devotion to highlighting for the American people the state of our fiscal health, which is not good, and the extent to which we're complicit in it. And I want to just point out that this thing that the gentleman from Arizona is talking about is so central to everything we're trying to deal with right here, right now in Congress. And if we don't fix that, then we will have failed. I want to be clear to my Republican colleagues. If we do not fix this scheme, this scam, the gentleman didn't misspeak. It is a scam. If we don't fix that, we will have failed. Let me just ask the gentleman a couple of questions.
Shoot.
Prior to the existence of Medicaid, right, there was no federal subsidy at all. This scheme couldn't have possibly existed in this way.
Yeah, most of this was designed late 60s.
Right.
My state I have this weird history. I was a child, I was early 20s. I was a temporary page at the state legislature. Arizona was the last state to enter Medicaid.
Right.
It was bankrupting our counties because up to that point in the early 80s, the counties were actually the provider of health care.
Right.
So we entered this, but we created a really crazy system saying we're going to do managed care to drive the price down. But yes,
and so Medicaid was created, and Medicaid was created to ostensibly provide an avenue for health care for the poor and vulnerable, right? It's a broad statement. Is that true?
The actual language was for indigents. It was mostly for women and children.
And it was supposed to then be a shared arrangement between the state and the federal government, correct?
And in the early days, it was like a 50-50, not 100% coming from the federal government.
Fast forward, and the current vulnerable population, okay, what we call the vulnerable population, the indigent, the poor, those who need it, single moms, people who are sick, the frail, that population, even under today's law, gets a federal, we'll call it match, it's really a formula, a match of 50 to 70%, depending on the jurisdiction.
Yeah,
is that correct?
It blends out closer to the 70. And now talk about the expansion population.
And so then now let's fast forward. What we're really talking about for everybody at home watching C-SPAN, all 14 of you, we have a situation where Obamacare expanded the Medicaid population, and it expanded it massively to a population that is much bigger and much more able-bodied, i.e. healthier. So now you would think, well, I don't know, is that good or bad? I have my problems with it facially, but even if you were going to do it, would you then say, as it does, that population, the healthier, able-bodied population, should get 90% match from the federal government? Because that's what's happening. They get a 90% rate for that expanded population. Then layer on top of that, and this is, and I'll yield back, this is what you're now dealing with. The gentleman's chart that the Wall Street Journal did, where you have the provider taxes, you have this high rate that they are able to collect, and they're juicing it using the provider taxes. They get this 90% federal dollars, and then they're openly, California, for example, has stated they are gaming the system to get federal dollars to use that to subsidize illegal aliens and to people who are not the vulnerable population, and frankly, to put it in their general budget. That's what the gentleman's talking about. That's the current state of affairs. I yield back to the gentleman from Arizona.
No, and Mr. Roy, it goes further. So as we all get the paid for, have you had the occasion yet, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Roy, where a group comes into your office, somehow they were put on a plane, put in a hotel, those things here, they have no understanding of the mechanics, but somehow there were Medicaid providers in your state that had plenty of cash laying around to fly people out to come lobby.
Right.
And then, so we did this. We pulled open, here's another Wall Street Journal article from a week or two ago, talking about how many in the Medicaid systems here in the United States are enrolled in multiple states. So you actually have billions and billions and billions of dollars here. They're enrolled in multiple states. And even the discussion of, could we just match data? And you actually get objections to this because the fraud is part of the profit model. So I'm on Ways and Means. This is something Energy and Commerce is is their primary jurisdictions. They're working through it. But if you just stack up the cheating, the misuse of the vacuousness, the absence of data to try to deal with the multiple enrollment of populations. If you actually start to stack these things up, how dare you call those cuts? How dare you? And why don't you care about the future of this government, the future of this society? We cannot handle the stacking of debt. Did I mention the $72,000 we borrow every second? And it only goes up. We have a model that says in the 10-year window, we're up somewhere in the mid-90s per second in borrowing. And we're terrified to tell the truth. Well, Mr. Roy, you may not want to be in the room for this one, because this is the stuff that gets you attacked at home. But it's math. It's the truth. It's the CBO numbers. Rising Social Security and Medicare shortfalls nearly drive the entire 2019 to 2033 deficit. This board is a couple years old, but the facts are the facts. We're terrified to tell the public the truth. The primary driver of debt is demographics. Go to CBO, and this board is actually today, we're waiting for the update, but we've done some back of the board math. The math is much uglier because interest rates are up substantially from when we calculated this 2 years ago. But you functionally have a country that, and so this one's from 2 years ago, the 30-year debt, we were going to borrow $124 trillion. If you remove Social Security and its finance costs, Medicare and its finance costs, the rest of the federal government actually grew slower than tax receipts. These numbers, and we'll probably have the update on this from CBO in the next couple of months with the higher interest rates, the higher running debt. We have models now that say over the 30 years we're going to be at 200% of debt to GDP. That number is no longer 124 trillion, maybe 170 trillion of borrowing. I don't know how many of you plan to still be alive over the next 30 years. Do you really think the world financial markets are going to finance our debt? You have Ray Dalio, you know, the multi-billionaire hedge fund who's now retired, who's actually been coming here to Congress saying, warning, warning, the entire world's capital markets, because what China's borrowing, what Japan's borrowing, now Germany's going back into the debt markets, there's not enough capital in the world. When the United States is consuming 30 to 40% of all the money that goes to sovereigns, to governments, there's not, so what happens when there's a shortage of savings in the world to finance? Well, we can print money. Of course, that will set off inflation, so your life just becomes more miserable. And because so many of our benefits are all inflation indexed, you can't inflate yourself away from it because they go up. Or we can just pay the higher interest rates. Well, now you already saw the beginning chart that Moody's says in 9 budget years, 30% of our tax collections is interest. We have a model that shows a 1% increase rolled into our refinancing. In 10 years, 45% of all U.S. tax collections, all of it, is interest. Mr. Roy, Mr. Speaker, yet you have members here running around saying, I need more money for SALT. I want actually more money for this program. I want more money for this. Okay, bring us ideas of how we modernize spending, how we can reduce costs by technology, by better systems, by a healthier society. But stop showing up at my door demanding more spending. There's no more money.
Would the gentleman yield for a question?
Please.
And I don't want to take away any of his thunder.
No, it's because you actually just stopped me from cursing, so you did good.
The question I have for the gentleman, when I graduated from law school at the University of Texas in 2003, the national debt was somewhere in the $6 trillion range, $6.5 trillion. Mm-hmm. When I came to Congress, when I was campaigning to come to Congress, it was just over 20 trillion. That was 2018. Today, we are pushing 37 trillion. Is that roughly correct?
Yeah, if you add in internally financed.
Correct.
The CBO says we will end this year at about 37.2. My number is 37.3. So yeah.
So now I bring that up because nobody at home understands that. You're doing a good job trying to put it in context,
12 zeros.
Trying to explain it about the amount of money we're borrowing per family or taxpayer or per second. But to put it in stark terms, what we're talking about with the debt and the deficits, what it really means is the inability to afford a house for the average American, right? Because the impact that flows from it is, as you alluded to, higher interest rates, a inability for the Fed and for Congress to continue to borrow and print money because of what you're describing worldwide, the ability to have people to buy our debt goes down. The cost of debt is going to go up. The interests are going up. Inflation is going up. And the average American family is going to take it on the chin. That's what we're talking about. And the reason I bring that up is because our colleagues, as you point out, run around here saying, I need more money for the program. I need more money for fill in the blank. I need more money for Medicaid. I need more money for SALT. Why? Because they feel like they've got a political interest in doing so. I'm sure the gentleman had, like I did yesterday, the Farm Bureau coming into your office and needing help. Guess what? I understand why they need help, because we, the federal government, have messed up their lives quite vociferously.
We distort.
And so they want help. I get it. But then what do? Vote for food stamps? I'm a cancer survivor. You know that. And I have cancer groups coming in asking for money. I look at them and I say, well, can you go find some way to pay for it? And a lot of my colleagues don't want to do that. And I'll close with this. President Reagan had a great quote on the Johnny Carson show, late night show in the 70s, before he was president, in which he said, every program that a politician brings forward should have to come with a tax increase attached to it. Why is that? Was President Reagan pro-tax increases? I know the gentleman from Arizona knows that not to be true. President Reagan believed in tax cuts and more money in the pockets of Americans to create wealth, to create economic growth. But why he said that was because we promise things we can't deliver. We promise things that we deliver that are fake, because we're doling out money, printing money to pay for programs, and then on the other side of the ledger, we never want to say we need a tax increase to pay for it, because we rightly understand tax increases constrain the economy. In other words, in short, we put ourselves in the box we've created. I yield to you.
I want to try to, we use the term socialize. How do I get it part of our folklore, our use of language? Borrowing money is a tax hike.
Correct.
You got to understand, okay, you're not going to raise taxes. I despise raising taxes.
Correct.
I want as much velocity in the economy. A classic free market economist.
Yep.
But borrowing money is a tax hike. And it's a tax hike with interest on it.
Yep.
It's just to be paid at a future date. But because the curve is now steepening, remember, I just showed you some charts that says we may double U.S. debt this decade. The curve is like this. You don't think we're not going to reach in and take some of your retirement? This is no longer about your grandkids. It's no longer about your kids. It's you. But I believe the political class has lied their backsides off for so long, or we play this game. You will see some people on social media, you could save $1 million doing this. Okay, you borrow $250 million an hour.
Yeah.
$250 million every hour is the borrow. Watch out for the scam artists who play the game. They give you something that's outrageous. Okay, get rid of it. But sometimes the things we will debate for hours here are minutes or sometimes seconds of borrowing.
Yep.
But the big stuff, because there's so many lobbyists and constituencies that live off that money, you're not allowed to talk about that. And look, Mr. Roy, look, I'm blessed. I have Phoenix and Scottsdale. I've one of the best educated districts in America. I have them fairly prosperous. They tolerate me. They sometimes aren't happy with what I say.
Yeah.
But at least they know my math is good.
Would the gentleman yield on that? One of the things that I've been saying in this building for the last several months is this debate about what we call, I think somewhat wrongly and incorrectly, mandatory spending, because it's not mandatory. We've just chosen to put it on autopilot. It's automatic spending. It's not really mandatory.
That's a better name.
And so I've been saying in this building repeatedly that the math has to math. The math has to add up. And is that, would the gentleman agree, the fundamental and core problem in this town when we're talking about the state of affairs? So for example, we in this process have taken Medicare off the table politically. The president has asked us to take Medicare off the table. We have taken Social Security off the table because by law, we are not allowed to touch Social Security in the reconciliation process. And then interest is off the table because you got to pay it. You can't just magically not pay the interest. So that adds up to what? About 47% of the total frigging budget, half the budget.
Yeah, and just understand in reconciliation, which is the one time we're allowed to talk about mandatory spending, the majority of mandatory spending we're not allowed to touch.
Correct.
Because if you use Social Security and interest, that's probably 54, 55% of all mandatory. Sorry, it's a weird way I remember numbers.
And so,
but I can give you, so let's actually, let's risk our political careers. How many of you have read the Wall Street Journal articles from the last year? I think they've done 5 or 6 major exposés on something we call Medicare Part C. It's the Medicare Advantage. It was the sort of managed care version within Medicare option that was developed by Republicans in 2005. One of their articles basically says they identified about $63 billion of waste, fraud, misalignment a year.
right,
A year.
right.
A year. Yeah. The MedPAC report, because I'm the only idiot who came here to the floor with the MedPAC, but it's partially my responsibility being Ways and Means. The MedPAC report, all highlighted, and we showed the MedPAC report says Medicare Advantage, the Part C, is coming in at 120% of fee-for-service. Just that delta from where it was supposed to be at 95%, I know there's a lot of numbers, when we designed Medicare Advantage, long before you and I got here, it was supposed to come at 95% of fee-for-service. That 25% delta is $100 billion a year, and if you do the curve, because of the growth of the program it's expected, that's $1.5 trillion over 10 years, just putting it back to what it was supposed to be. It's equal to everything we're talking about trying to reform in our reconciliation packages. How many conversations have we been willing to have saying, hey, you do realize we could modernize Medicare Advantage so the incentive for the providers is to have populations be healthier than running around and scoring them as sicker. Just align the incentives. I just found you $1 trillion. Why can't we have conversations like this where we're trying to preserve the programs and the future at the same time?
The gentleman was asking a rhetorical question.
Yeah,
and
you don't have to answer that because the moment you answer, there will be an army of paid lobbyists, people running ads in your district, probably now beating the crap out of me on social media, because when it's that sort of money, you know they're going to, and you also saw the articles 3 weeks ago, Wall Street Journal, there's criminal investigations now going on. Justice Department now is diving into these folks. So there's more going on here. I will argue, Mr. Roy, and some of our friends who are fiscal conservatives but also want to modernize the delivery of services, help me. We've spent almost a year diving into the data. What would happen if fixing these misalignments, the waste and fraud, actually it doesn't get us where we need to be, but it starts moving us the right direction. Mr. Roy, I think I'm actually against my time, so I'm going to do that moment. I'm going to first apologize to the folks that had to try to take our words down for talking too fast, for the poor speaker that had to sit here and listen to this, and to my staff that's now going to have to write lots of apology letters for all the people I just hurt their feelings. But with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
If you return here illegally, you will be punished. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Under the policy the Speaker announced on January 3, 2025, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I could almost hear the joy of, hey, it's only 30 minutes this time, not an hour. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I want to do just a handful of things. One of these days, we're going to have not enough noise about the facts, the numbers, the data, the debt, those things, that we can come in and sort of do our boards, our charts on things that actually reduce spending and modernize. But I do want to sort of start with this. We have spent, since last summer, working on pieces of legislation. When the Wall Street Journal series, ProPublica series, came out about the scale of bad acts that were happening in what we call Medicare Part C, which is Medicare Advantage for most of us, which is now, I think, about 55% of the Medicare population. We've been working on that to sort of modernize it. And so for all the lobbyists who are making money trying to beat us up for trying to actually fix it, I'll warn you, the legislation's almost done. We now have to work with the economists and the other things to score. We've been stunned that, though, it continues. Even last Thursday, I think there was a whole nother set of investigations or indictments announced. All right, let's get on to some of the math here. Mr. Speaker, I've come behind the microphone many times and talked about the scale of debt. We borrow about $72,000 per second. Some of our math next year, that goes up to about $82,000 borrowing per second. But if you're a country that needs to borrow about $6 billion a day, so we borrow about $6 billion a day, what happens in a world where you actually, the liquidity of the debt markets? So I grabbed an article that was in one of my, I think it was in one of my bond publications because I have some weird reading habits. Japan prepares to use its role as America's largest creditor as leverage in Trump's trade talks. The point I want to make by reading that headline to everyone is Japan now is our largest individual creditor country. So when you have a country that has $900 billion, maybe $1 trillion of U.S. sovereign debt, and you walk in the door and say, we want to renegotiate some of our trade pact with you, or we want to build an actual trade pact with you, and they look at you and say, but we right now take those dollars that you send us because you've been buying our stuff, and we're buying your debt. The fact of the matter is, if you're a country that's borrowing $6 billion a day, does anyone understand the fragility? And I'm going to use that fancy word a couple times, because also interest. We're actually seeing some indications that when we get out of extraordinary measures, for everyone who doesn't understand, we hit the debt ceiling a couple months ago. So right now, the Treasury, every day for that $6 billion shortfall, is juggling money internally and borrowing it out of the military retirement accounts or our thrift savings account, the cash accounts, and those things. So we're doing internal borrowing. But all that has to be paid back, and it all has to be paid back with interest. So we're still working on the rough calculation. Treasury put out a number, but I don't like their number because I don't think it was real, or we had all the visibility. But we'd worked on a data set saying when we finally raise the debt ceiling, let's say it's a month or two from now, Treasury is going to need to pay back those dollars plus the interest. So they're going to come to market with $400, $500, $600 billion of borrowing. So just be prepared for what's really going on in the interest rate markets, the debt markets, and will we be beyond some of the discussions of trade where countries like Japan aren't leaking stories that they're going to use our debt as leverage against us. So, look, I used this board a couple times now, but I want it to make sense. Estimate for net interest as a share of revenues in 2035. So that's 9 budget years from now. Moody, the chart here, the bar here, I want people to pay attention to. Moody's, who has this whole thing where they do analytics on debt and spending. Mr. Speaker, their estimate is in 9 years, 30% of U.S. tax collections, that's everything, corporate, individual, estate, the tariffs, everything. They estimate in 9 years, 30% of all those tax receipts that come into the federal government will just pay interest. And this is based on sort of today's interest rate projections. I showed some charts a couple weeks ago that showed an estimate that if U.S. debt went up 1% in interest, so us selling our bonds, interest rates went up 1% on us, in that 9 budget years, it's not 30% of tax receipts that go to just interest, it's 45%. Are you prepared to have a world out there where here's $1 of taxes I'm paying, 30 cents of that just pays interest, or God forbid interest rates go up, 45 cents of that dollar just pays interest on the bonds? There's also a chart if we actually went back to the early 2000s when we were kissing up against 6%, and it was just like devastating, the amount of tax collections that get consumed by interest. Remember, when we finish this fiscal year, CBO's estimate is U.S. sovereign debt, all of it, the gross debt, will be at $37.2 trillion. And the thing we're not supposed to tell people because it hurts their feelings, gets them upset, but it's called math, is over the next 10 years, the vast majority of debt is interest and healthcare costs, mostly Medicare. So unless you're willing to have honest conversations that debt deficits and demographics, the demographics is the driver of U.S. sovereign debt. We have a shortage of young people in America. We have foreigners come and get educated here and we send them home because we're so brilliant. And healthcare costs, we do all this game playing around here where our healthcare discussions are about healthcare finance, not about changing the cost of healthcare. Think about this. The ACA, many of you know it as Obamacare. It's a financing bill. It is a financing bill. It's who gets subsidized, who has to pay. The Republican alternative was a financing bill. Medicare for All is a financing bill. We don't have the discussion of how to revolutionize, either through technology, a healthier society, taking on obesity, the things that drive the cost of healthcare. How about this concept of we build a healthier society, we use technology. You know, I'm wearing one of these Oura rings. We're doing experiments in our office with other wearables, trying to build data. Is that Republican or Democrat? It's just data. And I don't know why we haven't been able to build a love connection here, or policy connection, or whatever the hell we're supposed to call it, between the left and the right, saying, what would happen if we could engage in policies that change the price of healthcare? Instead, we do these debates because everything in Washington is about the money. The people marching up and down our hallways here, they're not coming in our office to say, David, adopt technology, lower the price of living, lower the price of healthcare. It's, we want more money, or we want you to build a barrier to entry to our competition. we call it rent seeking if you remember your high school economics class. So let's take a look here. I need you to understand how rough our position is in the world right now. Global 10-year borrowing rates. And I've brought the charts before. We've been bouncing between like the 13th, I think we fell to the 12th, and the 14th, where other countries are able to sell their bonds cheaper. But the one that just enrages me, here's Greece. Greece can sell a 10-year bond cheaper than the United States today. So when you run around thinking the United States, we are the gold standard, well, we're also screwing up our extraordinary privilege of having the world reserve currency and the dollars coming back to us, because you start to see the slowdown in buying U.S. sovereign debt. And we don't know the real numbers, Mr. Speaker, because we're in extraordinary measures. We're not coming to market with new debt. But think about this. Here's the countries that can sell a 10-year bond cheaper than the United States. Italy, Greece, France, Canada, Germany, China, Japan, all can sell a 10-year bond cheaper than the United States. Lower interest rate. Does that make anyone concerned? I think I have a chart that shows the United States will consume 30 to 40% of all the world capital that's going to sovereign debt in the next decade. But we're not supposed to talk about that. And then the absurdity from the left, well, we tax rich people more. Okay. In the best, you might get a point and a half percent of GDP. For all the things we talk about cutting, you get about 1 point. So the 2.5. Mr. Speaker, this year we're on pace to borrow 7.3% of the entire economy just this year. One of our charts, and I think this one comes straight from CBO, says with that little change in interest rates, 2035, we may be well over 9% of the entire economy that year borrowed money. And it doesn't have to be this way. You know, we're doing this reconciliation, negotiations, all those things. And the inability of groups that come in the office and demand more money to come in with an idea saying, hey, you know, maybe we shouldn't be spending billions and billions and billions and billions of dollars on duplicative MRI scans or the things we just waste money on. Because it turns out that waste, you know, some people come by these microphones, call it fraud. That waste turns out to be many of the bureaucracies, many of the business models. That's their profit model. And it doesn't have to be this way. So you start to take a look at the actual data. Last year, if you do the gross interest, that's what we sold publicly and had to pay interest out internally when we borrow money from the Social Security Trust Fund or these other things, which all that money's already been borrowed. We have to pay interest back. So when Social Security redeems its bonds, we pay them back the money they need for that next month checks to come out, because remember, Social Security is running about a little less than a structural 25% shortfall from tax collections to checks out the door. We also pay them interest. So last year we spent $1.133 billion in interest. Our best estimate right now is this year your government will spend about just a little shy, probably about 1.3 trillion in interest. Why that's important? You do realize that's more than defense? Let's take a look at this. Think about that. Starting in about 2022, our interest became more than the DoD budget, Department of Defense budget. How many of the public understand that? That interest, if you actually do the gross interest, is now the second biggest spend in the United States. Social Security comes in about $1.480 trillion. Interest this year will probably come in at what, that 1.213. So interest now is number 2. Defense actually is coming in around number 4 now. So Social Security, interest, Medicare, defense. How many times do you hear people come behind these microphones and actually at least know their basic math or want to tell the truth to the voters? And once again, is this Republican or Democrat? It's just math. It's an obligation we have to pay. And we're going to do what about it? We are going to squeeze out our ability to do the things that we believe are important for protecting the Constitution and the society. Because God forbid, the bond markets forbid, that we all of a sudden start to have a spike in interest rates. And you start to understand that many of our brothers and sisters who come behind these microphones, I show the chart all the time saying, okay, here's the pie chart of all of our spending. Today, it's about 75% is on autopilot. You and I get to vote on 25% of the spending. Okay, about half that's defense, about half that's non-discretionary. Every dime a member of Congress votes on today is borrowed. Think about that. Other than when you're in reconciliation where you actually get to have a vote or try to work on mandatory spending, which is formulaic, all defense and all non-defense discretionary is borrowed. And yes, you've heard a number of members come behind the mic and talk about how much non-defense discretionary has gone up. And it has. And we've lied repeatedly, when we did sequestration, PAYGO, how many times, PAYGO, remember, I think actually was a Democrat proposal from years ago that if we're going to add new spending beyond the 5-year window, there needs to be an offset. So you saw a number of bills that, they expire just before the 5th year, so that way they don't set off the PAYGO. Or like we did back in January, we owed like $1.2 trillion in cuts to meet the PAYGO, pay-as-you-go rules. Well, we just waive it, just like we've done with sequestration, all these other things. So we tell people, hey, we're going to be fiscally disciplined. As soon as it's uncomfortable, then we'll just waive it. But why this is important, it's just, okay, we will say there's a 45% increase in discretionary spending since 2019. And it is. But when you actually look at it, it's a lot of money. But did I mention we're borrowing $6 billion a day? So we went from $662 billion. This is non-defense discretionary. This is the Park Service. This is the IRS. This is the State Department. All the things you think of as government. It went up to $960 billion. But why this is important to understand, I would vote to roll that back to the 2019 budget. Okay. But if you see it as a percentage of GDP, the size of the economy, we're spending, which is the proper way to do big boy math on budgets. In 2019, non-defense discretionary was 3.1% of the economy. Last year, it was 3.3% of the economy. So it went up, but the economy got bigger. And it turns out if you're borrowing 7.3% of the economy this year, you could get rid of all of what you think of as government, non-defense discretionary, and you could get rid of all of defense. And my math on my top of my head, I probably should have calculated this before coming behind the microphone, you still need about another $400 billion to cover borrowing that covers Medicare. So think about that. For those that say, David, balance the budget today. I can do it. Of course, you're not going to have a military. You're not going to have what you think of as government. And I need to find $400 billion in the mandatory space. There's this lack of understanding of the scale. And getting old. When it's healthcare and interest, that's the primary driver. No one wants to hear that. That doesn't set off the dopamine receptors. It doesn't make people mad. It doesn't get you on television. If you tell the truth about the drivers of U.S. sovereign debt, you will never end up on MSNBC or Fox or those because no one wants to hear the actual math. We want things that anger people. Turns out good accounting isn't really that exciting, but it's math. And so here is the punchline which worries me and why I beg of my brothers and sisters. Okay, For those of us in the House, we have a reconciliation budget. We're trying not to let the expiring provisions raise people's taxes. We have a reconciliation budget in the House that if we do everything right, we get a couple $1 trillion of savings over 10 years. We're going to spend over $68 trillion in the next 10 years. How many members of Congress have had protesters outside their office? You can't cut things. We're talking total of $2 billion or $2 trillion of savings over 10 years when we're spending $68 billion. Have we lost our minds? And yet, if we were to do the Senate's reconciliation budget, which has almost no cuts in spending in it, we will borrow approximately, and look, I'm conflating publicly sold debt with the debt we would create in the next 10 years. What took us 240 years to build, we will double in 10, or come close to doubling in 10. Does this body, to the lobbyists in the hallways, to the groups in the hallways demanding more spending, to any of the staffers who might not have a life so they're watching this, do you really think the bond markets aren't going to go, hey, they're doubling U.S. debt. Maybe we should ask for a little premium, that's called a term premium, on U.S. sovereign debt. But I just showed you and told you what happens if we go up 1%. Just that 1 point is $3 trillion of additional interest. It's more than everything we're talking about trying to cut. So here's your balance. How do you communicate to the people we borrow money from that we're good credit risk? We're going to pay you back. We're going to pay you back appropriately. We're not going to say crazy things of, maybe we should force you to go longer on the bonds, or maybe we should ask you to do this or that. You can't do that. You don't screw with your bankers. And just in the article, we're already up against the leverage of, this one's about Japan, but I don't know why it's not about other countries, using the fact that we've used them, we've needed them to finance our debt. And then we intend to leverage them. Okay, they need trade with us. Let's use that leverage, but let's also be respectful of the fact they're one of our bankers. And understand the fact, Mr. Speaker, if we don't get our act together, United States is on track to double its borrowing over the next 10 years. And if that becomes the perception in the world debt markets, we're going to pay a penalty for it. And that penalty is really expensive. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and my friend from Texas. You always have some amazing stories. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, tonight is going to be a little tricky because I'm going to try to weave sort of three major subjects together. And some of it's going to be really technical. Some of it will be slightly sarcastic. But the math here is really important. So, and I'm going to do it backwards from how I originally thought, because I want to hit a couple things that are remarkably important. All right, so I've come behind this microphone, heaven knows how many times, and shown the charts, hey, we're borrowing, $72,000 a second, that we could borrow as much as $2.3 trillion this year, that, and I'm going to show some other things in here, Moody's, and, why did they downgrade us, that, what some of the things going on. And on occasion I get this of, okay, what are your solutions? And then we always try to come in saying, okay, here's the technology shoot where you could disrupt the cost of healthcare. Here's the technology where you could change the price of delivering government services. But we started almost a year ago in my capacity on Ways and Means, chairing the oversight. I now chair the Joint Economic Committee, so, and thank you, Mr. Speaker, because he helped me actually have the capacity. I've hired a PhD in healthcare economics. We've dropped last week, and that's the term we put in, something called a hopper. That's actually where you file your pieces of legislation. 2 pieces of legislation that the preliminary scores are almost $2 trillion in savings over 10 years. So as we're having this discussion of debt deficit, can you extend the tax policy? Can you do other things? It's not going to come from traditional austerity. The fact of the matter is that math doesn't work. You're going to do it through policy. You're going to fix policy. And people just stare at you like you're an idiot when you try to explain these things. So let's walk through our big one. And look, this is an occasion where I promise you, there's so much money involved. There's a reason other members of Congress have been unwilling to do what we knew was a problem. A few weeks ago, I came here with the MedPAC reports. Now, I don't know if anyone ever bothers to read them, but you go through there and it should light your hair on fire. For the last year, the Wall Street Journal has done a series of articles basically showing hundreds of billions of dollars of waste, fraud, misallocation, just misalignment incentives in something we call Medicare Advantage. So walk with me through. In the early 2000s, there was this concept of managed care, that if we could help our brothers and sisters with their earned benefit in Medicare, saying, look, we have fee-for-service, but you have to pay all these co-pays. But what would happen if you could align the incentives saying, we want insurers to manage a portfolio of access to health care, but within that, those insurers will actually make their money by helping you be healthier. The model, which started in 2005, many of you know it as Medicare Advantage. You see the ads, and that's actually part of the problem, was supposed to come in at 95% of fee-for-service because this was a system where you were going to get better quality care, get taken care of, and the insurers would make their profit by helping their population become healthier. Well, it turns out, if you actually read those MedPAC reports, these are the auditors who do the modeling, and we're talking something it's almost $1 trillion in spending last year. So we're talking something it's stunning amounts of money. Last year, Medicare Advantage came in at 120% of fee-for-service. So just that delta, 120% to the 95 it was envisioned to be, that right there is $100 billion a year. And the fact of the matter is, if you've been following this series of articles, I think ProPublica, Wall Street Journal has spent tremendous resources doing it, it will curl your hair. And then you've been seeing the most recent stories about the potential criminal acts. I think last Thursday a story broke of actual criminal, not civil, criminal coming. So is it time for us as members of Congress to talk about something which is often dangerous, because when you're taking on a system that has trillions of dollars flowing through it, you got to understand, there will be ads in my district that are going to beat the ever-living crap out of me. It's the job. You got to tell the truth, know the math, and come with actual solutions. So we went back and said, hey, how do you design a system where you make sure the benefits, the promises are there for seniors because it's an earned benefit? How do you make sure you're doing nothing to cut that access to health care, to cut that access to quality health care, but you align the incentives to go back to the original vision where it's about helping those seniors who are on Medicare Advantage become healthier, and the morality of that. Now, we had to do a number of things in design, so we introduced legislation. This was the preliminary score from the Joint Economic Economists. $1.76 trillion of savings over the 10 years. Now, the fact of the matter, that's only about 10% of the cost of the program over those 10 years. So you start to understand the scale of the cost of this. We believe, now understand, this is only conversation between economists, and I was not on the call, that the preliminary score right now is $1.84 trillion coming from the people that will score the legislation. That would make it probably, everything we can guess, the single biggest reduction in spending in a single bill in probably U.S. history. Does that give you a sense, when you have people talking about waste and fraud and misalignment and bad acts, this is the ginormous granddaddy of it all. So how do you actually take a piece of legislation it's not that big a bill. It's a little complex. It's really scary because, as you know around here, we're not ever supposed to talk about, these things that, particularly Medicare, but this is not Medicare as you think about it. This is the insurers who are paid to actually manage your care and help you be healthier. And yet you have the series of stories saying on how they've been taking advantage of the system. And there's a way to make this work. Even the MedPAC report says, we support Medicare Advantage. We want it to stay, but we're going to have to fix these misalignments. And the economists have been modeling the savings. So what happens if you have a moment here where these sorts of dollars in savings, and this is going to tie in, Mr. Speaker, to talking about what Moody's did last week, talking about how this and our talent-based immigration bill, those two bills together, probably score at $2 trillion of savings, and they would be good for the economy. They would be good for healthcare. They'd be good for people to be healthier. They would help grow the economy. This is an example of getting policy right to actually take on a small sliver of the debt. Because remember, our baseline debt for the next 10 years, we're going to borrow another $22 trillion. So even though this number is massive, still just a fraction of what's coming at us. And look, I'm trying to make the point again. Our legislation, which we call Better Medicare, it's been introduced. It's in the process of being scored. But when you start to see these sorts of dollars, and yes, it would change the current spending projection by about 10.7%, according to the Joint Economic Economists. But you already had the MedPAC saying it's already 25% more expensive than was the original model. So it gives you a sense that we're making reforms, but we're just trying to align the incentives. And we've done some things to actually help the insurers be able to have sort of automatic enrollment, but you can choose to opt out. A longer period of time, so the investment for that senior who chooses that Medicare Advantage plan to be given the services to be healthier. But also with that healthier, the provider, may benefits by having a healthier population. We've been trying to just think like economists instead of so often what you hear behind these microphones. Because something I've teased about, I actually talked about this a couple weeks ago. There's, in Nature Human Behavior, there was an academic article, and this is one of those geeky ones that's peer-reviewed, all those things. Computation analysis of U.S. congressional speeches reveals a shift from evidence to intuition. They basically took 240 years of House floor speeches, ran AI across them, and said, hey, guess what's happened? These speeches around here no longer talk about facts, about data, about math. We now tell our feelings. The problem is if you have complex problems, your feelings aren't going to help us fix complex problems. It turns out math does. And this is what we've been trying to do on this reform of Medicare Advantage. We want the system to work, but we can't allow $1.75 trillion over 10 years of fraud and bad acts. And if you don't believe me, get in front of your computer right now and look up some of the articles of the potential indictments, the criminal activities that are coming. But even the Wall Street Journal series that actually talks about people being scored as sicker, and they don't have the diseases, they don't receive services, they're not on those medications, but yet you and I as taxpayers are paying for it, and we're borrowing the money to do it. Please, if you're a staffer watching this, if you're an American that actually cares about us getting our act together and doing things better, if you're a member of Congress, look, I know doing big things around here is terrifying. We don't have a choice anymore. When you start to see, if anyone actually read the Moody's report that was put out last Thursday, they make a couple points that should scare the crap out of us. In 9 budget years, they believe about 9% of the entire economy in that year will be borrowed by the federal government. That's $3.8 trillion will be the borrowing amount in 2035. And that's just sort of our baseline. And the reason we often don't tell the truth, we avoid it, is almost all this growth of this borrowing is interest and Medicare. It turns out it's really not Republican or Democrat, it's demographics. But we're so busy trying to get elected next time, we need something to blame them, they want to blame us. So if you stand up here and try to actually fix problems, you will get the crap kicked out of you, but you're at least trying to do the right thing. This is what you're hired to do on this job. Is not pander to your voters, tell them the truth and try to fix things. I can't tell you how many speeches I hear behind these microphones. People tell you the problem over and over, but they'll never spend a year writing a bill, putting about 100 hours into it with academics, with PhDs in healthcare, experts from the industry, put together a bill and says, this will work. This will make things better. And look, here's something it should just a philosophical thought I want everyone to think about. The United States just got downgraded by the 3rd major credit rating agency. Did you know there's 18 states that have higher credit rating than the United States government right now? 18 states have higher credit rating. Yet, every dime a member of Congress will vote on, every dime of discretionary, non-defense discretionary as we call it, is borrowed money. Every dime of defense is borrowed money. About $400 billion, I believe, last year, what we call mandatory spending, the formulaic, earned benefits, things of that nature, is borrowed money. Last year, for every dollar we took in tax receipts, we spent $1.39. And much of that money we're sending to states. Remember, we're borrowing money. So my state of Arizona, and we do some things actually really well. Our Medicaid system, we call Access, is actually remarkably well run. Except for some of the fraud, but I'm going to touch on that we haven't built the models to catch faster because we're not actually incentivized. Now, we also play incredible games where we use a provider tax. We actually make money for the general fund, more than is actually spent on health care, which is one of the great scams we're trying to fix right now, is what happens when the washing machine is actually a way where you're padding state budgets instead of taking care of health care. But that will get protests with. So think of this, 18 states that we borrow money have higher credit ratings than we do. It's just an interesting thought experiment. How about if I told you that I think it is, as of yesterday, it's either 12 or 13 countries can sell a 10-year bond cheaper than the United States. Greece today can sell a 10-year bond cheaper than the United States. If any of you are paying attention, remember, there's this concept of interest fragility. One of our greatest threats to this country is our ability to finance this debt. Today, both the 20-year and 30-year bond Both of you went over or touched 5%. We showed actually a couple months ago that a single point of interest on U.S. debt over 10 years came in like $3.3 trillion of additional interest. So it's bigger. Just a small movement of interest rate is bigger than everything we're debating here. But we're not going to tell you that. A, because it would require math. B, it would require facts. And C, it might actually mean someone has to do something. So there is an economist at Bloomberg, Anna Wong, truly freaky smart. I've had the opportunity and the honor. She came and spent a part of a day with my joint economic economist. She's been at the Federal Reserve. She's been at the White House. You know, one of those people is just intimidating on how she's able to calculate the world. And she actually was looking at our reconciliation budget. And she says if we will do just a couple policy things, it's neutral in cost. It balances out. That's the point I'm standing here for. We cannot allow the taxes to go up on working people in this country. Well, right there, that's $3 trillion, $3.1 trillion. How are we going to offset it? Well, it turns out, if you take a look at, and this is just from Anna Wong's analysis, and if you're really geeky, you can get this on your Bloomberg terminal. So all 6 people in Washington have a Bloomberg terminal. They're really expensive, but I actually need it for what we do. If you actually, if the tariffs, what they're producing, some of the doers offsets, turns out if we will incorporate some of this policy, we can make this budget neutral. And that's actually part of my request often for the leadership, for the committee chairs, for those of us in Ways and Means. We need to start actually pulling out our calculators and thinking this through. How do we do these things so we can stabilize the economy, maximize economic growth, but not be adding to the debt? There is math that does it. Will anyone actually read the documents? And we actually start to walk through this. So we're actually trying to build models right now on trying to see what's coming in custom duties. That's the tariffs. What is that offsetting? And we're trying, and you'll see me over the coming weeks come with charts and start saying, okay, here's what we have to plug into our models. But for everyone who's been whining around here, here's your math problem. And I would wish they would start the whining with telling the truth on math and facts before telling anecdotes and stories. Because remember, I just pointed out to you the 140 years analysts of these speeches here in Congress, how they've become now about feelings instead of facts, because we can manipulate you with telling anecdotal stories. This simple chart here, see the nice coins? We stole this from someone else. Baseline is we're going to spend $86 trillion over the next 10 years. All we're talking about trying to save is $2 trillion out of that 86. You're telling me we can't get $2 trillion out of 86 over 10 years. This is causing the emotional meltdown here because this place only cares about one thing, it's the money. Spend it, spend it, spend it, and basically screw over people's retirement and my kids. I have a 2.5-year-old and a 9-year-old. When my 2-year-old, yes, I know, my wife and I adopted some kids. It's the greatest thing we ever did. But when my 2.5-year-old is basically 23, 24, every single tax in America has to be doubled to maintain baseline spending. And I've done presentation after presentation where I've come here with the actual charts using Democrat economists showing that every tax hike the Democrats have proposed on the wealthy, everyone, capital gains, income, all the entire plethora produces about 1.5% of GDP. All the austerity, the cuts on our side, accounts for 1% of GDP. So you got a big 2.5%. Mr. Speaker, we're going to borrow about 7.3% of the economy this year. And I showed you a chart a little while ago that Moody's has us in 9 budget years borrowing 9% of the economy. Anyone see a math problem? The rhetoric here, the moving of the mouth, doesn't match what's on the calculator. We make crap up. This is the baseline fact. Baseline, we're set to spend 86 trillion over the next 10 years, and all we're trying to do is reduce 2 trillion. Now, I think we should reduce dramatically more. But I think you can do it through policy, the adoption of technology, the alignment of incentives, and actually make the delivery of government services work. When only 31% of the phone calls at the IRS get answered, are we doing our job? You do realize there's technology that would fix that. But that would actually turn and anger the union of the government employees there. So there's these barriers here where you have armies of lobbyists walking up down these hallways, and the inefficiency, that waste and fraud, is their profit model. Understand, 80% of the spending growth, we're not supposed to tell people this, but it's the math. And you can't do policy unless you're willing to tell the truth of math. 80% of the spending growth over the next decade. Social Security, Medicare, interest. And the interest is now scaring the crap out of us. Because there's this concept called term premium. As the Ray Dilios and these people who are the billionaire experts start saying, hey, China's in the market, Germany's in the market, United States is binging on debt. There's almost not enough savings in the world to finance the scale of borrowing. And much of that borrowing is driven because of demographics. The entire industrialized world got old. We have a shortage of young people. I think the math is in 9 budget years, 23% of America is 65 and up. So are we doing the things to maximize automation and growth so we can have productivity, so we can continue to afford and provide the very services we promised? No, that would require math and thinking and policy. It's not good storytelling, is it, Mr. Speaker? Look, it's also one of the reasons I was so enraged on the intellectual lazy I thought that the Senate, and look, this is where I'm being a bit sarcastic, if not mean, at least the House, and it's not perfect, there's a number of things I'm unhappy with, and leadership still doesn't have my vote on it until I get some agreements that we're able to move policy to start changing some of these numbers. But I've shown up with the policy. I'm not just moving my mouth. We put it on paper, we introduced them as bills. But you look at the charts of what the Senate unwillingness to actually put policy into their budget reconciliation. And the reason we have to demonstrate a level of fiscal discipline. If you care about poor people, if you care about economic growth, if you care about my kids, if you care about your retirement, if you care about what this government provides to society, at some point we've got to figure out how to pay for it. But what happens when interest? CBO says when we finish this fiscal year, U.S. debt will be at $37.2 trillion. We have to take to market this year in just refinancing, and I'm not counting the short roll on the short end of the curve, if you want to geek out. I think we're going to bring $9 trillion to market. We're probably going to bring another $2.3 trillion of new issuances and start to see where the United States is interest rate-wise. We start seeing Greece and other countries having substantially lower interest rates than us. That should set off an alarm. Do you want the money to go to the world's bond markets? You do realize convincing the world debt markets that we're creditworthy, that we're being disciplined, that we're doing things, just that differential is more money than everything that's being debated here. How many people, when just 1 point of interest, 1 point differential here is over $3 trillion, that would solve a lot of this debate, wouldn't it? We can actually get those types of bond rates if we demonstrate to the world we're creditworthy, we're being disciplined, we're being sensible, we see our long term, and we're actually understanding the honesty of our demographics. But instead, a bunch of the brain trust here in Washington spends their time attacking Moody's for downgrading us and telling the truth. Problem is, if you actually read their document, it's the truth. And for everyone out there, it thinks balancing the budget and doing those things is simple. If you actually listen to folks from the last administration, this administration, the fantasy goal is just to get to 3% of debt to GDP, not 7, not, heaven forbid, in 9 budget years being at 9%. But if you got 3%, you're more sustainable. But you got to stop the fantasy of saying, well, we're going to cut it all with a non-defense discretionary. Non-defense discretionary is 12% of our spending. Almost everything you think of as government, you know, the Park Service, the FBI, the White House, our salaries here, that's in this 12%. Interest on the debt is every bit as big as all the non-defense discretionary. And actually, real interest on the debt, if you add up everything, is about $1.2 trillion this year. Because remember, when we borrow money from the trust funds, we got to pay it interest and pay it back. And then, for those who are willing to run around here and interested in having discussions on Medicaid, remember, Medicaid is the program that was designed for indigent populations, for women, children, infants. But yet, you hear almost protests from the left. So here's a $2.5 billion fraud in Medicaid in Arizona, where they exploited tribal members, abused them, recruited them off our tribal communities, put them in sober living homes, bled the system for money. It took years because in a system that has the incentive where you're doing provider taxes and more of that money with the raising the cost, and it ends up in the general fund of your state. We should be ashamed that these types of scams were allowed to bleed money that should have been going to people that needed the help. Look, if we don't get an alignment of policy, the cost, and how these things can actually work, Mr. Speaker, I think we're going to continue to live in this world where our debates mean nothing here. They're just based on feelings, exploitation of our voters, tell them things that are actually mathematically not true, but it's great politics. And right now, this place seems to give so much more about winning the next election than the survival of this republic and its economy, and its people and its prosperity. Is prosperity moral? There's a path where we can meet our obligations, help our brothers and sisters that need the help, and not scare the hell out of the very people that we turn to every single day, because this government borrows $9 billion a day. $72,000 a second. Next year, it's going to be close to $82,000 a second. In 9 years, it's approaching $100,000 a second. And so often, the discussion behind these microphones are things that set off your anger, and they're mathematical fantasies. If I get one more person that says, I saw on cable news this, why don't you fix it? And say, happy to fix it. But you do realize, you know, the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. Okay, fine. If that's, I think that calculated to paying for 2 2 hours, 15 minutes of borrowing an entire year. The lack of understanding of the scale of this math. So, Mr. Speaker, there's hope. There's a way you can make this work. But not until the calculator's pulled out and the morality that prosperity is the goal and it's the moral thing to do. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I apologize to anyone I hurt your feelings. Send me a note. I'll write you an apology note. That does seem, I seem to write a lot of apology notes. Look, I continue to be mad at both parties and almost everyone around here because we not willing to do the math. But there's a way you can make this work. And with that, I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman yields. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Schreier, is recognized for 60 minutes as the
Mr. Schweikert is recognized for 60 minutes as a designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Give me a couple seconds here as I sort of semi-organize this mess. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to try to just do a couple very simple things here. I want to walk through that I actually believe there's actual solutions. The problem is they're hard. And it's one of those occasions where I think we play this game, we talk around each other because we talk our book. We talk what gets us elected. We talk what raises us money. We talk what enrages our base so they're more politically involved. The fact of the matter is a substantial amount of that is just a bold-faced lie. And for anyone that's really interested just in sort of the academics of what goes on here, I talked about this a couple weeks ago. If you have your search engine, look up AI review of congressional speeches. There's an academic group, so this isn't like Nature, so it's a peer-reviewed article, going back 140 years of congressional speeches, and basically says the use of facts has absolutely crashed. If you actually read it, it's crashed. We now talk about our feelings and intuition because that's how we manipulate people. And look, it's in Nature publication right now. Go pull up the academic article. And that's what goes on behind these microphones day after day after day, is we have people that tell stories. We tell about our feelings. But we don't seem to actually bother doing something called math. And the family slogan is, the math will always eventually win. So I'm going to do this a couple times here. You know, we're in the middle of the reconciliation, budgets, battles, the propaganda, the things that get said that are true or not true. My argument for everyone here is there's a way to pay for lots of this. It still doesn't save us. As a country, we borrow about $6 billion a day right now. Next year, we're going to borrow about $7 billion. I'm going to show you some charts. In 9 budget years, we're borrowing about $10 billion a day. And the vast majority of that is demographics. Turns out it's not Republican, it's not Democrat. And one of the great lies here, and I've done entire presentations here, where I took like a whole hour a while back, where I did every tax hike that the left has proposed in the scores and its economic factors. And actually, we did a bunch of the cuts in spending and those things, Republicans. All those tax hikes came out to about 1.5% of GDP. Excuse me, these tax hikes came out to about 1.5% of GDP. Our cuts came out to about 1% of GDP. Big 2.5%. Looks like we're going to borrow 7.3% of the economy this year, and in 9 budget years, Moody's says, I'm going to show this board a couple times, we'll be borrowing 9% of GDP. Now, I'm sorry, most people, you know, David, we don't know what GDP, what do you mean by that? It's just understand the scale is so often the solutions are meant to hit you with a dopamine hit. They're meant to manipulate you. And when I say you, I mean the voting public, often our staff trying to even manipulate each other. But we have spreadsheet after spreadsheet after spreadsheet around us talking about what's going on. So my point I'm going to come back to, Mr. Speaker, I've introduced legislation to fix what MedPAC has talked about now for years. Back when the Democrats controlled all this place, now that the Republicans control this, but we're all too scared to actually read something. It's in a big binder that actually has math in it that would be hard and difficult because, let's be honest, it's really hard putting a couple hundred pages of facts and details in a tweet. But the fact of the matter, MedPAC and the Wall Street Journal series and the ProPublica series have gone over Medicare Advantage. And if any of you have your phone and you like tracking, stories, put in Medicare Advantage fraud right now. You'll see at least 5 major articles from the Wall Street Journal, ProPublica, and some of the others. In some of those articles, if you actually add up, it's $100+ billion a year in fraud. So we've introduced a piece of legislation. The preliminary number is around $1.7 trillion to $1.840 trillion. Trillion dollars, sorry. $1.840 trillion, making it the single biggest reduction bill, I believe, in modern history. Actually, in history at all. Okay, so I just got you 1.8. We've also introduced a talent-based immigration bill. Well, if you want to hit the GDP growth numbers that we keep talking about, the left has even talked about, the president's talked about, you can't do it without a talent-based immigration system. It's just read the literature. As even the president has said, it's insane. We educate people and then we send them home to compete with us. Are we out of our minds? Do a talent-based immigration, keep people. And I'm going to show you another chart in a moment that's saying, look, we have to deal with a reality. If the primary driver of debt in America is demographics, it's functionally Medicare, in a few years, Social Security when the trust fund's gone, and interest. If you go back 20 years ago, the number of 18-year-olds we had then compared to the number of 18-year-olds today, it's almost identical. The number of our brothers and sisters who are 65 and up has almost doubled in that 20 years. Are we allowed to tell the truth about our brothers and sisters that, those of us who are baby boomers with gray hair, they have changed the math in our country. When I was a kid in the 70s, for every dollar that was spent on people 65 and up, there were $7 spent on young people. Today, that's reversed. Today, we spend $1 on young people and $7 on those over 65. It's the deal. It's part of our societal commitment. Fine, keep our promises. But the way you keep your promises is you know your math, because at some point you got to finance it. And then the third bill, so Medicare Advantage, Part C, deal with the waste and fraud and issue from the insurance companies managing it. Make it so the incentive is to help our brothers and sisters be healthier, instead of making billions and billions and billions and billions of dollars scoring people as sicker. Just read the articles. And turns out, I think this bill, the Democrats would like, the Republicans would like, and people that do math will really like. The talent-based immigration, great for long-run economic growth. It actually fulfills even things the president talked about in the campaign trail. And the third one is functionally our bill that I've done for years and years around here. It's called the Forgotten Funds Bill. Now, in some ways, I got to be honest, this isn't new money. It's cash we have borrowed and we've given to agencies, but they haven't either been authorized or they haven't spent it. Mr. Speaker, off the top of your head, will you raise your eyebrows a little bit? We call this SF 133, so it's It's money that's been appropriated. It's sitting in their account, so it's cash. We're paying interest on it because that money was borrowed. We estimate that it's over $1.5 trillion, $1.5 trillion. If you grab that cash and realize you don't have to pay interest on it anymore, talent-based, MA reform, you just paid for our reconciliation bill and put some more money in the bank. And my point is just, if we would actually think about policy, the modernization, doing things better, faster, cheaper. So next week we're going to do I think one of our Democrat colleagues a couple moments ago was attacking some of the, we'll call it the Doge cuts. Okay. Look, last year, for every dollar we took in tax receipts, we spent $1.39. And then go home and people say, David, I need you to balance the budget. Great. Tell me what 40+%, because you got to deal with the economic effects of government you want us to cut. And now the fact with just the movements in interest rates this year, it's approaching a couple $1 trillion additional interest over the next 10 years. And look, no one needs another speech from me doing interest rate fragility, but the fact of the matter is the bond market is on the cusp of running this country. Except that's really hard to explain to our voters, and if you're a Democrat, you don't want to explain that because you want to keep handing things out and doing the lie of, we're going to tax rich people. Then you show the chart that's saying, hey, okay, it just takes care of weeks of borrowing, and that's it for an entire year. And then those of us who run around saying, we're going to just cut waste and fraud. Got to cut waste and fraud. And I'm going to show you some charts. But we need to redefine, redesign, modernize, use technology on how we deliver services. So, all right, let's actually walk through a couple things. So, what's the real reason we're doing the reconciliation budget? It comes down to one thing, at least for me. Our taxes are all going up next year. In my district, it's over a couple $1,000s for an average family. A couple $1,000s. And in some of my zip codes, look, I represent a fairly prosperous district. I represent Scottsdale and Phoenix. It's over $3,000. But for my average, it's $2,062 tax increase next year. Okay. So I've been really happy to hear how many of my brothers and sisters on the other side have gotten behind the microphone and talked about how they don't want, small businesses in my district will be hit with a 43% tax hike. And that's the law. That's already coming. And so they're going to give us ideas of how we keep this from happening. Now, the problem here, if you think like an economist, is this is sort of maintaining today's policy instead of what's in the law where everyone's taxes go up. Great. It maintains consumption, but you don't get the same type of economic pop of doing things that create investments in productivity and those things. But this is your reason that we have to battle through this. And the absurdity, the absolute absurdity I get from some of our brothers and sisters out there, you can't cut. This is just heresy. It's brutal. We're baseline going to spend $68 trillion over the next 10 years. $68 trillion. Well, we're talking about reducing, and looks like we're not going to hit the number, which will enrage me. It's $2 trillion. So you see the stack of coins there? That's $68 trillion over the next 10 years. That was baseline spending. All we're talking about cutting is functionally 2.2, 2.3% of it. And think of the rage. Think of the theater. Think of the protests. Think of the nasty text messages. You do realize just a couple ticks in interest. I think if I can almost do the speed math in my head. If I had 70, 75 basis points, it's more than all those cuts. If we went back to the interest rates we had in the early 2000s, I think that would add another $3-4 trillion over 10 years of just interest. It's the theater around here is about telling stories. It's emoting emotions. But damn it, does anyone own a calculator? And here's, so what was it? 10 days ago, 2 weeks ago, Moody's downgraded the United States. And part of the point, because I know we all read it because it was such a big deal. You subscribed to Moody's, you downloaded the report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for letting me have a Bloomberg terminal. I chair the Joint Economic Committee, so we bathe in the math. Think of this. In 9 budget years, we're spending 9% of the entire economy is borrowed. And that's based on our baseline. See, said that twice. In 9 years, the borrow will be $3.8 trillion. And Mr. Speaker, most of that growth is interest and healthcare. So I'm sure we're all around here trying to revolutionize the cost of healthcare by curing people, by using technology, doing it better, faster, cheaper, helping our brothers and sisters live healthier instead of misery with their chronic conditions. But so often the debates behind these microphones are about, we need to spend more money to help you maintain your misery instead of curing it. The complete lack of vision. The complete lack of vision around here of the morality. When you realize, a couple of the great studies from a few years ago is number one contributor to income inequality in America wasn't education. It was healthcare. It was the health of the populations. What happens when your brothers and sisters have diabetes, when they're crashing repeatedly? Turns out if 33% of all American healthcare is just diabetes, if 47% of all American healthcare is obesity, why wouldn't we take those on? Yeah, it means doing some very difficult things. It means having a brutal discussion about agricultural policy, nutrition support, how we're going to deliver healthcare through our clinics and other things. But it's really great economics and the morality of having people live longer, be healthier, be able to have families, family formation. We're going to show a couple numbers here. If you have 7 million prime-age males missing from the economy, and one of the data sets says it's not drugs, it's actually obesity and other things. What do we do incentive-wise to help our brothers and sisters, particularly those prime-age males, get back into the economy, participate in society? And in 9 budgets a day, we're going to doesn't that, I mean, why doesn't this just set people up saying, okay, I don't want to raise my brothers and sisters' taxes. We need to do some things to get the economy, continue growing, get investment back in productivity. That's why you do expensing, research and development expensing, other things of that nature, because you need the investments in productivity, because we've got to raise wages. Okay, now we're going to do a little economic geekdom. Remember, after the previous few years where you had high inflation, most of America is poorer today than they were 4 years ago. And that's basically inflation. Your dollars, your salary became worth less. In my district today, if you don't make about 27+% more than you did 4 or 5 years ago, you are poor today. You're not magically going to make the cost of everything in your life go down, particularly in an environment where interest rates are going to be higher because we're borrowing so damn much money. And it's not just us. The Japanese are back in the debt markets. Germany's back in the debt markets. The world is binging on debt. If you think interest rates are going to come crashing back down, you're delusional. The world has only so much savings. So what do we do, Mr. Speaker? Well, you do things that you invest to create productivity, the incentives within the tax code, regulatory code, to invest in things so you can raise wages. Remember, after 2017, one of the data sets we had is, I think it was 68% of all the corporate tax cuts that enraged the left went to workers' wages. Turns out the way you make our brothers and sisters whole from the years of inflation is you gotta get the growth, you gotta get productivity stepped up. And this chart, and please understand, this one upsets both Republicans and Democrats. I've had even people in my own party saying, David, you gotta stop telling people the truth. Even just a little beyond baseline, that if we had no legislation at all, what took us 240 years, we're almost going to double in the next 10. Think of that. The day we were all reelected or elected, last November, public sold debt. So this is debt that's auctioned off. You know, the Japanese own some, the Chinese own some, but we own most of it. Was around 28 trillion. We will almost double that in the next 10 years. Got to deal with the reality. But if you're going to rage at me because I said the bond market's going to be running your country soon, don't rage at me. Crack open an article about bonds and the stress and bond vigilantes and term premiums and what all these things mean and what happens when just clicks of interest rate consume every available dollar that you and I might want to invest in medical research, or the left wants to do whatever the hell they want to do with, and it's going to be consumed by paying interest. Demographics, which is the primary driver of our debt, is not Democrat or Republican. It's just who we are. We have a shortage of young people. And there's lots of us who are baby boomers. And we're going to continue to lie our backsides off. But if you keep looking at the charts and just understand the 65 population has nearly doubled in 20 years. By the number of 18-year-olds is basically the same. You would think these would be the types of data that we could all get together and say, all right, that's math. It's what we are. It's indisputable. It's math. It's Census Bureau. It's from census data from the Biden administration. So, you know, as a Republican using it, is it partisan? It's just math. How do we keep our promises? As a society, as a country, as a population that used to at least make an attempt to be moral, how do we keep our promises? In, what is it, 7 years now, the Social Security Trust Fund is emptied. Basically meaning if the Social Security follows the law, there's going to be, my math a couple of weeks ago was 21% cut in Social Security checks across America. So 2033, it's gone. 2034, first year with the 21% cut, meaning we double senior poverty in America. We're going to double senior poverty in America. How many members have you seen come behind these microphones and talk about the morality of, hey guys, 7 years from now, let's double senior poverty. And then let's do everything we can to talk about it. And oh, by the way, the solution you get all the time, well, just raise the cap. Okay, raise the cap. You do realize just eliminating the cap on Social Security at that time only covers 38% of the shortfall. And the first full year, our math last year we did was $609 or $608 billion. So almost 2/3 of what the entire defense budget is. That's 7 years. We should have been working on this 15, 20 years ago. But the fact that an idiot like me gets behind the microphone and even uses the word, it will be an attack ad next week. Because God forbid, this place cares more about winning the next election than doing what's right, doing what's moral, owning a calculator. It's just, this place is absolutely perverse. And here's another thing, let me enrage my brothers and sisters, because so much of what we're having to deal with in this reconciliation budget, look, I hope the scorekeepers are wrong. I hope the joint tax economists are wrong. I hope the PhDs over at CBO are wrong. But because much of it is extending current tax policy, what we get today, instead of what's in the law, where just individual taxes go up, what, $3.1 trillion over the next 10 years, and add in then the pass-throughs to small businesses and those things, add in another, several $100 billion. That's the law, it's coming. But just extending that, you don't get a huge pop in growth, but you do maintain consumption. Where you get the growth is some of the other things, the expensing, the research and development, those types of things. A couple of the tweaks we're trying to do in also the incentives to invest. But I wish our brothers and sisters would actually, if you're going to say we're magically going to grow at these sorts of rates, give me a reference, give me a credible economist, maybe a guy, a gal, someone with a PhD in actual economics, because I chair the Joint Economic Committee. I have a handful of PhDs, and this is the numbers they come up with. So, back to solutions. We've introduced a bill. Our first number was $1.76 trillion in savings, just reorganizing, redesigning the incentives within Medicare Part A. Excuse me, Medicare Part C. Medicare Part C. Oh, Medicare Advantage, as everyone knows it. Where you're incentivized to keep your brothers and sisters who are on the program. You make money by helping them be healthier instead of scoring them as sicker. Our preliminary number from CBO wasn't $1.706 trillion over 10 years. It turns out they gave us a 1.84 as a preliminary guess. Hopefully in the next couple of weeks we'll get an official score. Is this Republican or Democrat? It's just fixing the waste and the fraud and the misalignment in the program. And look, I fully expect within minutes I'll have attack ads in my home district beating the crap out of me. And I'm in a 50-50 district. Maybe it's occasion a few more of our brothers and sisters here take a risk, particularly those of you in overwhelmingly partisan districts. You can afford to tell the truth. Try it. If an idiot like me in a 50-50 district will get up and tell the truth about the math, why will no one else here? And you do the charts, and these charts aren't magic and secret. They've been in the MedPAC report for most of the last decade. If someone would just bother to open it up and crack the binder and read it. But you can see the savings and the alignment, and one of the model comes back, seniors on Medicare Advantage will be healthier because the incentive is to keep them healthier. Now, we have to do some designs. We have to say, okay, you should be within one plan for maybe 3 years, so there's an investment in helping you be healthier. There's things we did in there to make it work. And the bill's been introduced. And yet, if you look at the total spend over the next 10 years, still $14.67 trillion is the baseline spending over the next 10 years. We're just trying to deal with what article after article after article has basically said, hey, this is fraud. And if anyone else has their phone in your hand and you want to look up something, look up the number of criminal cases that are open right now. The Wall Street Journal and the Justice Department, I guess, has been leaking. It's no longer civil suits, it's criminal suits saying people are going to go to jail. Is there ever been a moment where particularly the left and the right could get together and say, hey, we need to fix the incentives in this program. Also, it's great economics, good health care, and it's great vision for the future. Oh, no, David, you see, we care too much more about winning the next election and beating the crap out of the other side. And then you hear some of the brilliant things that are said about Medicaid. Now, I need to disclose, it's been many, many years. As a child, I spent 2 terms in the state legislature, was never going to run for office again. And because I was so tall and smart and good looking, I got to chair, well, had nothing to do with the fact that I was the vice chair and my chairwoman actually had a brain aneurysm, and also they had just indicted 10% of my state legislature. Remember, the fastest way, Mr. Speaker, to move up in an organization is to have 10% of the people go to jail. And so I'm a 28-year-old kid in my state legislature, and I'm chairing the health committee. And Arizona does something very unique in our Medicaid system. We were the last state to enter Medicaid. We didn't enter it until the mid-'80s. I actually was a part-time page during the negotiations. But in Arizona, we do something odd. We buy managed care policies. So we functionally buy managed HMO policies for, the technical term is our indigent population. We actually do it really well. We were the first ones to do a pharmaceutical benefit management, and those sorts of things. It is an interesting intellectual argument, and I wish we could actually have a little more highbrow discussion here. Should a state like Arizona be rewarded for how efficiently we deliver and the quality our services are compared to so many other states which are just ripped with fraud? Because you start to see cumulative improper Medicaid. This is not Medicare, this is Medicaid. This is supposed to be health care for indigents. That's the law. Payments since 2019, over $400 billion. And if you actually look at the literature, people that have analyzed it, so here's a Paragon study written by a PhD, basically says that, hey, the Medicare or Medicaid reported functionally $500 billion over 10 years, but their analysis, when you do all of it, is $1.1 trillion in missed payment, improper payments. So think about that. If you just fix this, if you just fix this one issue, that covers everything that's being discussed right now in trying to reform Medicaid. But this would require work and also reading a hell of a lot of accounting documents. And look, I'm going to run through these boards really quickly because I'm already gone, Mr. Speaker, longer than I want. People forget we actually had a time slot here where functionally we actually sort of stopped some of the measurements and some of the enrollment criteria. But if you look at overall rate of improper Medicaid payments, if you have a multi-trillion-dollar system and it's 5%, turns out that it pretty much pays for what ENC did a couple weeks ago. Are just we willing to invest in the technology to go fix it? And look, remember I was just telling you in a previous life, I actually helped. I was not there during expansion, but I was county treasurer years later where I did manage some of the DisPro share monies. So that's sort of the geeky talk. But this is a chart from the Wall Street Journal. And they just happened to pick out my state. I love Arizona. It truly is. Look, if you get to represent Phoenix and Scottsdale, you're one of the most blessed human beings in life. But the point that the Wall Street Journal was trying to make in putting up this chart is in Arizona, we put $363 million back in the general fund. Because the way they do their provider tax, they're actually making money from the federal government, except this fine august body, we borrow the money. We're borrowing money. A state is doing a provider tax. It covers their match, and then they're sticking money in their general fund from our borrowed money. Why is this good? I'm just going to skip to the last one because we need to tell the truth. Our great financial burden. We're elected. We are functionally the board of directors of the biggest enterprise in the world. The biggest, we represent a quarter of the world's economy. Does this body act like a board of directors where we pay attention to the math, pay attention to how we take care of our customers, the American citizens, and pay attention to the reality? Social Security, Medicare, and net interest account for 80% of the spending growth over the next 9 budget years. And if you do the 30 years, it's everything. If you do the 30 years, military, non-defense discretionary are scheduled to grow slower than tax receipts. Yet, are we even allowed to talk about these? Are we even allowed to tell the truth about the math? And so, Mr. Speaker, we've been collecting every article we can talking about, and some of these are Republicans, some of these are Democrats, some of these are conservatives, some of these are just academic economists. So here's one talking about the growth of prime-age males in Medicaid. And what was fascinating is this particular study, they spent an average of 6.1 hours per day or 184 hours a month on all socializing, relaxing, and leisure activities. Okay. So you get attacked saying, well, you're asking for work requirements. Understand how many states, my state already has an application in for work requirements. I think we already have work requirements, forgive me if I get this wrong, TANF or others, but a number of the states, if you take a look at the chart, they were either, they had applications in, the applications were approved, and then the Biden administration took over and they started, something happened where either through court or action here, they started rolling them back. If I come to you right now and say there's 7 million prime-age males missing from the labor force, if I come to you and say, you're talking to me that you want tax receipts to grow, that means you need participation in the economy. If anyone wants to geek out, it's probably about 5 years ago, University of Chicago did an amazing study on what work requirements do in benefit programs. At the end of the decade, the participants are wealthier because they may get the benefit, but the work requirements change their participation in the economy, raise their skill set, and they move up in the economy. In many ways, if you read the academic literature, those who oppose things like work requirements, you've got to read your literature. You're crushing people. You're destroying their economic futures, their ability to learn skill sets, how to participate in the economy. But maybe we have people around here that permanent poverty, that level of cruelty is what's built into their political manifesto. I refuse to believe that. I believe we all want the right things. But page after page of this data is here. And instead, we'll have these trite, feelings-based debates and arguments. And then we'll wonder why tomorrow is no better than it was today. And the day after that will be no better than the next day. There's hope. There's ways to make this work. There's ways to stabilize the debt. There's ways to make this society much more prosperous. Prosperity is moral. But, Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering, are we intellectually capable of actually doing the work? And with that, I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the gentlewoman from Virginia, Mrs. McClellan.
From Arizona, Mr. Schweikert is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Pro Tem. Mr. Green caught us a little bit off guard. He suddenly stopped, and I'm not used to him doing that. All right, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, we're going to try a couple things tonight. And I'm going to try to do this as efficiently as possible. And I hate doing it this way, but part of what I'm going to do tonight is respond to just basically a little bit of, actually a whole bunch of just the absolute misrepresentation that keeps coming into our office. So every week, for years, I come by here and I sound like an idiot economics professor when I walk through these things, trying to help our brothers and sisters here in this body who might be crazy enough or not have enough of a life to watch a presentation like this, to walk through the math. And it's a simple philosophy. At the end of the day, the math will always win. So I'm going to try to do three things here. I'm going to try to actually get the reality of what happens, how the tax system works, when our brothers and sisters on the other side say, oh, you just raise taxes, that will cover everything. I'm going to show our history that it doesn't work that way. Second thing, I'm going to show a series of proposals we've made, and these are only my responsibility, so don't blame another member of Congress, of how we have this current reconciliation budget. We're going to have another one that sort of starts again this summer, because remember, we functionally have, depending on timing, you could have 3 bites of the apple on reconciliation. Why do we do reconciliation? It's a way to get through the filibuster in the Senate under the 1974 Budget Control Act. And I have brought pieces of legislation to reform Medicare Advantage, because you've seen the Wall Street Journal stories, the ProPublica stories of the functionally, the criminality that's going on. The MedPAC report that basically shows hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars of waste and fraud because of what some of the insurers are doing. I'm a big fan of a capitated healthcare delivery model because your incentive is to help people be healthier. But if you have a system where you can make stunning profits by scoring people as sicker, we got a misalignment, and that is not what Medicare Advantage was designed to do. It was designed to actually provide a package of delivery to make you healthier. I'm going to show a little bit of data on a talent-based immigration system. And over the previous weeks, I've come here before and shown we got a demographic crisis. We have a shortage of young people. Think about this bit of math. Take the last 20 years, 20 years ago and today, we functionally have the same number of 18-year-olds. But the number of people 65 and up has doubled. So over here, I have, my 1,000,008 18-year-olds. Over here, I've gone from 35 to now almost 70 million of our brothers and sisters who are 65 and up. You have a shortage of young people in this country. Unless you deal with that reality, but you don't want to open up the borders. That's the disaster. You make people poorer by bringing in people to compete with your working poor. And that's the cruelty of what the last administration did, is they crushed working people's wages. I want to grow the economy, grow productivity, make the society wealthier, and we're the only country in the entire industrialized world which hasn't moved to a talent-based immigration system so we can grow, we can compete. Look, slightly off the rhythm I wanted to use, 1970s, 80s, the world competed for hydrocarbons. Last decade, we competed for rare earths. This decade, and the economists say maybe the next 2 decades, the world's going to knife each other for smart people. In a world that basically is heading towards flat population growth, maybe we should show up to that battle, because we educate people here, we educate them with our system, then we send them home to compete with us. Have we lost our mind? And to President Trump's credit, he's talked about this repeatedly. So forgive me, I'm going to have to reach over here and do a little sorting of these charts because they're out of order. So I'm going to give you that one back. And look, so let's start this. First, I need to work up some principles. If you actually look at our history, I'm going to show a couple charts of this. Times when we've had fairly high marginal tax rates. Let me do it on this board. This one's actually a little easier to understand. You guys mixed up all the boards. And sorry about that. I'm going to give you that. Well, actually, let me just use this one. It's not the board I wanted to start with, but let's work through it. If you take a look at what we spend and what we take in tax collections, here's your structural problem. We've had times with very high marginal tax rates, very low marginal tax rates. Go back over since the 70s. We always seem to end up somewhere between about 17.5 to mid-high 18s. High marginal tax rates. We're still getting 18% of GDP in tax receipts. And when we talk about these things, you'll hear us talk about as a percentage of the size of the economy, because it's too confusing doing dollar amounts, because inflation, those things, the dollar amounts change. So when you hear someone pretending to be an economist, we're going to talk in percentage terms. We've had times where we've had very low marginal tax rates after the Reagan Revolution, yet we still got the same percentage of the economy in total tax receipts because the economy grew bigger. Our crisis, particularly the last decade or 2 decades, is this gap here. We're heading towards now spending 25% of the entire economy. So think about this. This year, where the economy has actually been fairly decent, we're doing okay in our tax receipts. We're right on target. But our spending, we're going to borrow about 7.2, 7.3% of the entire economy this year. And that gap is the debt and deficits. And when our brothers and sisters on the left keep saying things like, raise taxes, we've done that. Remember, we've been experimenting this since, the 16th Amendment, when we've had times of raising the high marginal tax rates, low marginal tax rates, and somehow the growth of the economy is what fluxes. And therefore, the receipts we get, we call them tax receipts, we don't call them revenues, the receipts always sort of stay right there in that mean. And the reason, and I'll try if I can get my boards in some sort of order here so they make sense to us. And forgive me as I get myself organized here. We grabbed them and they put them in out of order. What should scare us to death is right now, the percentage of all tax receipts required to cover interest. This year, for every dollar we take in, 16 pennies of it cover interest, just interest. In 9 years, 9 budget years, 30%, actually that's 8 budget years, 30% of every dollar we take in tax receipts will just cover interest. Now, I didn't bring the chart, maybe I should have, because it's been mixed up. If we had a 1% increase from what we expect baseline interest rates to be, Mr. Speaker, would you dare in your head to guess, so in 2034, 2035, 30% of all of our tax receipts is just covering interest. 1% interest increase, we get up to 45% of all tax receipts is just covering the interest. That should scare the crap out of people. But are we allowed to explain that almost every dime, well, the vast majority of the debt increase over the next decade, it's interest, and God forbid we tell the truth, it's Medicare. We got older. We have a shortage of young people. So let's actually sort of walk through some of the reality of what our brothers and sisters say on the other side. So this is an article, it's actually I've used it before, it's one of the best in sort of explaining the reality of the math and also reality of the lies. They're just outright lies. We got to tell the truth. So this is written by Jessica Riedel, and it's written back in 23. But what was done is they took all these tax proposals that the Democrats have proposed, the ones we have scores, and then did the economic modeling. Let's have rich people, we'll raise their capital gains tax. We'll take wealthy people and we'll raise their marginal income tax. We'll raise their estate taxes. All the things that we get in our town halls and discussion groups, just tax rich people, that takes care of the problem. Here's the math. And the beautiful thing, what Riedel did here is actually took economic data from all sorts of studies, from left-wing groups, from just statistical modelers. And when you read it all, almost every proposal the left has given us, if you add it up, so raise the estate tax, raise investment taxes, raise corporate taxes, raise individual income taxes, By the time you're done, you might pick up another 1.5 of GDP in taxes for the U.S. Treasury. Did you hear my voices a couple moments ago? This year, we're borrowing 7.3% of the entire economy. So next time you have someone on the left say, just raise taxes on rich people, go online, Manhattan Institute, pull up the study, and walk them through the actual math. Now, I've got to tell you, I have a chart for those on the Republican side who we walk through some of the things we want to cut. We can have a revolution in the cost of government if we're willing to redesign. There's a difference between redesigning programs and cuts. But many of the things we talk about cutting, we get only 1%. But once again, why this is so important here, when the left says, well, you don't have to cut anything, just raise taxes on rich people. That's not what even their own economic literature says. But of course, that would require literacy, wouldn't it? Someone would actually have to sit down and read this stuff with a calculator. We have a crisis. And having a society that's getting older is not Republican or Democrat. It's just what we are. It's math. Look, if we're not willing to tell the truth, we can continue to use our campaigns, all right, a slightly non sequitur. We're going to get a new Social Security Medicare actuary report in the next couple of weeks. And I know we'll all be just giddy to actually read it and see what it says. But if we look at last year's, it basically said in 2033, so 7 years, 8 years from now, the trust fund is gone. It's emptied because every month, Social Security gathers payroll taxes, and there's a shortage. So they take their special T-bills, because they've loaned money to the general fund, and they cash those in. They get that money back from Treasury. Treasury goes out and borrows the money, but they get that plus interest. In 7 years, they have no more special T-bills to cash in with the general fund at Treasury. In 7 years, if you get a Social Security check, you're taking a 21% cut. We will double senior poverty in America in 7 years, double senior poverty. This is a really moral place. So how many idiots, electeds do you see come behind these microphones and say, it's a Democrat problem, it's a Republican problem, it's a human problem, we're going to fix this? And then the lying that goes on here, last year I did an entire series of charts, which the Democrats turned into attack ads, that showed raising the cap, when you raise the cap. So every dime someone earns is subject to the full Social Security tax. It only covered 38% of the shortfall. And we didn't even do the economic effects of how much the economy slows down when you do that. So the solutions you hear repeatedly from our brothers and sisters on the left just mathematically aren't true. Raise taxes. You get 1.5% of GDP. In 9 years, we're borrowing 9% of the entire economy. Well, for Social Security, just raise the cap. Okay. And don't give any benefits. That's the other part. Keep the benefit formula at where it is today. Tax people on every dime above that formula. So what is it? About $170,000 today. Take every dime above that to put the full, 12.4% Social Security tax on it, but don't give any benefits for that. It only covered 38% of the shortfall. And that first full year, I think we were modeling it for 2034, that first full year, the shortage, that if you said, well, we'll just pay for it out of the general fund, I think was $608 billion, so almost 2/3 of our entire military budget. So if you're someone that comes to me and says, David, I want to protect the country, I want to protect the military, I want to do this, I want to do that, tell the truth about our demographics and the earned benefits that actuarially are collapsing around us, but we're terrified to step up and do the math and tell you the truth. So we start to actually walk through actual solutions. So if I came to you right now and said, let's see if I can find the right charts here. So I did a whole presentation over and over the last 3 weeks on Medicare Advantage. So 2005, Republican idea to buy capitated managed care policies for seniors. And the idea was there'll be a benefit package and the insurer will actually make money by helping people be healthier. Well, over the years, some of it was in Obamacare, other things, it got screwed up where the insurers were making money by scoring people as sicker. So in 2005, the model for Medicare Advantage is it's going to come in at 95% of the fee-for-service costs. And look, I'm sorry to geek out on this, but this is important. Remember, 55% of Americans are on Medicare Advantage. I represent an area with terrific penetration because we have very robust networks and those things in the Phoenix area. But it was supposed to come in at 95% of the cost of fee-for-service. Today, according to MedPAC, because I know we all read the MedPAC report, it comes in at 120%. Just that difference last year is $100 billion. When the Wall Street Journal does 5 major series of the fraud, misrepresentation, let's call it misalignment, when the Justice Department has leaked out, made announcements of not only civil suits, but criminal suits, criminal investigations that are going on, maybe this place should pay attention. And the beauty of it is this type of scale of waste and fraud being the largest in the entire country. Remember, our preliminary score from CBO of Medicare Advantage is $1.84 trillion, making that bill the single biggest savings bill for a single bill in U.S. history. And I've already introduced it. You see the discussion, the debates going on in the Senate right now, but it's scary because you got to get up in front of the American people and explain, okay, this is Medicare, this is Medicare Advantage. What we're concerned about is not the health care you receive, your earned benefits, it's what the insurance company over here is doing, and that's why they're under criminal investigation. I'm sorry, it's uncomfortable, but our job here is to tell the truth and make the math work. Second thing, the reason I'm walking through these is we've introduced 3 bills that cover every dime of the reconciliation budget, and add, I think, maybe even an extra $1 trillion of savings. So remember how I mentioned before one of the crises we have in the United States is we don't have enough young people. So we've introduced a talent-based immigration bill. Now this is actually, I'm actually surprised I haven't taken more beatings, but I'm sure they're coming. We're functionally the only country left in the world, industrialized world, that uses a familial-based immigration system. It's your family sponsors the next person, the family sponsors the next person, so on. Canada, Australia, New Zealand, Great Britain, everyone else has gone to a talent-based system to maximize economic growth in their countries. We haven't shown up to that. But if you listen to what President Trump has talked about, of the insanity of educating people and sending them home to compete with us, maybe if we move to a talent-based immigration system, we stop educating them here, send them home to compete with our economy. It turns out that actually comes in at producing $152 billion of savings. And the amazing thing is in the second decade, that with some of the expensing of research and development, those things, you get a substantial economic growth. You get productivity. This is how you actually grow the economy so you have the resources. Have the resources to come our promises. The other bill we're doing that's actually going to be sort of fascinating, let's see if I can try to explain this. This one is less about cutting spending. It's about finding cash that's sitting up and down the government in accounts. Some of these things have hundreds of millions of dollars that have sat there for years and years. We call it unobligated funds. And look, there's those that are I did this chart just to try to explain, and there's no year, it's sort of cash was assigned there, but the way it was authorized, there isn't a particular year it has to be spent. There's those that actually, it was a 2 or 3 year commitment. We borrowed the money, we stuck it in this agency's accounts, and it sits there, but it hasn't been spent. Then there's those where it's actually money that actually, they never used all of it. The crazy, crazy thing, if I came to you and said, what would you guess? Now, look, from a policymaker, I deal with the reality. I'm never going to get all of it. But if you add up all that, what we call the forgotten funds money, it's $1,524 billion. So if anyone else is playing along, I have Medicare reform, $1.8 trillion. Talent-based immigration, $150 billion. If you got, let's say we were able just to get part of the expiring provisions, that's $540 billion. I just covered every dime, we just covered every dime of the reconciliation budget. There's no borrowing. And you maximize economic growth because you're not engaging in the crowd-out effect of having to go to markets. Remember, we borrow $6 billion every day. In 9 years, we borrow $10 billion every day. We've got to do things like this so we're not competing with you, your family, trying to get a mortgage, trying to get a car loan, trying to, what your credit card interest rates are going to be. Think of this. In the last 12 months, half of all the debt in the U.S. bond markets, half of it, has just been the United States federal government. So your school district, the company that wants to expand, all the bond market that's supposed to be helping finance the growth of this society, this country, half of it now is just the federal government. And it's going to get worse. I'm giving you 3 bills that cover every dime of the borrowing. None of them cause burning and slashing and and mashing of teeth and the whining that happens around here. And it turns out they're all really good policy. And this is the constant argument I keep trying to make to our brothers and sisters here. We're going to have to do policy, and policy is hard. It's complex. There's armies of lobbyists walking around this campus here, and the inefficiency of the federal government is their profit model. There's bureaucracies who despise the concept of saying, maybe you should use technology. I have a report on my desk, and I've only read like the first 3 or 4 pages from the IRS, and it's an analysis of their data. Turns out the crazy thing, the chat, the computer answering the phone at the IRS has a higher favorability rate than when a human's answered the phone. Maybe we should stop being scared of adopting the technology, because remember, last year's taxpayer audit said only 31% of the phone calls to the IRS were getting answered. Yet the IRS union attacks you for saying, maybe we could use technology. Oh, you can't do that. Well, now we have the survey data that shows the chat that answers the phone, that answers your questions, that walks you through your tax form, also has a higher favorability than the human. It's uncomfortable, but it's math and the facts. So look, as I try to walk through a couple of these things, and look, I'm going to just show this board, even though I'm going backwards. Did I mention my boards are out of order? You see that red area? That would be the savings on the Medicare Advantage. We're still going to spend, there's still 14 plus trillion being spent on this program over the next 10 years. And the crazy thing, this idea of fixing the waste, fraud, misalignment, this reform bill could be Republican and Democrat, because anyone who's bothered to actually read the MedPAC reports for the last half a decade knows we have a problem. how do I get the talent around here to not be terrified of the army of lobbyists and actually step up and do what's hard, but do what's right? And Mr. Speaker, I apologize. I'm going to try to go a little bit faster here and see if I can get to some of the points. That would help make sense. And I was just saying this a moment ago, but maybe it's easier with the visual. This is baseline. This is our baseline. Almost every dime of this growth from the baseline spending is the growth of interest and Medicare. Today we borrow $6 billion a day. In 2035, functionally for us it's 9 budget years, we borrow $10 billion every day. Okay, so let's do that simple math in our heads. 10 times 365, and it's actually not 10, it actually comes in, I think, at $10,400,000,000. So it comes in like 3.8 trillion is Moody's, who did the analysis on this, Moody's Analytics, that in 2035, we're going to borrow $3.8 trillion that year. We're going to borrow 2.2, 2.3 this year. And that's just sort of built off of what our baselines look like. And why this should terrify us. CBO has us, over the next 10 years, adding another $22 trillion of debt. If interest rates move now, because now you need to calculate the higher interest rates, if you start to put those dollars in, we're not completely there, but we're getting close to the next 10 years. We borrow as much as we did the previous 240 years. Okay, this has got to be the dozenth time I've said this on the floor, and I can't seem to get it to sink in, but that's the underlying math. And what should also be scaring people to death, yet the hallways are full of people coming into our offices demanding more money. The United States now is like number 12 or 13 on the credit stack, meaning, take a look, Greece today can sell a 10-year bond cheaper than the United States. We have 18 states that can sell a 10-year bond cheaper than the federal government, but yet we borrow money to send to our states. Let me take a look at this. Does this not just curl anyone's toes, but yet somehow magically we think the money tree is going to continue? So look. Let's see if this visual helps. Think of the protests, the whining. I won't use the word bedwetting because I think that's just inappropriate for a member of Congress to say. Baseline is the federal government intends to spend $86 trillion over the next 10 years. $86 trillion is the CBO baseline. All we're talking about in the budget reconciliation was a $2 trillion savings. 86 spend, 2 trillion. To give you an idea just how absurd this debate is, so tomorrow we're going to do, I think, a rescission vote. I think it's tomorrow, maybe it'll be Thursday. Think of the angst, the protests. We're upset. David, you can't lower spending. Okay, let's see if we can do this. How many hours are there in a year? 8,700 hours in a year. Work with me on this, Mr. Speaker. 8,700 hours in a year. The rescission package takes care of 28 hours of that 8,700 hours of borrowing. Yet you listen to people come behind these microphones and it's like the world's coming to an end. please understand, this is just the beginning. If you want this federal government to be able to stabilize and survive, when you have the economists on the left and the right saying, look, if we can get to about 3% of borrowing of GDP, we can stabilize. We're borrowing 7.3 this year. In 9 years, we're borrowing 9% of the entire economy. Understand what this means. That would be reduce spending this year. So we're going to spend, what, 7.3 trillion this year. You'd have to reduce federal spending by 1.4 trillion to get down to 3% borrowing. The vote we're going to have in the next day or so on the first part of the rescissions package covers 28 hours of borrowing for a whole year. And yet I know I even have members on my side who are all puckered up running around saying, oh, how do I explain that? Do you understand how much trouble we're in? If we're borrowing about $72,000 every second of every day, in 9 years we're borrowing over $100,000 every second of every day. I've shown you before in the charts and the reports that the Democrats' plan of just raise taxes on everyone doesn't get you anywhere close to what's required. Remember, every tax hike they have, 1.5% of GDP, and we're borrowing over 7 this year. We need a revolution in how we deliver services. Yet, Mr. Speaker, I will tell you right now, you look at the lobbyists walking up and down our hallways, they despise, the bureaucracies despise anything that changes their business models. And I want to extend the apology, Mr. Speaker. I know my boards were a little disjointed because they came out of order. But the concept was very simple of this presentation. It's 3 things. The scale of the borrowing. There's actual policy solutions that you can pay for everything we're doing right now if we'll actually open up our brains, open up our minds, open up our calculators, and actually look at it. And that a number of the solutions actually don't need to be partisan warfare. Now, we'll turn them into partisan warfare because we care much more about winning the next election than we do saving the republic. Mr. Speaker, I'm in a 50-50 district. Now, I'm blessed. I represent a really well-educated population. They're fairly prosperous, they're smart people, and they've tolerated, not because they're thrilled about what I say, but I think they believe what I say. I go to great lengths to get the math right. There is hope, there is a path, there's a solution. I also have one of my economists that makes it very clear we may have only about 36 more months, and we start to hit what's referred to as sort of the interest rate feedback loop. Remember, a year ago, I think we had 3 or 4 months where this government had to borrow money to pay for our borrowing. If today the 10-year bond is at 4.5%, you realize if it goes to 5.5%, in 9 years, 45% of all of our tax collections are just interest. Let's not let that happen. Let's get our act together. Let's communicate to those people we borrow money from that we're serious on some fiscal sanity, because that's how you maximize the efficiency. That's how you lower the interest rates for every American. And that's how you give our kids and your retirement a future. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're doing the really exciting discussion with my buddy over here of how CBO actually does scoring on things and trying to explain that some of the things we consider absurd are actually our fault because it's the law that we've passed to tell CBO how to do the scoring. First off, an apology to everyone because this one's going to go a little longer than normal. So, yeah, I know. Everyone grab a cup of coffee or something, and hopefully the Sergeant of Arms. We're apparently not allowed to drink coffee on the floor, so whatever happens, don't get caught, right? I'm going to try 3 things tonight. I will upset a number of folks. I'm sorry. My math will be accurate because we've spent the last couple days double checking it. I'm going to try to do something a little insane. I'm going to walk folks through the Social Security Actuary Report. And we're just going to do some of the most basic parts of it so folks understand what the reality is. Number 2, I'm going to walk through actually something that really bothers me because I have a number of politicians on the left and the right who spend day and night making up math. Can you believe that, Mr. Speaker? They attack the CBO, they attack the Joint Tax Committee, this and that. I'm going to walk us through parts of the accuracy and what we call the variance report done by the Congressional Budget Office and try to demonstrate, yeah, there's mistakes. They're actually more accurate than most of the outside groups. So that's uncomfortable because one of the other things I'm going to touch on, and this is tough, is we have aspirational documents coming from the White House, from our own folks here on what growth can be, and we can actually do remarkable growth, but we got to do very difficult policies to make it work. Are we going to do talent-based immigration? Are we going to do incentives to automate, to modernize, to use technology, to even use AI? And my fear is we want to take credit for very high growth numbers. You know, GDP grows this, but we're not willing to do the hard lift of the policy. And then with that, I'm going to explain why that's so important. Because the growth of debt, the drivers of debt, is the thing it's hard to tell the truth about. I'm going to show some charts in a little bit, Mr. Speaker, that show over the next 10 years, interest is the number 1 driver of debt, then healthcare, Medicare almost exclusively, and it's hard to explain that it's actually like a 65-35 now. The 22-some trillion dollars that are baseline and then stack everything else on it that's going to be borrowed over the next 10 years. About 65% of that's just interest. Is this country, our federal government, is an insurance company with an army. And we don't have enough cash in the bank to pay for all the promises we made as part of that insurance coverage. So let's have at it, Mr. Speaker. I keep bringing this chart just because it's a really simple visual. Think of the people who almost attack us in our hallways. How can you be wanting to cut spending? And you show them this chart saying baseline spending, $86 trillion over the next 10 years. And all we're talking about on the House reconciliation budget, and my understanding is the Senate, our good friends down the hallway, their cuts in spending are even more anemic. What's 2%? Well, 2.3. 86 trillion is the baseline spending for the next 10 years. We were trying in the House reconciliation budget to cut $2 trillion, and that caused absolutely panic because Washington, D.C. is about one thing, it's about money, and when so much of America makes its money off of D.C. policy, this has caused absolute panic, but it's a fraction. Because when you see what's happened on the new data on what's happening in healthcare costs, we got some new data today that the numbers are even worse. Almost no one has actually started to do the math that the fact that the Social Security Medicare Actuary Report from 4 days ago actually has an 11% cut coming in the Medicare Trust Fund in 2033. That's not actually in the baseline debt numbers. Are we just going to pretend that we didn't get older as a society? So let's actually walk through. Mr. Speaker, I've done this chart for a decade. About 74% of all spending is on autopilot. It's what we call mandatory. It's interest. It's Social Security, it's Medicare, it's Medicaid, it's other promises that are built into the formula. Members of Congress almost never, ever, ever, ever get the chance to vote on any of this red. The only time it will ever really come up is if we have a reconciliation budget. All the blue, defense and non-defense, is 25, 26% of our spending. Every dime of it is borrowed. Please, anyone who cares, get this in your head. Every dime, other than some of the things in a reconciliation budget, every dime a member of Congress will vote on, many for their entire careers, is borrowed money. So you see this 26% that's in blue, that's defense and non-defense discretionary. This year, we're on track for every dollar we bring in tax receipts. That's corporate taxes, that's individual taxes, that's everything. We're going to spend $1 in, $1.39. $1.39 out the door. Does anyone see a math problem? So, a month ago, Moody's actually downgraded U.S. debt. So now the three big rating agencies have lowered our credit. We actually have 18 states in America that have a higher credit rating than the federal government. But if anyone bothered and sort of had to get it through your Bloomberg terminal or pay a subscription, we're blessed to have a terminal, and actually read, it was actually really well done. There was lots of details. Yes, they got attacked by people who want to keep spending money, saying, stop, you can't downgrade U.S. sovereign debt. Well, the other two rating agencies had done it years earlier. The punchline in there, in less than 9 years, and this was assuming interest rates stayed stable, in 2034, 30% of all tax receipts just covered interest. If interest rates went up 1%, Mr. Speaker, 1% in 2034, 45% of all U.S. tax receipts pay interest. Are we paying attention? And yet, the first words I'll get from my brothers and sisters on the left is, well, just raise taxes. I will show over and over here that if you look at times when we've had high marginal tax rates, low marginal tax rates, we basically always get about 17 to 18, sometimes 18.5% of the economy in tax receipts. There's your problem, is that split. So right now, if we're sitting in the almost 18% of the economy we're taking in taxes, but you're spending 24, and understand, over the next few years, it goes from 24 to 25 to 26. That gap is the annual deficit that gets piled onto the debt. And we have lots of charts here that actually start to show, let's see if I can find my favorite one here, that when we actually raise, I hid it in the back, so we're going to do that as a whole section. Okay. How many understand we borrow $6 billion a day? How many understand in 9 years we're borrowing over $10 billion a day? So right now that means we borrow what, $72,000 a second? In 9 years, we're functionally borrowing over $100,000 a second. And the reason I try to break it down like that is I'm trying to find a way to make numbers like this, absolutely crazy numbers, work. Okay, so you have that. So my Democrat brothers and sisters have legislation they've introduced over the years. They've never actually brought it to the floor, even when they controlled this body, controlled the White House. So it gives you a sense. Economic study, go on Manhattan Institute, Riedel. It's about a year and a half old. They did the scoring on all the Democrats' tax proposals. And here's your problem. Increasing taxes, when you did actually all of them, and I'm going to do this in a couple fashions, you basically got to the point that when you did all the corporate, the estate, the individual, and then you did the economic effects, you got about 1.5% of the economy. So all the tax hikes, every time you have someone over on that side say, just raise taxes. If you do every one of their tax proposals, you get 0.5% of the economy, 1.5%. Hopefully everyone knows what the joke is. We're going to borrow 7.3% of the economy this year, and in 9 years, we're borrowing 9% of the economy. How do we tell the truth to the American people that we're going to have to embrace things that are actually hopeful, but the cost of health care, and it's always fascinating. I always thought I'd get beaten up for saying this behind the microphone, and shockingly, we've had people being remarkably kind to us. My Joint Economic Committee, our economists, and it was a hard report to write, a couple years ago, wrote a major study saying, what does obesity cost America? It's not Republican or Democrat, it's just what we are. Now, it means every time you say that, did you make all the people that make money off certain foods, off of certain health care, off of other things nervous? We came up with a number 2 years ago. It was $9.1 trillion of additional health care spending over 10 years. Okay. Milken, now this one's a few years old, did a study that said 47% of all U.S. health care spending was associated with obesity. Okay. Is that Republican or Democrat? It's just the math. And it's something we could do together around here. How do we help our brothers and sisters be healthier so they live longer, they could have more maybe family formation, live a life, participate in the economy, and use a hell of a lot less health care? And you know the perversity around here when you start talking about maybe we need to modernize how we do agriculture in America, what we grow, because we concentrate functionally on like 5 crops. What should we do? Is it moral? This is a question, and I've been attacked by Democrats on this. Is it moral to give an EBT card, modern food stamps, to someone to go buy onion rings? I love onion rings. It's one of my addictions, working on getting off of it. But is it moral with taking hard-earned money, rare resources, remember, it's borrowed money now, and say, go eat crap? It's now the people that sell onion rings come and lobby us and attack us and say, people should have their choice. They should, with their own money. But the fact of the matter is, when we looked at some of the data of the 7 million prime-age males that are missing in America, we have a data set that says about half of that population may be missing from the labor force. Missing from the American labor force. Not because of drugs, not because of video games, but because of health, because of obesity. Are we allowed to talk about it? Mr. Speaker, a bit of trivia. So let's do something I consider wonderfully funny and amusing. In the last 20 years, what's the only success that has happened in the United States of helping young people get healthier? Remember, under Michelle Obama's initiatives with President Obama, I think we spent, it was $16 billion or $36 billion, but some number like that, and it had absolutely no success. This was the dietary issues, the food issues, trying to get young people to go exercise. Anyone guess? Come on, this is a play-at-home game. It was Pokemon Go. I know it sounds crazy, but the gamification actually was the one great example of success the last couple decades of helping young people get healthier. What if we took that knowledge of, hey, these incentives do work, and actually legalized that and made that part of how we deliver healthcare services or how we allow insurers to provide incentives? Because the ACA, Obamacare, is a finance bill. It's who gets subsidized and who has to pay. And you have 3 age groups and smoking. Could you be creative enough to add a 5th category? It says you can provide a series of these sorts of incentives. Wear the digital ring, wear the wrist, go walk 5,000 steps, and at the end of the month, we're going to give you something. Is that Republican or Democrat? Or is it just using data trying to keep our brothers and sisters healthier? Because the stock answers, well, just raise taxes on rich people. The math doesn't get you anything close. Now, it may make you feel better. It may make you feel better, but I'm going to show you numbers that should scare you half to death. And, you okay? All right, so let's continue to try to run through this. Healthcare expenses, and we're going to have to update our charts because we got one just a couple of hours ago and we didn't have a chance. It actually had the spending growth on healthcare over the next decade actually accelerating again. So here's part of my problem. Nominal, which means before inflation. We actually have domestic productivity growing at 4.3%. Over the next decade. We have healthcare growing at 5.8. It's geeky, but that margin keeps separating and separating and separating. And unless we're willing to do policy, whether it be technology, incentives to stay healthy, these sorts of things, if that separation continues, the debt picture is actually worse. Mr. Speaker, at some point I'm going to show you a slide here that if you actually take some of the policy we're working on, the baseline of between now and 2035 of the $22 trillion we're supposed to borrow, some of the potential financing costs of what the Senate's doing right now, the higher interest rates, we come close. We're not exactly there. We come close to doubling U.S. sovereign debt over the next decade. What took us 240 years 240 years, and we functionally double it in the next decade. So, now let's get to the really uncomfortable stuff. And I got to admit, I'm only about 2/3 through the Social Security Actuary Report. I have one on my desk, which is highlighters and little questions and things I have to get my economists to go back and help me understand, and some where I actually don't like some of the math I see. I'm gonna try something, and we're gonna try to build a chart on this. This is a crazy math, but we see it in the report. You'll have lots of activists say, well, just open up immigration. That will take care of the Social Security shortfall. Remember, the report says in 2033, so what is that, 7-8 years from now, there's a 23% cut coming in Social Security checks, meaning we will double, and this is we've had witnesses that did explain this to us, we will double senior poverty after 2033. Are we ready to do that? Is that moral? And yet, I will get folks who will say, well, if we just open up immigration, well, it turns out that's actually not the math. Because one of the real reasons they moved up the date of the exhaustion of the Social Security Trust Fund was actually flattening of wage growth. Turns out there's no free option here. So we have some charts and those things that show here's people who are undocumented in America. They're working under stolen Social Security numbers. They're giving into the system, but they're never going to get out. And then you look at the suppression of wage growth. I know this is geeky, but I need to sort of lay a marker on it. The suppression of wage growth. So when you bring in millions of people across the border that have similar skill sets, and they're often willing to sell their skill sets for even less money, Social Security Actuary Report's now modeling a flattening of wage growth. That's one of the things that's actually shortened the life of the Social Security Trust Fund by a year. So next time someone says, oh, we just open up the borders, that will take care of the Social Security Trust Fund. Turns out it doesn't work that way. You actually didn't get anything from it. You did a suppression of working people's wages, and this one takes us out about a decade. And I don't know why people don't think, they don't understand these most basic economic, I mean, we all went to our high school econ class, right? And so here's what's coming. You got the 23% cut coming in 2033. If you're watching this and you don't plan to be around in 2033, you don't have to care. But the one that's had almost no discussion about is the Medicare Trust Fund is gone in 2033. Meaning if it lives off of its income, its tax receipts from the FICA taxes, it's still 11% cut. So next time we get someone here saying, you know, we need more money for our hospitals, we need more money for outpatient surgeries, we need more money for hospice care, point out to them in 7 years, there's an ugly, ugly cut coming. This 11% shortfall isn't even in our long-run CBO projections yet, because a year ago, give you an idea how these numbers eroded in 1 year, I think it was 2054 was last year's actuary report when the trust fund was gone. Okay, so how many people over the last week, because this has been out for almost a week now, have you seen come behind these microphones and say, maybe we should all work together, or actually do something that's mathematically honest, or actually just even tell our voters the truth that in 7 years you're getting a 23% cut in your Social Security check, and by the way, another 11% cut in your hospital coverage, and other things in the Medicare, because the Medicare Part A trust fund is gone. For those that don't understand, and that's most of us, in Medicare, the portion of your payroll tax that goes to Medicare, about 40% of it is covered by the trust fund. That's the hospital portion, as we typically refer to it. The rest of it actually comes out of the general fund. And one of the most difficult numbers I have in my data set here, because this is the one that I see people get upset about, what's the primary driver of U.S. debt? Interest? Healthcare. For every dollar you put into Medicare, you're getting $6 to $7 back. That delta is uncomfortable to talk about, but it turns out to be that and interest are the primary drivers. All right, and you start to actually look at some more, and I put this chart together just because I thought it was really interesting, because we finally actually have really good data that's been designed on what happened during the Biden administration having the border open. And you know, we got some direct effects of, hey, we got a little bit more tax receipts and potential effects over the time. But it turns out its deficit effects are more than 2 times. More than 2 times. Because of the consumption of services. It turns out when someone tells you, oh, this is going to grow the economy, it's not in the economic literature. It may be in your aspirational, it may be in your heart, how you feel. It's not in the economic literature. Tell the truth about the math. National health expenditures as a percentage of GDP. Remember how a couple moments ago I told you we're trying to figure out, we just got another report that the growth of healthcare spending we expect to pop almost 3% more than modeled. That's a lot of money. But here's the punchline. We estimate this year, right now, we're right here, we're spending about 18% of the entire economy on healthcare. In 9 years, it's over 20%. Those differences are monstrous. When that's that much, I mean, you're functionally seeing, if that's functionally a 12%, 12.8% growth in the cost of delivering healthcare in that 9-year span. And this is going to tie into why I'm talking about some of our growth rate projections. How do you hit these folks that are running around saying, David, we're going to grow at 3, 4, 5% GDP growth. At the same time, interests and expenditures are chewing up everything around us. How does that math work? And then I'm going to show you some of the demographics. I'm going to probably say this twice just so it starts to bleed in. Today, we have the same number of 18-year-olds as we had 20 years ago. We have double the number of people 65 and up. So we functionally have this, we have the same number of 18-year-olds, and it's no one's fault. It's not Republican and Democrat. Starting in 1990, U.S. fertility rates rolled over. We have a shortage of young people in America. Tell me how I grow the economy if you're not going to let me do things like automation of ports, automated rail, AI, technology, allowing AI when it has the right data to be able to prescribe. And you people go, oh, I don't like that. Fine. Tell me how much poorer you're willing to live. It's economics. If I can't grow the economy and yet I'm being buried in debt service and increased costs of providing the services, tell me how I'm to pay for it. There's a path where I can make this math, I can't pay it off. I can stabilize it and make this another American century. But damn it, how do I do it in a body that's just terrified of telling the truth about math or just basic economics? This is the reality. This is our latest report. In 2033, 20.3% of the economy will just be healthcare. And considering government is functionally the primary payer, I think we're well over half of all healthcare spending coming out of the trust fund and the general fund. Anyone see a problem? Remember a moment ago I showed you that the Social Security Medicare actuary report said there's 11% in 2033 cut coming. Are we going to let that happen? Probably not. Are we going to reach into the general fund and pay for it? Probably. It's not in the debt projections yet. The scale of this is off the charts. And back to the math problem. And if I'm making someone unhappy, be mad at the math, not me. Be mad at all the people who've never told you the truth with a calculator. How do I save my future? Remember, my little boy turned 3 years old yesterday. I have a 9-year-old. Yes, they're adopted. It's a miracle. My wife's my age. Yes, we've screwed up my retirement. It's the most fun I've ever had in my life. My child will be the first generation to live poorer than his mommy and daddy. Hey, great job, America. This is our morality. And people would say, no, it's going to be great. Great. Okay. I hope it's great. Tell me how I do it in the math. Walk me through the economics. Walk me through what we're going to do to maximize GDP growth, what we're going to do for change productivity. Well, we're going to just grow. Okay, tell me how. And that's our problem right now. We're using these wonderful aspirational words and we're not doing any of the policy. And the reality of it, Social Security and Medicare and net interest account for 80% of the spending growth. How many protesters, if you're a member of Congress, how many protesters did you have in your office this last couple days? You can't review, you can't go after waste and fraud in Medicaid. Medicare Advantage, the Wall Street Journal has done a 5-part series that if you add it all up is $2 trillion of waste and fraud over 10 years. Well, it's hard. You can't actually talk about that. If we can't do the work, how do you save the country? How do you save my kids' future? How do you save your own retirement? Or maybe we can just keep lying to each other, lying to the public, because the public really doesn't want to hear these things. There is a path to make this math work. But you keep telling me we're going to take off on productivity, but then you see the charts of available young people to participate in the labor force, and the number keeps falling and falling and falling. Remember, the smallest group of 18-year-olds as a percentage of population in U.S. history. And next year's is even smaller. And the year after that is even smaller. And the year after that is even smaller. But David, we're going to grow like crazy. We can, but you have to do policies that maximize productivity. Oh, but productivity might cause creative destruction. We're not allowed to do free market economics anymore. Remember, we're populists now. If you embrace that, you're going to drive this country. We'll still be greater than any country on earth, but we're going to give it so much. Wealth is, prosperity is moral. The growth is moral. And we're killing ourselves, but we're making promises that aren't in the data. They're not on the charts. So, you have an idiot like me that gets behind the microphone week after week after week. I'm not smart, but I'm good at math. and try to explain, saying there's ways to make it work. So 1 month ago, after almost a year's worth of work, I chair the Joint Economic Committee. I'm number 4 in Ways and Means. I chair oversight. It's public now. The press got broke the story. We've been doing investigations after the Wall Street Journal did that 5 major series on Medicare Advantage, the amount of fraud, the people being diagnosed with diseases they don't have, people being dumped on VA even though they had the Medicare Advantage insurance, people being dumped on hospice care. If you don't know about it, grab your computer, Google the Wall Street Journal MA. MedPAC report. I've come to this floor year after year with, I'm sometimes thinking, Mr. Speaker, I'm the only idiot here who reads the MedPAC report. Just grab the damn, now it's like this, but it's not a hard read. And in there it will say, hey, when we started Medicare Advantage in 2005, it was designed to come in at 95% of the cost of fee-for-service, but its model was, we're going to incentivize the folks that manage the care to make money by helping you be healthier. The incentive was, we're going to help populations be healthier. MedPAC report from the beginning of this year, today it comes at 120% of fee-for-service. Just that delta from the 95 to 120% over 10 years is like $2 trillion. So think, we're knifing each other right now, trying to figure out how to finance as much of this reconciliation budget as we can. So I'm an idiot, as I've been told by my wife over and over, because I thought we cared. So we spent 6 months writing the modernization, the Medicare, the Better Medicare Act, Medicare Advantage, to make it so it incentivizes to help our brothers and sisters who are 65 and up who choose Medicare Advantage, which is 55% of the population, to get services so they're healthier. The Joint Economic Committee economists say over 10 years, it's $1.76 trillion of savings over 10 years. Preliminary score from our conversations with CBO, it's not in writing, but pure preliminary, 1.84 trillion, making it the largest savings bill in U.S. history. And it doesn't take away a single service, it fixes the misalignment in the system. Mr. Speaker, how many co-sponsors do I have? The bill has been introduced for 1 month. Remember, we're tough. We're going to help stop this borrowing. We're going to take on the debt. I have 0 co-sponsors. We have visited almost 100 members of Congress and their offices. Oh, David, this is uncomfortable. It has big words. Oh, David, it has the word Medicare. I beg of you, understand the scale of this debt. I have people now that won't even look me in the eye as I walk down the hallway because they're fearful I might ask them again and again and again, will you sponsor this? You tell me you care. Help us. Help us do the right thing. And yet, if I try to show what's going on, remember, our baseline is over the next 10 years, we expect to spend $14.67 trillion on Medicare Advantage, not Medicare, just the Medicare Advantage portion. All we're trying to do is save about 10% of that. And that's the alignment of incentives. Stop telling me how much you care. Stop telling me you're a budget hawk. I'm a budget hawk. I care about the budget, but God forbid, I'm not putting my name on something that actually does something because that's hard. I'm the guy in the 50-50 district. I'm in one of the most competitive districts in America, and yet I'm willing to stand up behind this microphone and tell the truth and actually put it on paper. So, my economists, we did a model over the next 10 years with what's happening demographically in America. We have a shortage of young people. President Trump said something that was brilliant on the campaign trail. He said it is insane. We educate people, we send them home to come, and then we send them home with their degrees from the American universities to compete with us. That sparked an idea, and then we got our economists to do the modeling. It creates about 150, 160 billion of additional tax receipts in the 10-year window, but in the second 10-year window, it explodes. So we wrote a immigration reform bill moving the American immigration system to a talent-based system. But it has the word immigration in it. So it scares the hell out of the political class because the reporters will lie about it. The activists on Twitter or X or whatever it is will lie about it. But the economics are incredibly important. If you're going to move this country to raise its productivity so we can raise wages, so we actually can survive what's happening in the actuarial reports of Medicare and Social Security, guess what? You almost can't close the numbers unless you do something like this. And the reason I'm doing this is we added the president's gold cards, but the skills-based. And I get people saying, oh, I don't know how I feel about that. How many of you have a Dr. Patel? It's meant to be funny. I'm from Scottsdale, one of the greatest medical communities in America. And a bunch of our great, amazing talent has come in from all over the world. Stop bathing in folklore and start bathing in math. So, our third bill to pay for the reconciliation budget. This one is less of a cut. This is more using data to find where the hell's all the cash? Turns out, if you add up it all, which there's no way the Appropriations Committee or the White House, there's $1.5 trillion sitting in accounts up and down government. That was appropriated 3 years ago, but they never built it. There's a great example of hundreds of millions of dollars that were set aside for one state. It's in the account to build a bridge. They chose not to build that bridge. Cash is still sitting there. We call it total discretionary balances subject to rescission. Okay, we call it forgotten funds. You know we're paying interest on that money. Almost every dime of this was borrowed money, and it's sitting, and some of it's been sitting in accounts for years. Why is it so hard? We have the legislation. I've introduced the legislation line item by line item by line item, saying, let's just go grab that cash. Even if you just went back to no-year money, or maybe the ones that are just a couple years out, it's $500 billion. Grab that cash and bring it back and put it under Treasury. And if we as members of Congress want to appropriate it again. But the forgotten funds. So I just gave you 3 pieces of legislation. I gave you fixing Medicare Advantage, alignment of the incentives, moving to a talent-based immigration system, which in the long run is one of the most powerful things we can do for GDP growth, for productivity. Capturing the forgotten funds, I just paid for most of the reconciliation bill. Wouldn't that solve a bunch of our problems around here? Wouldn't that solve a bunch of the fighting? Wouldn't that solve a bunch of the stress? Saying, we're going to borrow how much? Because this year we're going to borrow $2.2 trillion. At the end of 2026, if we do what I think the Senate's going to try to jam us, that's $2.5, $2.6 trillion of borrowing that year. But David, we're going to have all this magical growth. Look, I'm a single office. Now, I accept. I'm a senior member. I have staff. I have really smart economists. But in 3 bills, I just brought you, without cutting a service to anyone, I just brought you $3.3 trillion of savings. And not a single co-sponsor in Congress. I'm going to try to do this next little section here, and I don't want to be a jerk. Let's see if I can. I'm going to hurt some people's feelings, but the math is important, and why the math is important is there are solutions. But and the reason I'm doing this is think it was Monday or Tuesday, I had a member I was talking to, great member, brilliant on their area of specialty, really smart. I've spent my whole life doing budgets and healthcare finance and a few other weird things. David, CBO is always wrong, Congressional Budget Office. They make up things. It's way off. Okay, for anyone who keeps your staff or you keep telling you that, this is what you call a variance report. CBO puts it out every year. I know every staffer and every member of Congress grabbed it in January and actually read the data. If you look at the calculations, and I'm embarrassed I didn't actually bring one of the board, which probably is good because it was really obnoxious. What did happen to that board? CBO projected when we did the 2017 tax reform, 2018, 2019, just before the pandemic, they were like 99.5, 99% accurate. Don't tell anyone because it'll make it harder for us to lie around here. And you get members saying, but over the next 5 years, they weren't accurate at all. Does anyone remember there was this little thing called COVID? Does anyone remember what Congress and the world actually did? We dumped how much cash into the world market? So you're accurate to here, and then all of a sudden we dump how much cash? Do you think there's a chance when you borrow trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars, pump it out in the economy, you don't have your tax collections go up? Oh, but David, they didn't project that. They didn't predict that. Oh, come on, people, stop it. Because even now, when we get back to baseline, after we get beyond COVID, they were still remarkably accurate. I found the chart. It was hidden back there. It's on a smaller board. The fact of the matter, what they projected, and then what actually happened, and this is actually 2018, not 16. So I found a printing error. 99.5% accuracy. Now you may not, and look, they're not always accurate. On what they projected for the clean energy, tax credits, and inflation reduction, they missed by miles because they didn't actually pay enough attention that they were uncapped. There's a number of things where they absolutely screwed up, but the fact of the matter, on tax collections, the numbers have been good, and we need a scorekeeper. What happens if My grandfather used to have this saying, it doesn't matter how you play the game, it's who keeps score. He thought that was hysterical. How do we convince the American people we're serious about economic growth, productivity, taking on the debt and deficits, and not bankrupting their future when we spend almost every day saying, well, we don't like the scorekeeping? And then you look at every outside group, the Tax Foundation, Yale Model Foundation, all these others, and it turns out CBO was more accurate than they were. I'm not standing here to be a defender of them. I'm being actually a defender of my brothers and sisters here. Please, I know it makes our lives easier when we can attack the scorekeeper. We can say, the scorekeeper didn't get it right, therefore pay no attention when they say we're trying to add $3-4 trillion of debt. We're better than that. And there's a reason so much of the economic press is just mocking us and making fun of us. I understand it's good politics. You get to go home, get in front of an audience that's not reading the economic press and say, well, they didn't get the accurate right. Let's treat our voters like they're adults. They understand what's going on. Look, these are the scores from Yale Budget, from Penn Wharton, from Congressional Budget Office, from Joint Tax, Tax Policy Center, American Enterprise Institution, Tax Foundation, and then here's what we're telling people. Is every other PhD economist wrong? Because it becomes an excuse not to do the things I was just complaining about when an idiot like me comes and says, I found you $3.3 trillion in savings. David, we don't have to do those hard pieces of legislation. We don't have to explain those bills to our constituents. We don't have to take on the lobbyists who are going to be all upset with us. We'll just tell people that it pays for itself. So everyone else is wrong because it makes our life as policymakers easier. But somehow, we're going to have magic growth, magical thinking, when just today, parts of the latest census data came out. Population 65 and older rose by 3.1% in the last year. Population 18 years old, under 18, decreased by 0.2%. I'm trying to make an argument that I love the partisanship. I love a good fight with my Democrat brothers and sisters. But what happens when the debt and deficits are demographics? But if we can blame the other side, we'll just do this ping pong back and forth. They're in charge, we're in charge, we're in charge, they're in charge. We'll blame each other, and then we're going to have a failed bond auction. Interest rates are going to explode. Remember, there's data sets, and I presented them here on the floor, that just a single point of interest going up over the next decade wipes out almost all the good we're trying to do extending the tax reform of 2017. Mr. Speaker, there's a way to make this work. And I'm mentally just exhausted. Maybe I need to consume more coffee. Maybe I need to stop caring so much because I'm really worried. There's a way to make this work. There's hope. But what happens when no one will hear a word you're saying because it requires doing hard stuff and pisses off some lobbyists or some group that's in our office that wants us to regulate their competition's business or give them something? We used to be the party of fiscal sanity. I still think we are. We can get there. We can do it. Maybe we just need to understand the math. That I yield back. California, and as we always say to Californians, don't take Arizona's water. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I know we're actually doing half an hour, so can I make a quick request of how many minutes are left?
Would you gentlemen repeat?
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, may I inquire into the remaining time?
The gentleman has 25 minutes remaining.
Thank you. Perfect timing. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I'm going to try to do a run-through of a couple things here. I'm going to try to walk through some economics. Then I'm going to actually try to walk through some warnings that are in the documents that are around us that very few people seem to bother to read. And then I'm going to actually do some things that are hopeful, because I think sometimes I'm a bit dour and I don't do enough of this. So first off, look, August, Republicans, we're going to go out and tell the morality of people's taxes not going up next year, what we did in the reconciliation budget of incentives to invest in America, to build new plants of equipment, for working people to have some things to actually draw them back into the labor force, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, some of these things. If you actually look at one of the reasons those things are in there, and we're actually starting to see some of the models of the economic side actually saying some very optimistic things of, we think this is going to change labor force participation, small changes. The left will actually sort of do a bit of schizophrenia of, you cut spending over here, but too much of this money is borrowed. I agree, it's too much is borrowed. I want to cut more spending. But then you attack us when we try to actually point out misalignment, bad acts, in fact, we have what was the report that just came out a couple days ago? We found, what is it, 2.8 million of our brothers and sisters enrolled in subsidized ACA plans as well as Medicaid plans. We're not allowed, they don't want to talk about that because it sort of screws up their pitch when you actually walk through what we see in the math. We know the American people believe and understand the morality and the great economics of encouraging those that are able-bodied, able to work, to participate in society. And if anyone's a geek out there, it's probably 4 or 5 years old. University of Chicago, for their PhD economists, wrote a brilliant paper talking about if you actually ask people to participate in society, in the economy, to take a job, even if you give them welfare, government subsidies, because they have attachment to the economy, to work, that at the end of 10 years, those who actually had the work requirements actually end up much wealthier and off of government support. Because it's the morality of learning to get up, building attachment, learning skills, moving up in an organization. So, but somehow that I don't, and there was a time that was actually left ethos, the argument of work as moral, and somehow that left the Democratic Party. So let's walk through a couple things. I've used this board for months now. It'll probably be the last time I use it. Understand, baseline, over the next 10 years, according to the Congressional Budget Office, we're going to spend $86 trillion. Think of the screaming and gnashing of teeth and protests, so they're all ginned up. You cut, what is it, $800 billion from this and a little bit from a couple other things. It was less than 2% of that spending. Are you telling me that the left doesn't believe that if you're spending $86 trillion as your baseline spending, and understand, I'm going to show you some of the charts, how much of this is basically demographics. We got old. Our healthcare costs. I'm going to show you a couple charts here in a couple of moments that I really want folks to understand. But for the American people, when you see someone from the Democratic Party behind a microphone going, they cut spending, it's this off of a base of this. It's the lack of understanding. And look, one of the points that you keep trying to make over and over and over and over and over again was the Democrats' plan that they wanted to raise taxes on everyone, because that was automatic. That was coming at the end of this year. Your taxes were going up back to the pre-2017 tax reform. Every once in a while you get, well, you shouldn't have extended the tax policy for the highest income. Okay, but that's a tiny, tiny portion of the total dollar amounts. And look, when they had control of everything, they didn't do it. But just from a point, and this is more for everyone to understand, particularly even staff. You see the blue here, non-defense, defense, every dime of that is borrowed. And I think this year we'll probably borrow, let's call it $400 billion of Medicare. So my best estimate, and we're going to actually hold a contest shortly to see who can guess the final borrowing for this year. And the economy's actually been pretty good. We're tracking, we think actually, customs receipts. If any of you think of it as tariffs, we may have another $70 billion on top of baseline. It's probably going to come at $2.2 trillion of borrowing this year. So this doesn't have the tax reform, many of those things much built into that base. But understand, in this country, how do I help folks understand? Here's where we're already at. And this will make sense in a little while. For every dollar we take in tax receipts, we spend $1.39. We spend $1.39 for every dollar we take in tax receipts. But if you saw that previous chart, you've noticed that only about 24 to 26% is in discretionary, what we really get to vote on. That's why you end up having to use what we call these reconciliation budgets. 1974 Budget Control Act allows us to move a bill if it has certain fiscal properties to it through the Senate without having to get 60 votes. It's all a dance to deal with the 60 votes. If we were actually a little more honest about math, maybe we wouldn't have to do this dance. And why this is important is I'm a little freaked out because this is the MedPAC report. And I know every member of Congress has read every word of it because it's really important. But there's a chart in here if you actually read the footnotes. Now look, for anyone that's paying attention, you know I'm trying to bring Medicare Advantage back where the incentives actually are about helping populations be healthier and not about risk scoring them that it's a concentration of illness, but the incentives that if populations are healthier, the plans can make more money. But inside here is also a great data point, Mr. Speaker. This year we're going to spend, let's call it $1 trillion on Medicare. How many of you would guess what we're going to spend in 7 years? The model in here says in 7 years, we go from $1 trillion a year on Medicare to $2 trillion. We double Medicare spending in 7 years. Now, part of that is demographics. Starting in functionally 30 years ago, we started having a lot fewer children. So today, if we took today and stepped back 20 years ago, we had about 35 million of our brothers and sisters who were 65 30 years ago. Today, we're approaching about 70 million of our brothers and sisters who are 65 and up, so more than double. Go back 20 years ago, the number of 18-year-olds we have is pretty much the same as the number of 18-year-olds we have today. And next year, the number of 18-year-olds goes down, and the year after that, it goes down, and the year after that, it goes down. Is that Republican or Democrat, or is it just demographics? It's a little hard to campaign on that. It's a little hard to attack the other side. But the fact of the matter is, if we all read our data, we don't have a choice. This is the Social Security Medicare Actuary Report. Another thing I know every member here has actually read. 7 years from now, Medicare Part A trust fund, which is about 38% of Medicare spending. The rest comes out of the general fund, and members' participation, I think, is about 15%, the fees they pay. But that 38%, that trust fund is gone in 7 years, meaning hospitals, surgery centers, everyone else, 11% cut. But I know we're all going to talk and work about how we're going to revolutionize the cost of health care, except one of the classic problems around here, Mr. Speaker, is for some reason on the left, and many of us on the right, we talk about health care as a finance problem. It's the ACA was a finance bill. It's who had to pay, who got subsidized. Medicare for All is a finance bill. I would argue the Republican alternative from a few years ago was a finance bill. It had a little better actuarial curve, but it was a finance bill. Who got subsidized, who has to pay? I beg of our brothers and sisters around here, open up your brain. We live in a time of miracles. We're going to have some conversation about how do you change the view of health care. It's what we pay. Can we change the cost by doing it better, faster, cheaper with technology, our brothers and sisters being healthier? Because if we don't, we have problems like it's on this chart. Today, 16% of all tax receipts go just to interest. In 9 budget years, actually 9 years straight up, in 9 years, 30% of all U.S. tax receipts go just to interest. And heaven forbid, if we had a 1-point movement in interest rates, my math is 45% of all tax receipts would go to interest. So when you see people come behind these microphones, how many people are saying, hey, how do we convince the bond markets? The bond markets are basically on the edge of running this country now, because when you borrow $6 billion a day, next year I think we borrow $6.5, maybe $7 billion a day. In 9 years, we're over $10 billion a day. Let's see, if we're six, that's what, $72,000 a second. And some of the crazy articles, because I have this aggregator on my news that basically a couple left-wing economists saying, borrowing doesn't matter. People are always willing to buy U.S. debt. Okay, let's pretend these left-wing economists are right. We can continue to borrow and borrow and borrow. They purposely sort of forget the punchline. Okay, let's say we could borrow forever. At what point is there no more services, purchases, government helping our brothers and sisters, because it's all covering the interest costs on the bonds? So let's say you're, I think, a little insane, but you believe we can just borrow forever. You're a monetarist, but even the fragility in the monetarists you saw in the previous few years of inflation, that their model didn't work. But additional to that, we're going to pay the interest. So in 9 years, baseline under a favorable interest rate model, 30% of all U.S. tax receipts go to interest, and heaven forbid, if interest rates were to come up 1%, because we have to, this year, or this coming year, I think we're going to refinance $11 trillion. The year after that, I think it's 13, because we stay so short on the financing term, and we sell short-term debt instead of longer-term debt, because it turns out there's not as big an appetite. So we're in this world where 9 budget years, $10 billion a day. So let's actually, I'm just going to run through a number of these things fairly quickly, just to sort of get a point. National health expenditures as a percentage of GDP. This will make sense in a moment. In 2033, so functionally, 8 years from now, over 20% of the economy will just be healthcare. Why? The Joint Economic Committee 2 years ago wrote a report that I thought I was going to get the crap kicked out of me, but we spent months and months and months grabbing every bit of literature and said, can someone tell me what obesity costs America, what it costs society, what it costs family formation, what it costs. We came up with a number, this is 2 years ago, of 9.1 trillion additional healthcare costs. And we had some mortality statistics, the number of multi-chronic conditions, the misery out there. Now, what is fascinating is we have some articles right now that talking about that we may have actually hit something crazy, and it's an odd way to phrase it, but it is what the researchers, we may have already hit what we call peak obesity. So when we published the report 2 years ago, we still had about 4 or 5 more years of growth of obesity. In some states, actually approaching 50% of their population being technically obese under the BMI calculations. Looks like in the last 12 months, we may have started to bend the curve. We're trying to recalculate, is this a sign of incredible hope that we know so much misery in our society? Because there's a brilliant paper from about 7 years ago saying leading contributor to income inequality in America. Turns out isn't education, turns out it's health. And if you think about it, the cascade of the cost of someone with severe diabetes, when we already know diabetes is 33% of U.S. healthcare, what if things like this actually could help our brothers and sisters? Is this Republican or Democrat? It's just good policy. It's just always been uncomfortable to talk about. And maybe the society is starting to open up saying, hey, maybe a healthier society actually is a really good, really moral thing. So, look, as we walk through these, I want to come back and sort of hit a punchline here. These charts have been available to us for years. The curve keeps getting steeper. So when you have someone say, I'm a protector of Medicare, great, I'm with you. It's an earned benefit. We made a societal promise. Are you telling the truth about its financing? Oh, David, we can't do that. Someone will say something mean about us. So what also? In 7 years, also is empty. The Social Security Trust Fund. I'm sure you all dove into the Social Security Medicare Actuary Report and saw the point in there where it says in 2033, actually we think it's 2032, our brothers and sisters on Social Security take a 24% cut. Our model says we double senior poverty in America. Absolutely immoral. But have you also read the papers of the scale of tax hikes, of policy? Now, is the left offering to work with those of us on the right who are willing to step on the third rail and do the moral thing to actually take on these? Hell no. I've talked to so many people who are in Ways and Means and other things with me who basically look at me in terror and run out of the room because the political consultants care more about the power of the politics than the fact that in 7 years, Medicare is $2 trillion a year. In 7 years, the Medicare Trust Fund is empty. In 7 years, the Social Security Trust Fund is empty. And one of the rough numbers we had is the first full year, just if you wanted to backfill that shortfall in Social Security, is $618 billion. So basically, what is that? 2/3 of what the entire defense budget is. There's a lack of understanding of the scale of almost the dystopianism that comes from what happens when these trust funds are empty. Hey, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, may I make an inquiry in how many minutes I have left?
The gentleman has 6 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll learn to talk faster, but the poor person trying to take my words down, I apologize to. I can sometimes. I'm going to skip over some of the other charts. You get the punchline. In the next decade, the vast majority of debt is driven by interest, healthcare costs, and we're often very uncomfortable to talk about it. So let's actually talk about things that are great, that if we would get policy right, can lower that healthcare cost, not just argument about who gets subsidized, who gets financed, be really good for society, really good for the budget. So you all saw the Economist article last couple days talking about the miracle of how much cancer, the statistical benefits we're having on the number of cures, particularly lung cancer, blood cancers, and their model that we are on the cusp of having continued major breakthroughs. You all saw this article a couple of days ago about a Microsoft platform. I didn't even know they were specializing in this. And what was stunning about the data sets they had in here, AI system diagnosed patients 4 times more accurately than a human doctor. Now, I just upset some of my brothers and sisters in the Doc Caucus, but the data is the data. Should we, Mr. Speaker, legalize technology? If I have something I can blow into called a breath biopsy, if it's statistically as accurate or more accurate than a human and knows what I have, should it be allowed to prescribe? Uncomfortable, but it would help crash the cost of health care. It would actually help us move some of the facts that we have shortage of medical professionals. We're on the cusp of these things. Matter of fact, many of these things, like that technology has been around for 5 years, except it's functioning illegal. We don't reimburse it and we don't allow it to prescribe. We are on the cusp. A few minutes ago, an hour ago, Altman, OpenAI, was down the hallway. He and I had a few minutes of conversation about a new healthcare stack that's going to go public in about a month. And he seemed incredibly optimistic that its accuracy will be off the charts. Should we legalize the use of technology to help our society be healthier should we allow it to prescribe? It's uncomfortable because this place is a protection racket. You've got to understand, Congress is mostly about one thing. It's about money. And the left pretends it isn't, the right pretends it's about money. And when you start to say, hey, maybe we could use technology as a competition to help our brothers and sisters be healthier and therefore change the cost of health care, someone's going to look at you and say, but I make money on that. You're going to now have me compete against a data system that's more accurate than I am. But over and over, new Apple Watch AI model can reveal hidden health conditions. Here's a couple of the things I've been most interested in last couple of years. Great article. I have a huge one. I did a whole speech on it a couple of years ago. AI discovered a whole new category of antibiotics. So you remember we were all panic-stricken that we had diseases, bacterial infections that we didn't have antibiotics for. The antibiotics weren't working. And AI designed a whole new category of antibiotics that in the literature said it would have taken humans 20 years to develop. Instead of being afraid of the technology, maybe we get our heads straightened up saying, in a society where we have a shortage of young people, our baby boomers like me with gray hair, we're getting older, we're going to consume a lot more health care. Can we embrace the technology? And that technology lets us free when you start to realize the things that are going on. We just had a doctor, a radiologist in our office, walking us through a statistical abstract on breast cancers and the scans and showing that his AI platform is remarkably more accurate, cheaper, faster, and more accurate. Why wouldn't we embrace that? Except we don't reimburse it. Because the barriers to entry here are protection rackets saying we're not fighting for what's the fastest, bestest, cheapest. We're often here because we know our incumbency. And look, we really are on the edge of miracles. How do I get the left, the right, to understand the math is the math? Demographics are the primary driver of U.S. sovereign debt. Now, it's hard to campaign against the other side on that, but maybe we could take a couple months off and actually do good quality policy and legalize properly vetted, properly certified AI to prescribe. The wearables, this August I'm going to do an experiment with this Oura Ring, and I'm buying some Dexcoms to manage my, have you all seen the app where you can take a picture of your food and it calculates its glucose and its calories? How do we create the incentives? Maybe we should look at the ACA, and instead of just smoking in 3 age categories, we could add a 5th category that's an incentive for our brothers and sisters that if you manage your health, 16% of U.S. healthcare is people not taking their drugs for their hypertension, for their statin. 16% is over $600 billion a year. There are solutions. We can make a difference. Embrace the technology, change the cost, have a healthier society, and it's the most powerful thing we can do for U.S. sovereign debt. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields.
Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025. The gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And for everyone's sanity, I hope not to go 60 minutes. I might go 40. Mr. Speaker, first, the good news. So if anyone else is a geek out there, there's this app put out by the Atlanta Fed, so the Atlanta Federal Reserve. And what they do is they do certain samples and trying to constantly estimate what the gross national product, so GDP, will actually be. And a little while ago, they actually updated it saying the U.S. economy looks like it's running at 3.4%. That's remarkable. If you stop and think about it, this is absolutely, I mean, think with all the headwinds and all the things over tariffs and all these other, the economy actually is surprisingly healthy. So, Mr. Speaker, one of the reasons I'm up here today, and like every other week, is then saying, okay, our fiscal year ends in a couple weeks, and our best estimate is this fiscal year we will have borrowed 2.4, maybe 2.5. We have one model in our office, $2.5 trillion. That's like $72,000 every second of every day we're borrowing. So think of a world where you're borrowing $70,000 a second. Yet the economy is actually fairly decent. What's going on? Is it Republican? Is it Democrat? It turns out it's the very thing we hate to talk about. It's the cost of interest, cost of health care. And that health care is primarily driven because we're unwillingness, and look, Mr. Speaker, you're a doctor, if I remember, we're unwillingness to have the honest conversation of how we deliver, where we can revolutionize the cost, where we can adopt technology, because we're in the incumbent protection business. We protect incumbent bureaucracies and incumbent business models. But if we don't take this serious, you think you can have a country that's borrowing $70,000, $72,000 every second, and you can keep that going? Remember, once again, I'm going to try to show versions of this. In 7 years, the Medicare Trust Fund is empty. In 2032, 7 years, halfway through that year, the Medicare Trust Fund is empty. In 2033, the first full year, our best estimate is that's about $140 billion shortfall. Mr. Speaker, in 7 years, the Social Security Trust Fund is empty. Meaning in 2033, if you're going to cover the Medicare and Social Security, you're approaching almost $600 billion. How many of us get behind these microphones and actually talk about things that are truly terrifying? We're really going to avoid dealing with our actual jobs. Are we going to allow in 7 years the doubling of senior poverty in America? At the same time, we're bankrupting much of the medical system. 7 years, grandma gets a 24% cut in her check. And our model says that will double the poverty of seniors. Yet, often the solution we get is, well, we'll just raise taxes. Okay, so the first year of the shortfall, it's look, I'm rounding up a bit, $600 billion. That's really, you really think you're going to do a $600 billion tax hike? And here becomes my battle. I've tried for years and years to say, we need to do a fiscal commission. The fact of the matter is we have the same number of 18-year-olds as we had 20 years ago, but we have double the number of Americans, our brothers and sisters, who are now 65 and up. We went 20 years ago, 35 million Americans. Now we're at 70 million Americans are 65 and up, and I think we have another 10, 15 million that will be 65 and up in the next few years. And we're incapable of telling the truth. How many of us want to get up in front of our voters back home or put into our newsletter saying, we have a demographic financing crisis? Are we going to do all the things necessary to skyrocket productivity? Because wages, elementary school economics. Do you remember your high school economics class? Wages go up by inflation, but that doesn't mean you get anything. You're just treading water. Our wages go up by productivity. Are we going to do the things that are necessary for productivity? And it means Democrats and Republicans need to stop doing things like, you can't automate ports. You can't automate this. We don't want to allow that technology. There's a way to make this not be dystopian. And Mr. Speaker, I am so tired coming behind this microphone, and I can't imagine the poor staff here has to be just exhausted. But I'm trying not to speak like a machine gun anymore. I'm trying to slow down. And over and over and over, and every time I come up, the numbers are a little bit worse. And what's frustrating is the economy is actually doing fairly well, but the scale of the debt, because we keep spending and spending and spending. So let's actually do some of the charts to try to see if I can get this to sink in. Next year, for every dollar of tax collection, we're going to spend $1.43. Let's do that again. For every dollar of tax collection, next year, starting in a couple weeks, October 1st, we start the new fiscal year, so this is for the 2026 fiscal year, we're going to spend $1.43. How long is that sustainable? And for everyone going in your head, oh, we'll just raise taxes. Let's do this again. And in the Wayback Machine, like in the beginning of the year, I think I did entire presentations on Democrat tax proposals and what we've talked about in just cuts as the Republican side. Our best estimate is this fiscal year that we're finishing in the next couple of weeks, we're going to borrow 7.3% of the entire economy. So our borrowing will equal 7.3% of the economy. Every tax hike that we have scored that the Democrats have proposed, capital gains, income tax, corporate taxes, the whole litany, when you do the economic adjustments, comes in at 1.5%, maybe 1.6%, but math is easier, 1.5% of the economy. That's what we get for all the tax hikes. For those of us on the Republican side, when we walk through, we can cut this, we can cut this, we can cut this. It's coming in about 1% of the economy. Anyone see the math problem? I got 2.5%, and that's all you've ever heard behind these microphones, but we're borrowing 7.3% of the economy this year. And how many idiots like me will get up behind these microphones and tell you the truth? Next year, every dollar of tax collections, we're going to spend $1.43. Let's say you're the most liberal member here. Do you have any understanding when this hits the wall, the devastation, the crushing of poor people? How about if you're the most libertarian or free market? Do you understand the crushing of the economic system that has produced so much prosperity that will happen when we're in crisis mode? Let's not let it happen. So let's actually walk through, because this is actually one of my things. We're actually borrowing a little over this. We borrow about $6.5 billion a day. So I always love the debates here. We're going to save $100 million. Great, great. We borrow about $260, $270 million an hour. So $250 billion an hour. And we'll have debates here that go on sometimes for an hour to save functionally minute, half a minute. We've had one where it was like 15 seconds of borrowing. And in 9 years, we're over $10 billion. My math is closer to $10.5 billion a day. It's just the structural borrowing. And one of the deceiving things is, over the next 10 years, we functionally spend $70 trillion. And you'll get someone say, well, you guys voted for this. Well, you guys wanted to tax this. And you actually start to help them understand, saying, we're talking fractions of our exposure. And I accept you don't need to be an accounting major or math major to be a member of Congress. But so we make some very pretty charts. For anyone that actually gives a darn about what's going on, every single month, the Joint Economic Committee Republicans, we publish a monthly fiscal update. And we've tried to make it as simple as possible to understand, page after page, to show you what the hell's really going on. Because one of the things that is incredibly frustrating is we live in a world where so much of what you're going to find on the internet right now isn't true. Let me prove it. So here's an article I was very disturbed to find out. Complex infection keeps the Pope in hospital. This is Newsweek from a couple days ago. Apparently the Pope is in the hospital. This is actually a story that was posted September 8th. Except the small problem is this Pope has been dead for months. Welcome to the quality of what we call news anymore. And this is Newsweek. They just let their AI generate a story, fill it up. There's no human that bothered to look at it. And yet you and I have to help our voters, our constituents call us and say, is this true? And you can't find the story, they send it to you and go, well, that doesn't make any sense. That's it's someone that hit a computer button. But what also happens when we actually see stories like OMB says Trump economic agenda will cut the deficit in half. And I'm trying to find the policies, and you start to go over it, and many of these stories are actually, someone was giving a speech, and so the AI wrote a story. And it's not actually what was said. And my frustration with this is I have members here right now who say, David, we're going to take in $300 billion in tariff receipts, customs duties if you want to be accurate. Next year, we're fine. Okay. Next year, we're borrowing about 270, 280, we will borrow about 2.5 trillion in the 2026 year. So 300 billion is very, very helpful, but you're still borrowing 2.2 trillion. And we haven't actually done all the economic effects of, does that actually change purchasing behavior? We have some great stories today on the Bloomberg terminal of companies that look like they've been actually undervaluing when their customs duties, meaning they're lying to the customs service and we're taking in less receipts than we should. The scale of what's going on is just intensely frustrating. So let's actually start also knock down one of the urban folk legends. It's defense spending. How often do we go home and I'll get a liberal person, if you would just cut defense, we would be fine. Okay, here's your problem. Healthcare is about 28% of our spending. Social Security is 22% of our spending. This is 2025 to fiscal date. Net interest is 14% of our spending. If you do all the other outlays, it's 14%. Income security, that's actually, it is what it is, 10%. National defense, 12%. Turns out national defense is now number 5. The thing is actually in the Constitution. It's actually number 5 in the spending stack. Your government is functionally an insurance company with an army. You laugh, you know you're going to quote that later. So let's actually sort of take a look. This is net receipts by category, 2024 compared to 2025. Hopefully this will make sense, and I'm going to put this chart up on our website later because I know it's really hard to see. But if you actually take a look at what's happening, how do we finance this government? It's mostly individual income taxes. Now, for someone that says, well, it should be corporate. Remember, in the late 1980s, early 1990s, all across the country, we're moving to LLCs, professional partnerships, pass-through entities. So much of what you would have seen back in the early 1980s, 70s, 60s as corporate now passes through. So some of it was a corporate structure. So you always have to be careful if you're trying to say, well, why are corporate taxes down so much? It's now because it flows through on the individual line. So just trying to make that point. But you take a look at this. Here's Social Security and retirement taxes. Well, that's FICA. That's actually you're getting, and that's like 1.7 trillion last year. This year, it's up 3%. So this year, it's 1.761. Corporate income tax, last year, we took in 529 billion. And then you start to look at customs duties. Now, this is interesting. And I'm going to say this 2 or 3 times to try to make a point. In the 2024 fiscal year, we took in 77 billion in customs duties. That's tariffs. All right. We estimate this year it's going to be up 146%. But that's 190 billion. That's a lot of money. But 77 minus the 90 or 190? Did I mention next year we're set to borrow about $2.5 trillion is our estimate. CBO, I know, has a number, it's lower, but I will tell you, in this fiscal year, my Joint Economic Committee was more correct than CBO. For borrowing $6.7 billion a day, you can do the math. The step up in customs duties, we might be picking up 3 weeks of borrowing. And this is my frustration. What happens when our brothers and sisters get in front of televisions or put out things and say stories, well, Doge is going to pay for everything. Well, the customs duties, the tariffs are going to pay for everything. And then some of us actually have to try to make the math actually work. The voters are much smarter than we ever give them credit for. Hell, I think they're much smarter than we are. Maybe we can tell them the truth. We got a problem. Interest and healthcare costs are consuming this society, consuming this government. And you start to take a look at the net outlays. And you start to see, well, Social Security taxes, well, they're up 8.3% over last year. Spending on, this is spending, this is outlays. So spending on Social Security went up 8.3% over last year, baby boomers. And we actually have an unusual thing happening. If you take a look at the Social Security Actuary Report, a lot of our brothers and sisters are choosing to retire at 62, which actually is hurting productivity because many of these folks are very productive workers, but they're fearful saying, well, in 2032, I get a 24% cut. I'm going to take my money now. Is another reason we should fix that cliff. But you're not allowed to actually talk about it because the other side will run attack ads beating the crap out of you in the next election because you dare talk about the morality of actually fixing these things. Look, you know, right now, I'm in a 50-50 district. There's someone over at the DCCC taking clips saying, he said the word Social Security, we got our attack ad. And then you wonder why no one here will work on it. The point on the net outlays is last year we spent $7.746 trillion. This year we're going to spend $7.148 trillion. Okay. And remember, the 2025 is an estimate because I still have a couple weeks. I got to figure, and there's always weird timing effects at the end of the year where we roll a bill over into the next fiscal year. But what happens when our total receipts? We're going to take in $5.254 trillion, spend $7.148 trillion. The point there is we're spending a hell of a lot more money than we're taking in. And a bunch of the money is not stuff you can touch. It's the Social Security and what goes into the Medicare Part A trust fund. Sorry, let's go down to geekdom. On your FICA tax, your payroll tax, a portion of that is Medicare, Social Security, unemployment, other things. That tax only covers about 38% of Medicare. Other portion of Medicare, it can be 10 to 15% you pay in co-pays if you're in traditional Medicare. And the rest comes right out of the general fund. That's why the fact that in the next 7 years, Medicare goes from $1 trillion to spend this year to $2 trillion in 7 years. It's demographics and healthcare inflation. But this gap from here to here is the annual deficit. 7.3% of the entire economy. And for those who want to say, well, it's the legislation from, no, this was structural. This is what we were built on. And the increase in spending, once again, discretionary, what we talk about, what we work on, keeps getting smaller. Defense as a percentage has been going down from years. Years ago, defense was number one. Now, if you actually, the way you stack it, it's either number 4 or number 5 in our spending. Yet, if you go home and tell people that, what continues to shock me is how many people, well, if you just did this, and you show them the math and saying, okay, you just covered about 30 minutes of borrowing. And they look at you angrily because my belief is the political class for so long hasn't told the truth. So let's go on our truth binge. And anyone I'm making unhappy, grab your phone, grab your computer, go hit doge.gov. It's right there. It's live right now. You can go look it up. I actually really support using technology to crawl through every ounce of this government. In the NDAA, for year after year, and I got it attached this year, the ability to use AI to audit the Pentagon. Because remember, the Pentagon's now gone 8 or 9 years. It is unauditable, is the term. It has not been audited. We don't even know the stuff we own. But on the Doge's own website at this moment, they say they found $206 billion. Now, the reality, only a fraction of that has actually been executed by us in Congress or the actual White House. But if we're going to borrow $2.3, $2.4, $2.5 trillion next year, 8%? And that's if you got the face on it. And you know, we've all seen the articles. They've only been able to actually execute on a fraction of this. But yet, I can show you some of our colleagues who run around and say things, well, with Doge and the tech and the customs duties, we're going to be fine. So Schweikert, shut up. We don't have to tell people how much trouble we're in. Don't go and mention that the Social Security Trust Fund is gone in 7 years and they're taking a 24% cut. Don't tell anyone that the Medicare Trust Fund is gone in 7 years and their hospital probably is going bankrupt. Yay. This is what we got elected to do. And yet, 2025, total receipts. Receipts are tax collections. It's just ways and means speak. We don't call them taxes, we call them receipts. For this year, we gained 3.7% of our total receipts from customs duties. Wonderful. Now we can have a whole other presentation debate of its effect on the economy, who actually pays it. Is it paid by the consumer, the shipper? Fine, we'll have the intellectual debate later. But it's more revenues, receipts coming in. Our best guess is if we give the full faith of what we believe, $300 billion next year. 5.6% on top of all the additional tax collections. It's helpful. You know, borrowing in many ways is a tax. It's a tax paid for in the future, probably by our kids. It's It's a tax paid for with interest. But stop pretending we've solved the problem. And here's where it gets really uncomfortable once again. This is sort of the Social Security chart, and the point was trust fund balance. We peaked about 2001, 2002. Baby boomers were in their peak of their earning years. But here, it's gone. And I need to step on this. If you are someone out there and you go, well, they stole the Social Security money. No, they didn't. It was loaned to the Treasury. Now, there's some great articles. If you go back to the original design of Social Security, they thought they'd have a certain amount of money. They would loan it for building bridges and dams and all sorts of things and get yield. But they loan it to the Treasury, and the Treasury pays actually a fairly decent interest rate back. We pay the interest, our Treasury pays the interest back to the Social Security Trust Fund twice a year. That's why there's certain months where there's this sudden big spike of interest payments that are credited to the Social Security account. But the chart is the chart. About halfway through 2032, so 7 years from now, the trust fund's gone. Now here's the irony of our budgeting. When we talk about future debts and deficits, CBO is instructed to act like we just keep spending the money. But the actual Social Security law says you got to cut benefits. And the law, if you follow the Social Security law, that's a 24% cut. So reality, about halfway through 2032, be prepared to have your check cut by 24%. And our calculation is a few months later, we double poverty of seniors in America. You know, we already, the fastest growing homeless population are baby boomers right now. And you look at this chart, look, I just threw this one on. It's a little more complicated than I wanted to do tonight. But this is actually a chart showing the increases in spending. And one of the reasons I brought this chart is trying to help folks understand we are all so acculturated around here. Well, Social Security is always going to be the biggest spend. Except when you get in the out years, I accept some of this is 20-some years from now, 25 years from now. Actually, healthcare costs. But this is something we could actually have a miracle in changing. I've come behind this mic over and 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 over, said, look, we are on the cusp of miracles. A couple weeks ago, I went to New Hampshire to a lab there where they were growing undifferentiated islet cells. Apparently, islet cells that don't need anti-rejection drugs to get bodies to be able to start making their own insulin again. There's crazy ideas. Mr. Speaker, okay, can we do a thought experiment? And I'm probably going to get beaten up for this. This is a thought experiment, so give me some leeway on it. But I'm trying to help our brothers and sisters and anyone crazy enough to watch this to think. So, we've turned healthcare into a financing debate. The ACA, Obamacare, was a financing bill. It's who gets subsidized, who has to pay. Mostly borrowed money. The Republican alternative was a financing bill, a little better actuarial curve, but it was a financing bill. Medicare for All is a financing bill. I'm begging us, could we have a revolutionary thought between Democrats and Republicans, maybe if we actually talk about what we pay and what we get for what we pay. So the debate is right now a number of the expanded subsidies on the ACA expire. Now, if there's parts of the country, high medical costs, high income, you can make up to $600,000 a year and get $4,000 plus in subsidies paid to the insurance company. Now, here's the perversity. These subsidies, those $33 billion it would take for 1 year, $40 billion if you made it permanent, are paid to insurance companies. So, Mr. Speaker, here's just a crazy thought experiment. Ozempic goes off patent in Canada in January. States like Florida and Colorado already have gotten the FDA to approve reimportation. We actually have a chart that's looking at the potential of generic manufacturers producing it from $60 to $120 a month. What would happen? This is a crazy, crazy, crazy thought. We know Milken researchers a couple years ago said obesity is 47% of U.S. healthcare. Diabetes is 33% of U.S. healthcare. It is 31% of Medicare. How many lives are being lost right now because of multi-chronic conditions? Because what would happen if you took a portion of that money and said, for our brothers and sisters who are in Medicaid, Indian Health Services, VA, other government subsidized programs, we actually said, screw it. We're going to allow the reimportation. We're going to buy it. It's off patent. We can actually get an incredible deal. Yay! What would the actual cost of health care? What would be the health statistics of our brothers and sisters? What would the effect on labor force participation, family formation, all the other crazy things we've seen in this data? What would it look like a year from now, 2 years from now, 3 years from now? That's actually the thought experiment. Do we want to hand $33 billion of subsidy to insurance companies, or do we want to affect the actual cost of delivering services and maybe have our brothers and sisters live healthier and longer? Why can't we think this way? Is that Republican or Democrat? I would argue it's just moral. It's trying to be creative with the limited resources we have, because every dollar of that is borrowed. Why wouldn't you want a society that's actually getting healthier? I'm just trying to come up with solutions. And there'll be an army of lobbyists outside my office tomorrow beating the crap out of me because it turns out sick people are a business model. It's cruel to say that. It's just really cruel to say that. We've got to change it. The morality of cures, the morality of, and also really good economics. So look, two last boards. I want to make a point, and we updated this as of a couple hours ago. We're actually remarkably lucky. Because there's other industrialized countries that the debt is starting to scare the hell out of bond markets, a bunch of our longer term, our 10 years and out, actually have been operating very efficient. But does it bother anyone that France, right here, France, they just took down their government because they were trying to do some fiscal consolidation. They won't let them deal with their debt, but they can sell a bond for about 50 basis points cheaper than we can. Greece, actually about about 70 basis points cheaper than, Greece has a better, when they take a 10-year bond to market, it's substantially lower interest rate than the United States. All these countries here have a better credit. You look at the credit rating of what people are willing to buy the debt for than the United States. You realize there's 18 states that actually have a better credit rating than the federal government. I don't know other ways. I keep struggling to find ways to get folks to take this seriously. And once again, Mr. Speaker, the hallways will be full of people knocking on our doors saying, but we want more money. They don't show up to say, hey, we have an idea how to do it better, faster, cheaper, and we want a free market. We believe in creative destruction. Look, I never liked the CHIPS Act because direct cash subsidies, often subsidizing last generation technology, leads to what's going on right now. So should Intel give up 10% of its ownership, what would happen if Intel were forced to break up? you might end up with 4 or 5 creative, efficient, cutting-edge companies that this one's doing design, this one's doing... Do you remember your high school economics class? Creative destruction is what brings you to that next level of productivity, which raises wages. For working people in my district, if you're not making about 27, 28% more than the first year of the Biden administration, you are poor today. We had some of the highest inflation. I think at the end we came in number 2. Yet I see some numbers in Arizona that are making me very nervous on the growth of unemployment, the stagnation of wages. There are ways to make this another American century. First thing we have to do is tell the truth. You have a country that's borrowing $70,000, $72,000 a second. How long do you think we can keep that up? Yet if we would get our tax system, our regulatory system, and legalize once again creativity, legalize the productivity, instead of the barrier after barrier after barrier. Those barriers may be great politics. We get help. They show up at our fundraisers and help us. Maybe you can get a union to vote for you. But it's crap economics. Mr. Speaker, look, I'm incredibly optimistic of the future. I am 63. My wife is 63. I've said this a few times and people think I'm insane. I have a 3-year-old we've adopted. We have a 9-year-old we've adopted. We are the luckiest family on earth. My little boy, when he's about 21, 22 years old, every tax in America needs to be doubled just to maintain baseline services. My kids will be part of the first generation to be poor because of our unwillingness to tell the truth. Is that the America? Is that the America we aspire to? We're better than this. And I'm sick and tired of having the leadership and others say, but David, we'll do it after the next election. Do you know, guess what? There's always another election. I believe the American people would reward us to demonstrate we told them the truth and we tried to do hard things and we saved the future, because that future is coming very fast. With that, I yield back, Mr. Speaker.